So now what I'll do is go over to the studio, get the link, and let's do that.
Nice.
And then
We are
both of you
live.
gentlemen can, take
Live and direct.
That's right.
Live and direct.
Yes, both of you gentlemen can.
That reminds me of this Canadian guy that I was listening to. He was talking to Prosh and he's like live and direct, and he has like a Quebecian accent, like in English because he speaks French,
Right.
Weren't you saying that in Quebec they started going completely cashless?
Yes, at like the pharmacies, they're not accepting cash. I mean,
that's crazy.
That was from Maria Mikhaila-Gregorovich's.
No cash.
Holy
no
shit.
paper currency.
She was saying, they don't allow, like, if you go to the pharmacy and get your stuff, like, they don't get
no cash.
In the United States, that's like happening as well. Certain stores are doing that. But,
they were doing that with the hotels, which just pissed the hell out of me.
Oh, really?
That was a long time ago. Yeah, that was when I was working with Laura Lee Solomon, and the time that she came over here to when we had to go down to Arizona, then that's when we went to the hotels and they were not accepting cash, and I was so fucking pissed. It was just like
it's sketch because then they try and juice you later and like extra charge.
Is this kind of like the end of paper as far as like books too? Is it going to be like Fahrenheit?
No.
451 where it's like you can't.
It'll never get to that. It'll never get to that.
I hope
not. 451 where it's like you can't.
It'll never get to that.
I wonder.
There we are. So we got the echo, so we know we're working. Let me change.
Oh, so
good.
We're live.
Good.
We're live. We're working, and so
hopefully have
live and direct from the Pacific Ring of Science.
Hopefully stocked, with like TP, all that good stuff.
Yes.
The essentials.
I've noticed that like the stores are still like
they're doing okay.
They're better than they were, but they're still like out of stuff.
Yeah.
Alarming because it's been like 2 weeks now, so.
Yeah.
But also, there's less people working to like restock and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Is it all good down there in the Bay Area or what? Or is it kind of crazy down there, D?
Oh, it's I'll go a bit into it when we're live, when we're official. I mean we're live, but we're not official.
Yeah.
I'll go into that then a little bit.
Okay, good.
Because the Bay Area has the distinction of being like the first in the nation, actually. So
right,
California
that's true.
Reacted first, which is definitely something that, of course, I would say it's going to help.
Yeah, I think it did.
Because just by, preparation, we're actually ahead of the curve, so to speak.
Yeah.
Flatten those curves.
Right.
Yes. I mean, we don't want to do that with people. Well, depending on who they are, I guess there's some people who need that, but yes. And so give me just a second here, and both you gentlemen take over again.
I was drinking some ashwagandha tea earlier, and
ashwagandha,
cool.
Like we mentioned, I think Peter mentioned it. Peter Moon, he was saying that it like lengthens the telomeres, but it also like calms the body too. It's a very unique adaptogen. I'm actually starting to prefer it over like ginseng. I know I was like pushing ginseng for a while, but it's all about knowing when to use the herbs, really. It's not like there's no superior herb. It's like about when to use it. I think that's like what do you think?
You can't just like do like ginseng all the time either, because it'll be too like stimulating.
True. And the Asian people will tell you that it's only for old people. That's what when I was working at the Korean grocery store, they were saying, why are you taking ginseng? It's only for old people.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because I always had a taste for it. That was my mother did, of course, tell me to be careful with it, but I adored it. I would. I
enjoy it. Yeah.
And so
I heard that
it's very earthy.
I heard that
take your time.
Sorry,
I'm like that all the time. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Siberian ginseng is actually used to treat like pneumonia.
Oh, really?
Huh. That makes sense.
So, because it's like stimulating for like blood flow.
That's right.
Wow, so I'm glad I bought a whole bag of that before this happened.
So people are, there's like vitamin C being used during all this. There's actually quite a bit at our disposal as humans, to address this, besides a vaccine, besides some like anti AIDS drug or something.
Now's the time to bring out like the toolkit,
Yes.
Like I think we were saying before, like you got to use all angles at this point.
Yes.
I mean, so that's important to note.
Yeah, very much.
Because even the mainstream doctors, they're actually starting to use vitamin C and stuff. Despite like they're being cautious, but they've in New York apparently they were using it intravenously to help with the coronavirus symptoms. So I mean, I don't see why of course it would be effective, or they would have to have some data on it being effective. Unless they're that desperate, which I hope they're not.
And like you also have those Cuban doctors too being deployed to like various countries, and everyone.
They have knowledge of like the interferon alpha and beta, which I heard on the news, like CNN yesterday.
On CNN, really?
They were looking into the interferon beta. So it's that's something that the Cubans actually developed to treat viruses, which could be something to look into as well. But it's like it's like a therapeutic that's like, I think it has to be done intravenously, so obviously you need like doctors and
that's amazing.
But the Cuban doctors apparently they're some of the best in the world, which is interesting. I wonder how.
It's like,
do you think it's because they are able to do whatever they want experimentally, or is it something else?
Do whatever they want experimentally.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds sketch, but that could be a reason why they're the best doctors. They have the most, ability.
The most impunity. What you're saying is the most impunity. Yes. No fear of repercussions, right?
Right. They feature them in like James Bond films and films like that.
Okay, it's 5 o'clock. It's the top of the hour, and we will officially start in just a matter of minutes. Right now, both of these gentlemen are doing a yeoman job of maintaining the bandwidth, burning it, and so I invite them to do so for a few more minutes. You can tell me which scene they had a Cuban doctor in. Was he portrayed as a torturer?
So I believe it's Die Another Day. They actually, the one with Halle Berry in it, and they go to Cuba because the North Koreans are going to Cuba to get plastic surgery and various medical treatments, and there's a lot of tie-ins. I'm trying to remember the full story right now. They basically have a satellite that's like a beam weapon, and there's a lot of intrigue and like diamonds getting exchanged. I'm trying to remember the full story, but they basically go to Cuba and they show this facility in Cuba that's like extremely medically advanced, and they have like they were able to like completely restore one of the Korean guys and then he made him look like a white guy.
Completely different.
Yeah, like completely different.
And that actually happens quite a bit in Korea and that part of the planet. People changing their features to like just
through plastic surgery.
Yeah.
They have that. In Korea, they have some of the best plastic surgeons apparently in the world. So that's like, Douglas, you were talking about it, how they give it out as a gift when they're like 18 or 19.
Oh, really?
To girls, it's a coming of age gift for when the girls are, heading towards the senior year in high school.
Yeah.
Getting ready to graduate, kind of like a debutante status.
Well, you recall us watching that thing about the cucumber chick at Art's house?
Yeah.
So, she had like basically like facial deformation, and she became a celebrity because she got plastic surgery and like looked totally different.
Too much to a point.
Because they used to call her like cucumber because her face was so messed up.
Oh, God, thank you for saying that. That's so sad. Okay, so we'll officially start now. I'm glad that had a happy ending. So they're pointing out, of course, the need for plastic surgery. Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Cucumber lady, yes.
Okay, now that I have to breathe after that, take a breath and bring myself a bit down. I want to check in with the people in the chat room, of course, and see how we're doing in the live studio. Going to refresh that page, and I'm going to check in, of course, with my ping expert, and that's the lady who acts as my dispatch, the lovely Selena Khan. Hello to her. I know that she's there in Messenger, and so everything's going well. Let's see if everyone's reporting back on quality of sound. And I remember Mr. Romero, Sammy Romero, used to give us that quite a bit, and I don't see him that often anymore. Sarah Shields says, "You're live. I can hear you just fine. Blessings to you all."
Yes, hello, sir.
Yeah, lots of echo from your guest, Douglas, I guess is what she's saying. Well, that's...
Are we echoing pretty bad? Let's see.
Yeah. And Sam Alex says, the Russians are sending medical supplies. Insanity. Yes. Yeah. Oh, Marcus Grix is back. Yes, he said. Forgot you were on today. Thank God. We're glad to have you back, Marcus. Hello to you as well, because, of course, Sarah Shields made a mistake last time and deleted you. So she's very apologetic about that. And she tried to call in to Brendan and myself, and understandably, thank you, Sarah Shields, for everything you do to maintain what you do. Vicky Johnson says, hi, D3. So, or D to the third power. So, hi, Vicky. And let's see now. Hello to Anne Rago, and of course to the Mata and Frolic, if she's listening, or Frolic. I don't know exactly how to pronounce her name. Hopefully there's no disrespect intended, dear lady, if she's listening. And we are going to go back to the two young gentlemen with us and introduce them. We are, of course, familiar with Brendan ̔OGHET. Brendan ̔OGHET is my executive producer till a recent point in time, where his responsibilities for survival have, or self-preservation, have just overtaken him, and he is now essentially the technical consultant. And he'll be working with me later on trying to do something with the microphone. Right now we are using the microphone that's built into the laptop, and in many ways it's more convenient. It's one less thing to go wrong. So in the end, that kind of worked out well. As a matter of fact, the last time he was on with myself, it worked out very well with Derek Talley's dad, and I want to give a shout out to Derek Talley if he's listening. Oh shit, I forgot to give him a kind of a little note in the how would I say it? And I thank you for our dear Selena for giving me a feedback there. So Derek Talley, if he's there, I pray thee be well, and let's give him a little, how would I say it? He reassurance, of course, that his father was splendid while his father was a guest on our program with the latest transmission, and he handled the all of the stress very well, because of course that's his background, was dealing with the computers he was responsible for in the NORAD Command Center, North American Defense Command Center, and luckily, as perverse as it was, he had to come on a little late. He was dealing with his wife needing to purchase a car, and they needed documentation, so he actually was dealing with incoming phone calls. And so our delay was kind of, how would I say it? It worked out for everyone, except, of course, when we have a delay like that, it cuts down the ratings terribly throughout the remainder of the show. And basically everyone is very disappointed when you're not just there, and they tend to go away. And so I do want to emphasize throughout the arc of narrative tonight that everyone review the latest episode, the latest transmission. It's very important. There's many details that will fit directly into arc of narrative tonight, and I'm glad to see that Sammy Romero is with us. So yes, he is with us, and he's left a comment. And let me see if I can renew this so I can actually assess his comment. And I want to thank both these young gentlemen for their patience. So we've introduced Brendan ̔OGHET, and now we're going to introduce.
Yes. Hello, everybody.
Yes.
Nice to be here again.
Yes, Michael Griffin. And so
hello.
Brendan, yes, introduce Michael Griffin to us, because you know him so much better. He's a member, of course, of the infamous Griffin brothers.
Yes, right. So Michael is a very good friend of mine. Like, we've known each other since high school, and we've just been doing, like, studies and various, like, talks on, like, all these subjects, various, I don't want to, it's not necessarily occult, just more spiritual subjects, really. And it's like, so he's a very good friend, and he's up to speed on everything, and it's just a good person to have here with me, and to be able to talk to Douglas as well, and get more information out to the people that we think is, useful. And Michael can add in some stuff if you'd like as well.
Of course.
Yeah, I've been into this kind of stuff since, mainly the early 2000s. After, I was only like 4 or 5 at the time, but like the Twin Tower attack, seeing that whole thing on the TV, kind of began my quest, I guess, for knowledge in that regard, to kind of get to the bottom of things. And I encountered BREN in 2012, and that was quite a time as well. All of the shenanigans going on then. But here I am today.
I'm sorry. Could you clarify BREN, both of you gentlemen? What is that?
That was me. That was just the.
Oh,
sorry. Yeah. Sorry. It's just an acronym for his name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's people that know me. They call me that apparently.
Okay.
But it's like.
Like the stage name for a stripper, yes.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
BREN.
So, in terms of tell us where maybe Brendan can introduce this better, and then Michael can bring up some of the details. By the way, I want everyone to know I'll perform the solicitation. When I feel that both of these gentlemen are done with us, they'll be with us for at least a few hours, helping to open the show tonight. And then I'll do the solicitation and the shout-outs. The shout-outs are going to be, of course, a prayer request for Derek Talley, as always. A shout-out to his father, Charles Talley, for his guesting with us and being so patient with us the last time we were dealing with so many technical challenges. And to Stephen Myers, who made a donation out of New York City, of all places, which is essentially, at the moment, the epicenter of Corona in the United States. And as our man Michael calls it, Rona, which is a good enough name as any. We don't want to confuse it with the Spanish beer, or the Mexican beer, excuse me, which would be,
right.
Somewhat of an injustice.
Apparently their sales got obliterated.
Oh!
It's become a meme or like a joke now.
Oh, that's...
Like, even these German artists I was watching earlier, they put like this Corona bottle in a casket, and they were just like making fun of it.
Oh shit!
Oh no!
Yeah,
awful.
Sorry, Corona beer.
Oh my god, that's so sad. It used to be the yuppie. It used to be the yuppie drink. This was the yuppie.
Right.
It was
Slice of lime.
When they'd go out on their boats during the summer.
Yeah, it was Corona and lime. This is what all yuppies drank, was Corona and lime. It was like a signature. It was just it reminds me of AIDS, which used to be a diet candy. There used to be a diet candy.
Like a soda or something, right?
Yeah, yes. Oh, fuck. No, it was like those little chocolate nuggets or something.
Are you serious?
Bars. Yeah, it was awful. They got obliterated by the AIDS phenomenon.
That's terrible.
Yeah, you can look that up. AIDS diet candy. Oh, holy shit. Just horrible to see,
it's like by chance, too. It's like, it's not even, like, no one can predict that.
Yeah, no one.
That's what they tell you in business school. Like, you can't predict anything.
It's true. Well, it's the same with the military or anything else. So, I do want to thank both these young gentlemen for being here. So tell us a bit, Brendan, about why some of these alternative health foods and sources of vitamins, etc., are kind of being, in their own indirect way, acknowledged as efficacious by the government.
Yeah, it seems like, and Michael knows about this too. He works in the health.
It's supposed to be a
segue.
It's supposed to be a segue, so you can get him to talk about that. So go on.
But I would say that it's, for one, the vitamin stores are being deemed as essential.
Yes.
So that kind of, in general, acknowledges that at least it helps, Yeah. And
by the way, that's pretty impressive considering the fact that the FDA was really trying to almost eliminate them a few decades ago. So go on.
Yeah, 10 years or before, they were really starting to label stuff like not FDA approved and like trying to get people off of it. But I think it's proven itself, of course, through time. And this is partly what I studied through like anthropology. I had that like medical anthropology teacher. She still is my teacher, but she studied like the old world methods of herbals and how the Egyptians and the Sudanese like use different herbs for survival, for medicine. So like I said, it's coming from a human tradition that is basically proven. So it may not have clinical studies, it may not have like quote unquote evidence, but I mean, I trust, what would be the word, like, pre-modern civilization like actually has a lot that we can learn from. And I think cultures like Japan and Asia actually blend these together in a beneficial way. for example, in Japan, before all this happened, I saw this program where they were mixing surgery with, the post-op care of surgery. Was they were sending these people to traditional medicinal practitioners, and their rate of healing, basically the rate of healing slash, what would be the word for it? Like their recovery. The recovery time was like cut in half.
Yeah.
Just by implementing these, what's called kampo, is like just traditional Chinese medicine, but it's the Japanese version. It's called kampo. So the surgery, if you blend the surgery even with the herbs, it creates a better outcome. And so I think in the West we can actually learn from this, instead of having that divide of like, FDA doesn't like this, FDA or the CDC doesn't like that. They even, a while back, they told us not to make homemade soap and hand sanitizer, and yet now they're coming out saying, here are the recipes and here's how you do it right. And it involves like just hydrogen peroxide and alcohol, stuff that people were doing for years. And like you said, they started doing the not FDA approved on them. And so it's important not to, I don't think it's helpful to throw out the Western medicine either. It's just,
of course not.
It needs to be a better synergy and more knowledge about how like the human body can actually balance itself.
I think too, if a virus comes from the continent of Asia, and you're gonna have herbs in that general area that they've been accustomed to for thousands of years, that they use to treat these various things. And I'm not surprised to see the World Health groups coming out and starting to like advocate these health foods and these nutritional products, because even at my current job, I see people from, millionaires come in who were using this crap, or not crap, but coming in to buy that kind of stuff, for their own health. And actually, like, the main pillar of,
even like doctors use it.
Yeah, even like the doctors come in and are buying like ascorbic acid, vitamin C, constantly enough to to prove that. But even a pillar of nutrition is that the first like step is actually detoxing the body, basically unblocking the blockages in the body to allow nutrient absorption. So quite a few people could actually take vitamin C and they'll have the benefit of vitamin C, but if their body is detoxed and I guess the pathways, if they're open, then there's higher nutrient absorption. And even if you, in terms of the this current
crisis,
pandemic or crisis, right? The Italians in that part of their country, they eat tons of like processed foods, old cheeses like salami, cold cuts, and if you compare that to New York, same thing. California has a good amount of cases, but there's a lot more health food stores and a lot more health food kind of orientation out here.
And just to clarify, like, I think I agree with what he's saying, because I actually mentioned it, and it's the northern part of Italy is more based off of the cold cuts and the stuff like that. But in southern Italy, they have the Mediterranean diet, and Sicily and stuff like that's considered like a blue zone, where people readily live to like 90, 100, because they have actually like a different diet than the northern part of Italy. So there's actual like evidence if you read the book, like the Blue Zones, or that's like a more mainstream version. But it's basically like, diet is a important factor, and in various like Ayurveda and like the holistic healing, it's always you form the foundation in the diet and how you how your body reacts.
Basically, like, a person has a higher chance of not getting the virus, or if they do get it, they have a higher chance of defeating it if their immune is healthy and they're just generally, on top of it. And there was actually a doctor who came into my job the other day and told me that 20,000 mg of vitamin C, gradually building, to gradually build up to that point, because if you do take all that amount at one time, then you'll basically you'll crap yourself. But basically building up to that point is clinically known to kill a viral load in the bloodstream.
Right.
Huh. Oh.
Or any toxin, basically.
Okay.
So about 10,000 to 20,000 mg of C.
And and we've been talking about this stuff for years, but now if you look into the articles that are being published, they'll tell you about the right foods to eat that boost the immune system and stuff that is slowly coming out through the CDC and all these World Health orgs. And that teacher that I was talking about, she also had, knowledge of this, and she actually told us, start eating healthier and wash your hands and all that stuff. Like, this was in January, she started becoming aware of it. Because she had worked for the WHO before.
Interesting. Yes, so go on. It'd be interesting to get her opinion on much of what I'll expose tonight in the narrative. I might not do that while both of you are on with myself, but I would hope she's come to feel of it, or at this point would come to feel that they've been basically become the Chinese health organization, the CHO, as opposed to the WHO.
She mentioned that. She mentioned that she didn't really. Before they actually declared it a pandemic, she said that she got an email that said it was like extremely dire or something, that they sent through their back channel to all the doctors and told them to start wearing face coverings and stuff. So she actually warned us ahead of time. This was at the beginning of March.
Yes, I appreciate you sharing that. What were you going to say, Michael? You were going to say something?
I was just going to highlight how, I talk to people on like a daily basis in like the health food industry, and there was some guy that came in the other day, last week. He was saying that he doesn't ever clean his hands after taking a piss, and I was kind of like, come on, like during this time, and you're gonna openly tell me that you don't ever clean your hands after taking
wait a second. What would inspire him to suddenly bring this up?
Well, because I was discussing with him, like cleanliness and how you can't buy
sanitizer. For love or money. Yes.
Yeah, but he was basically telling me, hey, I don't give a fuck anyways, because I never clean my hands. It's just like, okay.
Wow. This is like so. At that point, you just kind of withdrew, or I mean, this is one of those things that when I was tripping off it the other day, I was getting so militant about it that Peter Moon suggested that we actually take a break in the program so everybody could go wash their hands. So what was it that in terms of after that you just kind of withdrew? But aside from that, what else does that bring to mind with you?
It brings up the idea that could just be like a general thing in the United States, and that is just how it is.
Yes.
People don't wash their hands. That's just so much to the fact that like Pence had to go on the press conference and look totally stupid, just telling people, make sure you wash your hands.
Yes, like
Yeah,
well, a guy
mean.
Like that,
like count it or sing the happy birthday song. I've heard that as if we're like 5 years old.
That's right.
But if it takes that, then I'm okay with it.
Yes,
and it's okay to not have on a mask because our healthcare industry needs it.
Yes.
Yeah.
But they just came out in California and they said they're going to start recommending face coverings. They're not calling them masks because the mask is basically. They don't want people to go buy the N95s because they need them for the nurses.
Yeah.
So they're just focusing on face covering. They're saying use face coverings. And it could help.
Right. Okay. And I'll discuss that tonight as well, because that's become a large controversy, and I myself was recommending against that simply because of reasons that I have encountered in the past. But I'll bring up the counter arguments.
Yeah, they were saying it could, if you touch your face too much, it will cause trouble. it'll make people feel more secure, so they'll like touch shit and like there are various drawbacks to it too to an untrained user. So
yes, thank you,
Yeah.
thank you, and that's
Untrained.
Well, we're talking about what we're talking about is the N95 masks, and some of these heavier
Yes, those
masks,
as well.
yeah, actually require constant adjustment, and they're like, they're a royal pain in the ass, and they don't work for people who have beards. And,
exactly.
I saw a guy who had a beard and he had it on. And I just thought, like,
what's the
wow.
fucking point?
What's the point?
Yeah,
like
what's
some 2 foot long beard and like the N95 on. Like, okay.
Oh my God! Just it's ridiculous. At that point, why bother?
His beard is his pride.
There you have it. There you have it. Well, he may pay for it with his life, depending on his age and potential vulnerability. But honestly,
Over my dead beard.
Yes,
Exactly.
yes, there we are. Honestly, of course, the reality is that statistically, the majority of people are not going to die. And then again,
No.
demographically, however, it really doesn't count. What they're trying to get is they're trying to protect the vulnerable who will die, and enough people are going to die, as I'll explain in Arc narrative, where it's going to impact the rest of us. It'll impact the rest of us by crashing the economy in many ways we're not even prepared for. So
Yes, thank you for saying that.
So basically, what I'd like to do is I could start the conversation more directly in the terms of some celestial phenomena that'll get us more in the direction of the occult and geopolitics, which, of course, in the reality of the human narrative are always connected. So when
Exactly.
the Grand Made, Judith Ager, was very concerned, and she brought to my attention the incoming comet, whose name will be provided to myself by both these young gentlemen. Brendan, what was the name?
It's referenced as the Comet Atlas. So-
Atlas. Really, Atlas.
Yeah, and
One of the Titans. Of course.
why did they choose that?
That's a good question. Usually it's subjective to whoever discovers it.
Well, how
it's
far in the
actually-
past did they?
It's
did they find it?
discovered since 2019.
2019.
Yeah.
So it's like
December-
yesterday. By the way, Brendan will emphasize just how rare this is. That this comet's it's not something we knew about. It's anomalous. So please.
It's
go on.
anomalous, yeah.
Completely
And
unexplained.
so the name comes from the astronomers who discovered it, and the place the laboratory that they were working at was called the Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System, and it's based out of Hawaii. This was back in December 2019. They actually first saw it.
Okay,
And
so that's how Judith
that's-
learned of it. So go on. Yes, she lives in Hawaii, of course. So go on.
Yes, and that's where they got the name Atlas. It's the acronym for Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System. So it's those people protect us from comet strikes and various things.
Using what?
Using
they
their
alert
technology.
us. They alert us. They do
Yeah.
not protect us.
There's
They
not
have
much
no
we could do.
fucking-
T-minus 5 hours.
Yeah, we have an ability to, as a matter of fact, this is one of the few natural disasters we could actually countermand. We could actually do something about this, but nobody is getting together to do anything about incoming bolide strikes, which is, part of the insanity of the human condition. It's one of those things that until they conclude, oh, this is going to hit the Earth and we're all going to die, then people might start scrambling. But
I think this situation proves that we can't have that attitude of after it happens, then we fix it.
Thank you. I would hope so.
Like we should have had preemptives in place. Like
Thank you. And it all would have been possible except for the same kind of bullshit that we're always dealing with in terms of attitude. So what Judith Ager was concerned about, and she was a guest on our show recently, and so shout out to her, the grandmother. Love you dearly, honey. And she was basically concerned that this would be an arbinger of something that would be potentially catastrophic, but not in the negative sense. The way she foresaw this was that this would actually negate, because what happens is that Judith, because she's under quarantine, because she's in the risk demographic, So she takes very good care of herself and is to be commended for that, and I always encourage this. So she has a lot of time to get on the internet now. And what alarmed me was that she was being exposed to a lot of what's on the internet, which, to put it in a framework, since I've just said her name, I don't want to use a cuss word, I'm going to use the term static. She got picked up a lot of static. So there's a lot of rumors about 5G, or fifth generation, and that somehow coronavirus is connected to 5G. By the way, I can tell everybody bluntly, that's all bullshit.
It is bullshit.
Yes, thank you.
But
Thank you.
I
The
know
virus is real.
a person who used to have a job in that kind of field with, frequencies.
Okay.
A physicist in that field, and she told me that certain frequencies can split up a pathogen, basically cut it just into pieces.
Interesting.
It's kind of like how, if you throw a stone into a pond and it causes that wave effect. Well, if you throw that frequency into the pond of the virus, then it can cause, basically, it can it deprives the air of oxygen in small amounts, and that friction causes the virus to split. But it's also hard to actually say that 5G is the cause of the virus, because there's areas that don't have any 5G technology, and they're totally having trouble.
Yeah, saturated with the virus.
So you can't really equate 5G with the virus.
Yeah, thank you. Of course, that thank you. but aside from that, isn't what you just said contradictory? The way you were describing it, certain frequencies would actually inhibit the virus, right?
Well, yeah, but there's everything going on at the same time. Everything, the 5G and the virus. So it's hard to say.
Well, the 5G is not ongoing yet. I mean, certainly there's frequencies that will be that can do things to living things, such as the viruses you're describing. I have no doubt of that.
Yeah.
Certainly, we basically treat cancer with radiation.
Yes.
So people understand this. This is the radiation age. I mean, when you're talking radio frequency, radio is radiation. Okay. I mean,
electromagnetic.
Thank you. It's just at different ends of the spectrum. And so, so when you have any kind of communicative devices like your cell phones, which everybody has welcomed just to the point where they're sticking it up the crack of their ass for all intents and purposes.
Basically.
I mean, you're saturating yourself with radiation of a sort. It's just the FDA says that this is relatively benign. And as far as we can see by the evidence, in general, it is. I mean, it may be encouraging cancers or stimulating them in some people. But then, of course, you've got the other radiation that they can saturate you with, like they're doing Derek Talley to try and counter that. So, there's a radioactive answer for everything. And so
I can give a personal experience I had last week, where I was sleeping in my girlfriend's room, and it was 3 a.m. and I got up and there was a fucking helicopter outside her house.
Okay.
And it was causing chest pain because it was so loud and it was humming, it was some kind of sound, and it was actually causing me chest pain, and I thought who the fuck is this? Anyways, in fact, I've been seeing Black Hawks and stuff in broad daylight, and I haven't ever seen that in my whole life.
What do you think is
right.
are you under the impression that this is somehow has something to do with you personally?
I'm saying that there's more going on
there's a lot of
besides the
activity.
virus.
Yes,
There's a lot more going on.
Right.
Basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, or we could actually say that it could be part of the viral phenomenon. I mean, we don't want to go, how would I say it, into a tangent where we're kind of qualifying everything we say, because I know you're doing that.
No.
And so I'm glad you clarified what you did. So we
Yeah.
understand now. You're not saying that you feel that this is hovering around you or your girlfriend specifically. I like the way you introduced it, that you were sleeping somewhere in your girlfriend's room, like she had kicked you out of bed or something. In terms of basically the helicopter was vibrating at such a resonance that it hit you in such a manner
that it caused chest pain.
Yeah, you were experiencing chest pains.
Yeah.
Okay, that's entirely believable. It's like when I called up BRENDEN ̔OGHET just last night, and I caught him lying down, and I was asking him, like, what are you doing? He said, nothing, just lying down. And I said, like what? You just do that? I mean, with me, it's one or the other. I'm asleep when I'm lying down, or I'm sitting up to do something. I don't do things while I'm lying down. So I asked him if this was like the opening scene in Apocalypse Now, where he was just staring at the ceiling fan, until he flashed back to Nam and shit, and just imagined all the choppers and the Hueys and all this crap around him and started
That's basically what was happening. Yeah.
Okay, that was
I was like in stasis until something happened.
Okay, yeah, it was something like that. I figured, yes.
Watching like lore videos about Middle Earth.
Right, and so we got that where our man Brendan was, I guess, kind of anticipating that, but it manifested with Michael. So there you go. So that's what happened. And in terms of, however, a good example of this is how this is all connected would be. The other day when I was on bandwidth, when I was burning bandwidth, when I was hosting transmission, and you can hear the recording of it. It was maybe about 3 episodes ago or something like that. But Brendan will probably remember this consciously even, but I actually was talking about how the communist Chinese have dumbed down the Chinese language, because some people were asking me, oh, how come you don't read, like, this might have been more like 6 episodes ago or something, but people were asking me how come I don't read the books published in communist China in the original Chinese. And I said, well, they've dumbed down the Chinese language where it's just, it's painful for me to read, because to me it's like people tweeting in the United States. They've communized it because they figure that the proletarian is so dumb that they cannot learn traditional Chinese. So in my homeland and heartland of Taiwan, they prefer and preserve the original Chinese language, the Mandarin Chinese language that is using the traditional characters, whereas Communist China has simplified them. So when they've simplified them, then everything to me looks like an American tweet where it's like, "Yo, dude," whatever, and then to get almost as if to highlight the point, I received a tweet. And it turned out it was from my medical cosmetologist V, and she was sending me this tweet that I couldn't even make sense of, other than it was something about UFOs. Oh, my neighbors spotted UFOs that were in a row and they were blinking in and out. And I read it out loud on air, and I was like saying, I can't read this. What is this? I can't make sense of this. I mean, what is this? And but later on, when I spoke to her, she clarified it. I mean, there was meaning behind the message, but there wasn't much meaning to be derived from the text conveying the message. And so that's the way it is with much Chinese writing that sources from the communist mainland to myself. That's how it seems. It's just not pleasant to read. You can't do poetry with it. It's all like a military language where you're just
right. It lost all of its its beauty. Basically.
Nuance. It's nuance. Yes, thank you. And so when she explained it to me, she was saying, oh yeah, so my neighbors said they saw all these lights in a row that were hovering very low and kind of moving forward at a fairly slow pace, and they were, blinking in and out, and yet they were all in formation, maintaining formation while essentially blinking in and out in a row, kind of. And then she herself answered the question that this probably wasn't UFOs at all. This must be, they're preparing for what they're doing in Communist China, which at the time, Communist China was still very heavily in lockdown, and Communist China was deploying drones to actually go in front of people's doors. So when a person would exit their door without permission, the drone would hover right in front of them and call out their name, because they were using facial recognition technology. And in Communist China, everybody is in the record. Everybody in general is in the record. And so they would recognize the face and call their name out and basically say, we identify you, we know who you are, you will be demerited, because Communist China has a social credit system. And so therefore, if you're demerited, then it lessens your employability. It can have deleterious effects on potential for promotion, etc. So it's a horrifying state of totalitarian dystopia. And so she said they were probably preparing for that here in the United States. And I was saying, yeah, that makes perfect sense. That's exactly, almost, guaranteed that's what it was the drones were there. But the difference is that while the government probably has the majority of us recognized via facial recognition technology, and if they don't, they would just contract Facebook.
Anyone who has an ID or a passport, the guy at the post office told me they have to take the photo in a certain way in order for it to register on the facial recognition.
So I've also heard too that the United States is more advanced. It's like voice. It's by voice now. And a person can change their face with plastic surgery, but it's hard to change your voice.
Right. Okay.
So it's
that
voice.
Makes sense with the Alexas and
it's all voice.
Yeah, that makes sense. But either way, these drones in the United States would be less useful in many regards. I said probably the way to make them more useful in the United States would be to affix a miniature ballistic gun to them so they could shoot people that they were exiting. But that would bring attention to it. But then, of course, you'd have all the crackers come out with the firearms and just start blowing them out of the sky. They've got a video, by the way, for people who are horrified by what V related to myself via that tweet or whatever the fuck you call it, the message on the cell phone. She basically you can go to YouTube and you can watch this guy called Drone Hunter, and Drone Hunter spends his time blowing away drones. So that's what Americans would take to doing were this to happen. Right. So it would only be applicable in cities like San Francisco where there's heavy gun control, where they would utilize this to intimidate people to retreat back into their homes and whatnot. But this is how that is identifiably connected with the coronavirus pandemic. And so the helicopters would probably be simply preparations for mass riots that will almost certainly occur when
I see.
Yeah.
Right. And like the blacked out helicopter I saw the other day, that was like, I've never seen anything like that. It's like you couldn't even see in the windows. And it was flying low enough for anyone to see it. It was like broad daylight, so I mean but it was over like the lake or the reservoir where they usually travel to avoid noise. But it was still pretty blatant, I mean, I'd say. Yeah.
So definitely appreciate that. And with that, tell us a bit about... so this is what I was going to say about the 5G. So Judith Ager was thinking that she was under the impression that this was nature's way of contending with the quote-unquote 5G threat, that people were rolling out the 5G and that nature was responding because she's very Hawaiian, very spiritual, and she feels, of course, quite rightly that the universe is very holistic and very connected, and that for every action there's a reaction. With fracking, we get earthquakes and triggered volcanoes. Okay, this is a geophysical fact. This isn't bullshit.
Right.
Fracking causes fucking earthquakes. It triggers fucking volcanoes. You do something, there's going to be a reaction to it unless you take nature into account, which people tend to fail to do. So she felt that the 5G would be negated, would be somehow canceled by the passage of the comet. And I thought that was very... the word I would use for that is... There's two words that come to mind. The first one is actually precious. That's very precious. That's very precious. And the other word that comes to my mind would be very positive, charming. It's definitely a holistic view of the universe, and people who are into the electric universe
positive thinking.
Like my former Executrix producer, Laura Lee Solomon was, they would take all that into account and say that would make sense. But what we'll present now is many other mythic and occult interpretations or even realities of the comet, and the fact that this is kind of like a bookend, that this is one bookend to Apophis. So we've got a window between this and Apophis, in which when Apophis comes, Apophis is going to thread the eye of a needle in astronomical terms, coming between the moon and Earth. And so the chances of Apophis hitting us are much higher than would be for any other comet that we're normally citing, including this one, I suspect. So both these young gentlemen will start talking about whether or not this is the blue Kachina star, or kind of like maybe Apophis is, or what all of that would mean in context of Hopi prophecy and many other mythologies. So if you gentlemen could go in that direction.
Yeah, and it could have like a physical effect. There's very much that we don't know about, like the space and how it reacts. And like, for example, there were certain stories from like the 14 kind of times in the early 1900s that was talking about, rainbow auroras and solar flares and stuff that had happened on the planet that we don't hear about today. That was anomalous. Auroras that were able to be seen all the way to the equator. So it could, like, stuff could happen that's not scientifically precedented or, accounted for.
Yes.
So that's something we could just throw out there. But the comet itself is the Atlas comet that came out of nowhere. I mean, I'd say it is anomalous, for one, because they didn't see it until December 2019, but also it's brightening at such a pace that almost no other comet has been brightening in increasing in magnitude so fast. This one has become...
They have calculated that it will be back again in 6,000 years. So even though it's unprecedented, they now...
6,000?
Yeah, 6,000 years. They do believe it'll be back. They've calculated its trajectory. So, but go on.
Yes.
So it's unprecedented, but they calculated its trajectory since its discovery.
Right. And if you go back 6,000 years, like, a lot of stuff probably did happen on the planet. Like,
Yeah.
When it comes to, and you probably would agree with this, Douglas, like when it comes to like the occult timing and the stars and all that stuff, like comets are a marker of like timing, or like when to do something, or when to, when certain things will happen. I mean, that's as far as I can understand, that's what it is. It's like, if they come in cycles, so it's like considered like a marker.
Okay.
For like the ancient peoples, that's what they considered it as.
My question is, how come they gave it the name the Atlas?
For one, it's an acronym, but at the same time,
well, yeah,
Atlas is a Titan.
Okay.
He's like the Titan that holds up like the planet in the Greek mythos.
Right. But
holds up the planet. Interesting.
Right. Well, he holds up the planet Earth, which is why we call the maps of the Earth atlases. But again, the question is more like why this comet, and then like Brendan said, it was the acronym that they just took it and named the comet after the acronym of the telescopy. Right. That was the
asteroid-terrestrial impact last solar system.
Yes, thank you. That discovered it, so that makes sense. It was just like if it was
it's basically nameless, and they just put a number in front of it, so it's Atlas.
If
whatever.
It was like Cassiopeia or some star, it was that person that discovered it, or that telescope kind of.
Right.
I see what you mean.
It's dependent on the astronomers, of course, but regarding this one, it's become 4,000 times brighter in just a month, and the increase is far greater than any astronomer could have predicted, and it could signal the comet may soon be exceptionally bright, meaning it could be seen during the daytime, which is very, very rare for a comet to be that bright in magnitude. This is a quote from Carl Batsom of the Naval Research Lab. He's saying, "Comet Atlas continues to brighten much faster than expected. Some predictions for its peak brightness now border on the absurd."
So again, how long ago did they actually discover the comet again?
December 2019.
December 2019.
Yeah, just the last month of last year. Yeah, which is
and
like
the virus began in December. 2019.
Yes. So
and a lot of shit started happening.
Right, stuff started going down.
I see.
Yeah,
it says the comet currently is near the orbit of Mars, and it's closely following a path taken by the Great Comet. So it's a similar comet path as the Great Comet of 1844. This thing could be invisible to the naked eye under dark skies for the first weeks of April. And this site, it's an unseen site that basically is comparable to comets Hyakutake from 1996 and Hale-Bopp of 1996.
Hale-Bopp. Interesting. Hale-Bopp.
So it's going to be a similar event and various things happened during those times, timing-wise.
Well, Hale-Bopp people talked about how it was like some like draconian spaceship or something, and like the spaceship, it was trailing the fucking comet to come here and kill all of humanity.
God,
so
this is what led to mass suicides. That's the kind of crap that led to idle minds and mass suicides. That very sad. You know what's so sad about the Hale-Bopp story and so disgusting was that it was Art Bell. wretched son of a bitch, and the other person was Whitley Strieber. And Art Bell and Whitley Strieber were the two guys pushing that crap. And they, of course, decried all responsibility when the Hale Bopp cult of Applegate, the guy's name was Applegate.
The Heaven's Gate.
Yeah, Heaven's Gate cult. They committed mass suicide. One of the tragedies of that was so much of the Black African American community back in the day lacked any sense of hope that one of the few hopeful or optimistic visions, inclusive visions for Black African Americans was Star Trek. And what happened was the Black African American woman who portrayed Lieutenant Uhuru, she had a brother. And her brother, a real biological brother, not a brother in the series, but a real biological brother in real life, who was so smitten by her participation in this series that he could not accept reality anymore. He wanted to be part of Star Trek. He joined this cult. He became a member of the Heaven's Gate cult. He was one of the people who committed suicide. So and then along with this mass death, then you had survivors, and the pull of people that you love and care about, because cults are extended families. Cults are they're proxy families for people who are either rejected by their families or who reject their families or may never have had a family. And so one of the survivors of the Hale Bopp cult was someone who was interviewed by the media, and he was someone who had kind of severed himself from the cult just previous to the mass suicide. And then within a very short time after the interview, which was, of course, shortly after the mass suicide, he killed himself. Because, when family members, when they pass on, and this is what's going to happen in the United States, is that when many people die, you're going to see a lot of suicides. You're going to see a lot of accidents that otherwise never would have happened. And this is because when a loved one dies, it's like a ship that sinks. And when a ship sinks, it creates a vortex that pulls other ships into it if the ships do not pull away fast enough. And my father, as a sailor, taught me all about that. So this is the same way with the deaths of human beings, and they pull others down with them. So the deaths of people dying of the virus are not going to be alone. They'll be taking others down with them. That will have to be calculated ultimately into the...
And inclusive of the economic impact, as that German guy, he was found dead as well, the head of the German financial sector.
Yeah, and that might have been a hit. I mean, we don't know what's going on.
In Hesse province, right?
Yeah.
Hesse?
Yeah,
in Hesse.
Yeah. So go on. Yeah, please.
Well, I was gonna add that, I think even in the olden times, seeing the comet, people seeing the comet, like, stuff usually happened after.
Right.
And
from the mythologic point of view,
it
was the gods.
Yeah, and like.
But interestingly enough, the comet's passing would often be affiliated with plagues. So go on.
Plagues.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
And the timing of this this comet just pops up. December 2019.
That is frightening. That is almost bordering on the supernatural. So,
almost, yeah.
And there's more to it as well. So we'll see it in the sky by April, early April this month. Today's the 1st.
April. Okay.
In May, the comet could shine with a greenish-blue hue, providing a unique view for viewers in the northern hemisphere. And the brightest predictions for the comet suggest it could be bright enough to be seen during the day. So that would go along with my my intuition that it could be related to the blue Kachina, or the blue Kachina of the Hopi prophecy, and the dawning of the fifth world itself, as you would say, Douglas.
Yes,
that comes from the Hopi prophecy as well.
Thank you. And now differentiate, because what they speak of, many Native American cosmologies, but probably particularly the Hopi, is the sixth world, but there's like a fifth age or something. So there might be different. So if you could, if you know anything about it, go ahead and differentiate that or disambiguate it.
It means the 5D world or something similar like that. Like another dimension will come into this reality, or whatever you want to call it. They didn't really have dimensions.
Possibly could be a portent of 5G.
Yeah, yes. They do talk about a grid being in the sky.
Yeah.
Fifth generation, 5D,
right.
Fifth dimension, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so this comet's currently in Ursa Major, which includes the Big Dipper, of
Ursa
course,
Major.
and it'll be visible all night, seen from the northern hemisphere, and as it passes through the inner solar system. So that's like the bulletin on that. And as far as the Hopi prophecy goes, coming from the Hopi elders themselves from, I want to say, this was in the 90s or the 80s, it's called the Blue Star Kachina prophecy. It states, when the Blue Star Kachina makes an appearance in the heavens, the fifth world will emerge. It will be the day of purification. The Hopi name for this star, the blue star is actually Sirius, and the blue Kachina is like the spirit of Sirius, and it will come when the Sasquatch, the blue star Kachina, dances in the plaza and removes its mask. And it's saying, it's basically a metaphor for finding truth and the society actually having a rebirth of consciousness. And according to this website, Sirius is related to the goddess Isis, and the color blue links to higher future frequencies as we spiral. And this is what I mean by like sacred geometry. It's an upward evolving spiral. So if this is a blue Kachina, and this is part of the evolution cycle of humanity, following the rebirth of consciousness and going through the sacred geometry of like the universe itself. Blue is the color of electricity. It's the color of bipolar electromagnetic spectrum. It's related to the energy grids. Of course, you have like things like blue bloods and various things like that. The blue chakra, and the blue ray. Like there's various things.
The blue sky.
And the blue sky. It all comes from the heavens being blue. It's an ever expanding color. Blue has like, the most permutations almost, I would say. It has it's unlimited. It's an unlimited color is how it's referenced in like that sense. But the Hopi have this thing called the prophecy rock, and it's a carving that shows the creator holding the timeline of the world, and the timeline then splits off into two different worlds. In his left hand, he has a bow, which he lays down, which is shown to be like a peaceful gesture. And there's a vertical line next to the Great Spirit that is a time scale of humanity. And if you look it up online, you could find it, the Prophecy Rock, Hopi Prophecy Rock. And it shows the creator spirit next to a sun, which has the swastika inside of it. And this is the eternal, this is the continuity of the precession of the equinox and the sun cycle. It's all represented by the swastika, and that's why the Indians use it, and that's why it is a lucky, it's considered lucky because it represents the spiraling of the galaxies, the spiraling of that sacred ratio. It's part of the sacred geometry of the heart. It's also in the Celtic cross, and there's so much to the geometry of it. Like, people can look into sacred geometry and the golden ratio.
Right. Yeah.
But what this carving represents, it's the paths that humanity can take. And one of the paths, it shows plants growing, and it shows a more connection to the earth. And then in the other path, it shows like the humans clinging to each other
Bondage.
in fear and bondage.
Huh.
And then the timeline kind of like goes into this like skew where it's like a zigzag, and then it disappears, or basically the timeline ends. But the other timeline shows continuity, and basically if we grasp what the ancestors were saying and how to live one with the planet and be more balanced, that will create, continuity of our species.
Continuity.
As the Hopi saw it.
Yes.
So I think too, like, even if this is an engineered virus, the timing of the comet, like some comet out of nowhere, and then that, even if it is engineered completely, like, tweaked, I think just even the timing alone is more than just, like, there's more to it.
Yes.
Right. And I've said before, like,
I'll go into
ahead.
I'll go into that in the next transmission, which will be on Wednesday. Next Wednesday.
Okay.
I'll go into how I feel both of you men are hitting on a nerve that needs to be emphasized, because I went over this with my manager, Lena Shea, who found a number of research articles so that I could go more in depth. With my training in medical journalism, these come from medical journals. They're simply uninterpretable to the majority of the lay public. And so I myself was leaning very heavily towards weaponization as the reality, simply because the behavior is so monumentally different from any viruses that we've seen heretofore, and the fact that it's zoonotic or epizoonotic, that it went from animals to the human species, is not unusual. The overwhelming majority of such viruses emerge from animals and transfer to human species. The majority of influenzas are avian swine flus, which I've emphasized in the past, but this one, its behavior is so radically different, and the fact that it would just source from an animal as exotic as the pangolin, almost certainly is what they've traced it down to, does not mean that its behavior, its robustness, its aerosolization, its ability to survive the digestive tract and the acids within the stomach, none of this.
It's interesting that you mentioned that, because the Dutch said that they found traces of it in the sewer in January. In Europe. Yeah. So they had signals that it was happening.
Yeah. So then what we're left with is, however, when many people who are scientifically oriented and obviously trained and pedigreed, they're certified, they keep emphasizing that this is not weaponized, that it's too inefficient. But what they're acting on is the fact that it's not doing what you would expect a weapon to do. But there's different gradations of weapons. And so I'm not married to the weaponized theory, but Brendan and I were speaking about this on air, and Brendan was bringing up the fact that the Russians were bragging or propagandizing that they have no cases. That simply makes them look far more suspect.
Now they got hit. The latest is they got hit and they're shutting down.
Okay. Yeah. And
they changed their tune.
So and yet we still don't know. It's like the communist Chinese propaganda is such that the communist Chinese were always lying about their numbers to try and downplay the danger, to the point where they bribed and basically hijacked the World Health Organization, which was called out by the Japanese, by the way, and I'll bring that up later in the arc of narrative, fairly violently. And but when it came to the Russians, are they simply saying that now because of stuff like Brendan and I were saying, which is, well, fuck, if they're having none of this, that makes them look very suspect in the aftermath of so much else, as if they engineered this and unleashed it. So maybe are they simply saying that, or is that real? You know, we don't really know, and more research would have to be done there as well. If it's truly happening, it would be somewhat hard to hide, even in Russia, because Russia just does not have the Russians are sloppy. They're just sloppy in that sense. It's not like the former Soviet Union. The only person who really has advantage is Putin and his immediate coterie. But the rest of the Russian people have nothing to lose. So they would be pretty loose-lipped about whether or not this is actually tearing into the population. But we'll find out more. So please go on. And I think that this, what you're telling me now is that the organic nature of this comet, the reality that's just been discovered, the fact that historically comets have been simultaneous with plagues and arbingers of plague, that the fact that something like this could emerge from a pangolin then makes infinitely more sense. That it doesn't need to be weaponized.
It's possible.
Yeah.
But it could also be, from what I read some stuff that was saying that they had isolated that from the pangolins even before that. Even like years before that.
Is that one of those helicopters coming for you?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a helicopter.
It is actually. It's a blackie. It's a blackie coming in.
Yeah.
Another one.
Yes.
Funny.
By the way, shout out to Miguel Andujar. Andujar says, the Golden Age, it goeth by other names too. End Times, Apocalypse, Polar Shift, Dimensional Shift. The Rapture 2012 event is in 2020. Original Olmec's Mayans were Ethiopians. Olmec calendar, Ethiopian calendars. So
Interesting.
2012 event is in 2020.
Right, and I recall Michael and I in 2012 we were
we told people about
the cosmic cycle, and we were looking into it from the Olmec and the Mayan perspective. And we told people it's most likely actually
2020
going to happen in 2020.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Holy shit! Tell us more about this. Yes.
So we basically, just due to like the cosmic cycle and how it was during 2012, 2012 was like just like the opening shot. It wasn't what they were pushing that was the event, quote unquote. It was actually supposed to be in the future, and it even shocked us, even though we had told people that back then. Like when 2020 all came into focus, so to speak, we were like wow, like we intuited that during that time, but now living it is a whole different world. Like and I could go into how the Hopi thing kind of goes into it.
And just quick here, 2021 is numerically the opposite of 2012.
Yes.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah.
So even like numerically, 2021 is like some shit.
Yes. So that people get a grasp of this. So that people get a grasp of this. The Soviet Union was formally recognized by the majority of the great powers as a extant civilization, so to speak. Its government was legitimately recognized by the majority of the great powers on Earth in 1919, which was the year my father was born. And my father managed to outlive his nemesis, the Soviet Union, which collapsed in 1991. So look at those numbers there, from 1919 to 1991. And and so think of from 2012 to 2021, and so we're going to see something as monumental as the collapse of the Soviet Union, something that has been around.
Yes,
almost certainly at this point. Yes, definitely.
Certainly.
And as far as the Hopi goes, they're saying the fourth world shall soon end, the fifth will begin. This the elders everywhere know. The signs over many years have been fulfilled, and few are left. The first sign is the coming of the white-skinned men that, like the Pahana, are not living like the Pahana men who took the land that was not theirs.
And could you explain that term, what you understand about that term, the Pahana?
It means the people that came to this country weren't following the way of the Creator.
Right, thank you.
Meaning that was the first sign that when people... Because according to their mythology, even the Olmec, there were white-skinned people coming from what I believe to be like Atlantis or something similar, coming to the Americas and interacting. But they were saying, like Quetzalcoatl and various, they had they reference it different ways, but they were saying that there will be a different type of white-skinned person that would come to take the land and not live. It's not that they were tied to property owning, it was tied to the way they treated the land. And so that's what they're saying, these people will not have connection to the land.
Can I add that that it was like the Portuguese and like the Spaniards, right? Like in the beginning.
Yes.
Well, here they're saying in the Hopi prophecy that they didn't follow the path of the Creator. Well, the Atlanteans followed the path of the Creator, and then apparently in their history, according to Plato, towards the end they stopped following the way of things.
They broke the multiversal law, and that's what led to the destruction of Atlantis. Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, genetically, the Portuguese could have been a group, if you go back far enough, from that continent.
There's a lot of
then they're coming back
like,
to
the Templars and various groups.
And like, in them coming back or coming to the,
it was part of a cycle.
Yeah, exactly, is what I'm trying to say.
And so the second sign is, according to this prophecy, our lands will see the coming of spinning wheels filled with voices. In his youth, my father saw this prophecy come true with his eyes, the white men bringing their families with wagons across the prairie. The third sign, a strange beast like a buffalo, but with long horns, will overrun the land in large numbers. And mind you, this was like pre-1800s when they wrote this down. So what they're seeing this stuff happen in real time, and the long-horned beasts are, of course, the cows, is what they're referencing. Yeah. A strange beast like a buffalo, but with longer horns, will overrun the land. These the white feather saw with his own eyes. The fourth sign, the land will be crossed by snakes of iron, meaning railroad tracks. The fifth sign, the land shall be crisscrossed by a spider's web.
Spider's web, is that like the internet?
Right, exactly.
No, actually, they originally interpreted that to be the telephone poles and all the wires in the sky.
Power lines, I see.
Yeah,
the sixth sign, the land shall be crossed with rivers of stone that make pictures in the sun. So that's like the asphalt and, the road. the seventh sign we will hear of the sea turning black and many living things dying because of it. So we have all the oil spills and the devastation from that, which they predicted. And then it's the eighth sign, you will see many youth who wear their hair long and come to join the tribal nations and learn their wisdom.
Who's that?
It's the
hippies, like,
the hippies or
like,
someone that's
like, what the hell is that? Like, hate Hashberry? Like, I mean, come on here.
The ninth and last sign, you will hear of a dwelling place in the heavens.
Dwelling place.
Above the earth that shall fall with a great crash. It will appear as a blue star. Very soon after this, the ceremonies of my people will cease.
So the blue star, the dwelling place, is that quote unquote.
The Kachina.
Okay.
Yes.
But dwelling place.
Right.
As a dwelling place, do they mean that in terms of humans? Is it kind of
the gods, perhaps?
Okay, the gods, you
or
think?
Like a spiritual realm, I would say. But it's saying the signs are that great destruction is coming. The world will rock to and fro, and the white land will battle against other people in other lands with those who possess the first light of wisdom. There will be many columns of smoke and fire, as the white feather has seen, and only those which come will cause disease and a great dying.
Disease.
Many of my people, understanding these, shall be safe, talking about the Hopi, and those who stay and live in the places of my people shall be safe, and they will be much to rebuild, and very soon Pahana will return, meaning the creator or like the way, the Tao, the way of things, will return. He shall bring with him the dawn of the fifth world. He shall plant seeds of his wisdom in their hearts, and even now these seeds are being planted. These shall smooth the way to the emergence of the fifth world. But the white feather shall not see, for I am old. You perhaps will see it in time. And then that's when he falls silent, and the person recording this ends the quote.
Them talking about the people of the first light, are they referring to, you think, like the East?
According to this article, they were saying it's East Asia, Russia, and Africa.
Oh, really?
Or the Middle East. But, I would say it's more likely Asia.
Asia.
The nation of the first light, the very first civilization.
Oh, yes, of course. Naturally, I would agree with that. And
right.
So both of you gentlemen will also be speaking about Asia and talking about how,
right.
as it was in the past, the center of the world. We're essentially returning to that time. We're essentially revolving back to our origins in that regard. That the world is once again going to realign its orbit around Asia. But before we even get to that, I do want to, which is kind of like the conclusion of tonight's arc of narrative when I speak again of Taiwan and the World Health Organization and the politics around that and why that's so important and decisive for all the human species. What else comes to mind with this when you're speaking?
I would connect. The fifth world is the transition period to the sixth world being perfection, or being the point where humanity reaches, connects with the heart of the planet, and then we can use our technology or whatever it is to actually live in harmony.
Yes.
So I think that's what the sixth world is. We're entering the fifth world, or the transition,
right,
to higher consciousness, and then the sixth world being the golden world, as Miguel was saying.
Right, the golden age. Yes, so the fifth age, the sixth world.
So that's how I would connect it to what you were saying about the dawning of the sixth realm.
Yes, thank you.
That makes the most sense to me.
Thank you. That's wonderful. That's beautiful. And by all means, both of you gentlemen, go on. I mean, there's much more to be said here.
I think that the fifth world also, the virus came from China. That's in East Asia. This is also a harbinger of the Asian century as well.
Yes.
That the United States, because of a virus from China, is forced to have to take Asian practices in terms of handling
not shaking
the
hands,
virus,
for example.
Yes.
Or,
so it's forcing the world to kind of
wearing masks.
Use an Asian paradigm in terms of how, hey, they've handled things. So even just that alone is a harbinger of that.
Right.
I believe.
Showing that, that even the West will have to basically adopt the Asian practices in the Asian style of even governing, perhaps, to an extent.
Yes.
Because we're seeing their success.
Not communism, but just more
right, Confucianism.
Yeah.
More
Yes,
specifically
thank
is what
you.
I'm referencing, and there's so many examples. And I would like to start off with that. When this all started going down, like it coming to a head in early March, the Japanese, outside of the 10-year cycle where they renovate the shrine at Asakusa in Tokyo, they took down the very famous Asakusa lamp, and it's like a fixture of Tokyo. It's always there, the most visited site in all Tokyo. There's a big red lantern with the character. I forget what character it is, but it has, it's one of the most famous shrines of Shinto in the Tokyo area. And when all this started happening, they actually took down, for the first time in like 8 or 10 years, and they took it down earlier than expected, to be repainted and to be renovated. With this happening, I think that they did it to appease the kami, to appease their ancestors, and in a Shinto way, to help deflect a lot of the damages that could be coming to them. In a spiritual sense, they actually had that foresight to start cleaning up the Shinto shrines, repainting, and appealing to the ancestors, like they've done in the past, and past is prelude when it comes to what works.
Especially too, a virus is an agent that the human eye cannot see.
Yes.
And so employing spiritual practices, putting up, basically making sure that the integrity karmically of your nation is good, is very important, I think.
It definitely assists with, the overall energies. Right.
So definitely, go on.
And just as far as the Asian community, even in the U.S., is treating this, masks were already required. Going to the Asian part of town in our area, Michael can talk about this.
South Sacramento.
Yeah, they were telling us you have to wear a mask, like wear a mask, put on a mask, like that. They wouldn't basically let us get anything else out. So they know the effectivity of it, or the efficacy of it, and they were having us. They were basically saying you couldn't be out there without the mask on. And just the way they were dealing with it, you couldn't step inside of the herb shop. You had to wait at the door. They blocked the door. And you would tell the guy up there, I want this, I want that. And he would go back there and get it for you. And so out here in my area, they don't do that. You can go to any grocery store, any kind of shop. It's still very free movement. So they were implementing their style of monitoring this, or helping the situation in their own communities differently. And I think that's going to become more commonplace in our area now. They're starting to, use those techniques.
Well, Donald Trump, he was even saying that he's giving power to the state or the states to handle it. In fact, he was going to do a quarantine on New Jersey and the NYC.
Right.
I mean, full on troops at the closing off highways and shit. And it was they told him you shouldn't, you basically can't because it's unconstitutional. So he's basically giving powers to Gavin is the de facto president of the United States or of California.
Right. Yes.
And he has the jurisdiction, the executive state powers to put troops in places now.
Right.
Not exactly Trump. Trump is just giving him the authority to do it.
Yeah, it's the advantage, so to speak, of having the republic system, or the Republican.
System.
What we're speaking of is a de-evolution. It's called devolution of the powers of state to the constituent parts. And what this is a return to the Articles of Confederation. So,
similar to
I see.
Pre-Republican, and so the pre-Republic Articles of Confederation were what the Confederacy was reliant upon for its legal rationalization of secession, and the United States was saying no. The founding fathers had chosen instead the constitutional republic form of government, and therefore that was their rationalization for the South to remain in union per force majeure, by legal right of force. In other words, when all other legal arguments have failed, then it's simply might makes right, as opposed to right makes might, and that's exactly what is on the Lincoln statue. On the Lincoln statue, it is might makes right. I understand that people, because I remember that from when I worked at the Department of Defense, it specifically said that on a statue dedicated to Abraham Lincoln, and people later on told me, oh, the statues I've seen, it said right makes might, and that might have been some later statues, or maybe they've actually revised the words on the original statue. But the original statue, and people can do research on this, and Lincoln's quote, which you can look up and validate what I'm saying, vet what I'm saying, was my...
Right. I've actually been there, and it says basically that, yeah. Let me see if I can find it here.
Yeah, thank you. And it certainly did. But what had happened was Donald Trump had, and a shout out here to my manageress, Lena Shea, hey honey, because she lives in New York, of course. So Donald Trump was going to declare a full quarantine on the tri-state region of New York City, New Jersey, and I believe Rhode Island, and thereby he would have the right to deploy the military to cordon those states off and prevent entry and exit. And that's when Andrew Cuomo, the governor of New York, the Empire State, said that if you do that, that is an effective declaration of war against our states by the federal government of the United States. And so when that went down, Trump backed off.
Shots fired.
And when Trump backed off, then basically what Trump said was pretty much what every criminal says: fuck everybody, every man for themselves. And then he devolved all of the responsibility to the governors, which what our man Michael Griffin is saying is quite correct. At this point, for all intents and purposes, Gavin Newsom is the president of the nation state of the Golden Bear Republic of California, which was declared its own independent republic many years ago, like Texas was. And we actually have a history of independent national existence like the Republic of Texas behind us. And we need it because we are effectively the largest economy in the United States. California is the engine, the economic engine of the United States. And our economy is larger than that of the United Kingdom. So with us having the 5th to 6th largest economy in the world, depending on how you calculate it, California alone can hold its own, and will need to now. Nevertheless, we've demanded and received what federal help we can get, but the federal help has turned out to be completely faulty anyway. The respirators,
broken respirators and shit.
It's kind of like how the Chinese gave test kits to Poland and like the Austrians and the Italians, and like half of the test kits were like faulty, and they had to like get like a fucking like, they basically it was
test kits that were half of them were useless.
So here we have the United States federal government giving the state of California the equipment, and it's like half basically faulty. Like it's not even.
Yes, it's not usable. So they have to give it to particularly the Asian Indian. This is so important to emphasize. It's the Asian Indian minority community of Silicon Valley that is refurbishing these useless pieces of junk into useful items that we can use to save lives.
The Asian Indian community.
Yeah, within Silicon Valley. That our man Brendan was speaking about that on the latest transmission. And so because California is multiracial, because it has people from Asia who have the technological capability to do this is how we're able to actually get something done.
Yeah, the Asian Indians in Silicon Valley helped fix those respirators that were sent to us from the federal government.
Yeah, thank you. And very important to emphasize this. And so by all means, continue. Both of you.
Yes.
You think that based on the stuff that we're seeing here in terms of just statewide, I mean countywide, that if you go to the Asian part of town and they're taking strict
Right.
countermeasures.
Is
this
also
going to
have
become
knowledge of the previous pandemics? I mean,
Yeah.
they have hands-on knowledge of how to deal with it. So, anyways.
But like, is that going to become more common, like a more stratified kind of society where like you might go to the Asian part of town and like it's not as bad there, or the pandemic's not as bad there because they've been taking precautions?
I think almost certainly we'll see that happen. And you also have, like I said, they had the knowledge of the ancestors giving us continuum till now. So there's that aspect. There's the history of the Eastern medicine, the herbs, and all of that stuff. You know, all of it's combined to prove the Asian model is actually more effective, I'd say, in this situation.
Right.
Given by the South Korean performance thus far.
Yes. Even though they had a real bad start because, of course, of their own
really
cult.
bad start.
Yes.
Yeah, and their cult was, of course, spreading the virus exponentially, and
right.
Once they addressed that to the best of their ability, then they hit the ground running. And so in that sense, they're a success story because they started at a disadvantage on the back foot and really recovered themselves admirably, like a martial artist. So
I was just going to add that being in like the arts, like, you know, combat sports, like if you get hit and you go on, you know, getting hit very hard in the beginning of the fight, depending on the style that you bring to the table, is actually good because you'll know how hard that person can hit.
Yes.
And you'll be able to like back foot.
Right.
You know,
you'll be able to
come
recover,
out of it.
Yes.
Yeah. And so there we have that. And so we're heading towards the bottom of the hour. Definitely, both of you gentlemen have covered quite a bit, but I do want you to cover some more. I'm curious about your brother. He might be able to join us tonight. As we said, if we're lucky, he'll pile into the mobile studio.
I'm going to try and...
Oh yeah. I mean,
contact him now.
If he can't come tonight, then we can certainly have him on in a future transmission, which I certainly would be happy to have both of you back. No rush. But
getting him here tonight would be very good as far as talking about like Asia and how it's going to come back or like bounce back out of this. So
Right. And of course, the one thing that we were talking about, Brendan and I personally, of course, was that the problem, not a problem at all, but the challenge. The challenge is that, as with many people who travel in mainland China, the people are generally wonderful. And what happens is there's a seductive kind of compulsion to then begin after a while to buy into the communist propaganda. And the communists are not wonderful. that was the problem.
I've seen it firsthand. Like they're not the nicest.
Well, it's not even that being nice isn't not necessarily what matters when it comes to the survival of a nation state, but rather what matters is a lack of corruption and at least efficiency, which we're not seeing. I mean, it would be one thing if they were totalitarian and yet efficient and maintaining a quality of life, but that's not. It's not what's been going on. It's been quite the opposite. I'll go into some depth into that tonight. But don't have your brother stress out. We can have him on, and I prefer it when he's able to join us near the beginning. If he's able to join us later, that's great. And he's always, both of you are welcome to hang for as long as you can, and of course, then break into the conversation whenever you feel that you have something to contribute. But I feel that after a while of sitting in the car, you'll probably get tired of it, and go home at some point. I would assume. You don't want to get used to sleeping.
I mean, I have still like quite a bit to talk about.
Good.
Kind of
so
warmed up here.
Yeah, good. Dive into it. Take the stage.
Yeah.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go. The problem is, I'll go mute on the Skype. You might still hear me on the microphone of the laptop, but I'm going to go mute on Skype.
Well, I'm ready.
And I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. 10 minutes, 12 minutes. And both you gentlemen just hold the stage. I know both of you can do it. And
easily.
Let go.
Yeah.
Right, and so it might be worth noting, like, do you think we should speak of, like, the Pope giving, like, the orbit
Please.
and orb?
Yeah, sure.
So the Pope, he came out and he did this special mass called the Urbi et Orbi, meaning...
Orb.
Yeah, like, meaning the orb as, like, the planet.
Resident Evil.
Right. Basically, he gave people what's called a plenary indulgence, and
Right.
that
And by
gives.
the way, that's so important that he referred to the planet as in its sphericity, as recognized in the Middle Ages as round, as they have always. So just for all the flat earthers out there, and yes, he did this dramatically. He was all alone in the center of St. Peter's Square. He did this alone. So please go
in
the
rain,
in the
pouring
rain. Yeah. So go on.
Crying earth.
And what he did was he gave a plenary indulgence to the faithful, and that meant that their judgment would be sped up, so to speak, or if they were to pass, in faith, then they would go directly to the judgment of higher. And so that tells us that, they're expecting, or he's expecting, like, perhaps more people will die, and it could be devastating. So he's giving the faithful their plenary indulgence now.
Yes.
Here's the pardon for you, like all Catholic faithfuls. Like here's your pardon.
Right.
Of all the sins you've done.
Yeah.
Because that's how the Pope.
Yeah. So go on.
That's the Pope's job, right?
Yeah, I'll be back. Yes. No. What's his name? I forget. Is it John as well? The Argentinian Pope, our latest Pope.
Oh, his name is
Yeah. So,
Paul?
Holy Father.
Oh darn! Here we go.
Yeah.
Forgot his name.
Yeah. The Holy Father guy.
Yes.
Holy Father man.
Yes, that's right. Okay, I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Both of you guys can look that up. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pope Francis.
Yes, thank you.
Pope Francis.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So Pope. His real name is Jorge Mario Bergoglio, or Pope Francis. And he is the first pope from the New World, which is very interesting as well.
Right. That's such an important
telling.
point. That is such an important point. Yes. It's because the Catholic Church had a choice between just remaining entrenched in the past, in which case they would have elected a European pope, and the default was generally Italian. But the reality is that so much of Europe is gone so secular that the real Catholicism, as it stands today, is in terms of Latin America, but its real future.
Exactly.
It's a real future where Catholicism is expanding and expanding very. How would I say it? I would say that it's growing very exponentially. It's expanding explosively as in Africa. So if they were looking very forward, if they were really projecting to the future, they would have elected, and they've considered it in the past. They were considering it a long time ago. They were considering a black pope, and literally someone who is ethnically Negroid. And so if they were looking towards the future, but they weren't, because the Catholic Church is very tradition-bound, something like Vatican II is incredibly revolutionary for them. And that was a remarkable amount of changes during the time of Pope John. Paul II, I believe, was the Polish Pope, I think. And I hope I've got his name right. And that's the guy, of course, who the Russians attempted to assassinate. And because he was Polish, of course, and Poland is still behind the Iron Curtain. So they were ultimately behind the assassination attempt against him. And he, of course, ushered in Vatican II. And, of course, I have a lot of ambivalent feelings about that, and many of the Roman Catholics in the Vatican in particular, that the hatred was palpable. And it was amazing he lasted as long as he did. But when he passed on, then the various, until they got to Pope Francis, their thought was, should we go towards the future and have a black pope, or should we maintain at least a recognition of where the church truly is today?
Start off slow.
Yeah. Yeah, and so they went into the medium, and medium drive, and they chose Pope Francis, which I actually thought was a fine choice. I mean, I look at his background with the police state of Argentina, where he was responsible for some of the how would I call it? Shall we say, inquisitorial type of police persecution of various insurgents. That's like an advantage as far as I'm concerned. I mean, really, you have to be realistic about the world, and what do they expect? I mean, this is going to sound funny, but the truth is, what do you want the Pope to be? A goddamn choir boy? Of course not. I mean, this is the church militant. At some point in a crisis like this, the Pope has to really go medieval, and at some point when people are looking to the church for leadership, they need somebody who's able who's basically able to crack skulls and put people to.
He's Argentinian, yeah.
Yeah, he's Argentinian.
He's seen everything.
Yes, yeah.
Like drug cartels, all of it. Like he's seen all that stuff. Like,
You have to have someone
he's
who
well
can
rounded.
squeeze on people. All right, I'll be back in about 10 minutes. I'll leave you gentlemen to hold the stage.
All right.
Very good.
Yeah, it's like, who gave the Pope jurisdiction to tell me that, like, all my sins are pardoned? Like, whoever, like,
Right.
you know, it's his job as...
I think it's also acknowledging that the judgment is upon us, or that's what they are saying.
I mean,
to
it
the
seemed
people.
pretty cryptic.
Right.
Like, he was talking about how, like, there's parts that have to pass,
Yes.
and there's, like,
Plenty
new
of
things
suffering.
ahead. You know, like, basically, like...
He was saying suffering will open you up to the Lord and
And that's true,
the
but,
Savior.
you know...
or being saved. Yeah.
But going through a crisis can bring about enlightenment.
Right.
If you go back to, like, the bubonic plague after that, dude, like, you had,
When the world finally emerged, it
like, the
became
whole thing going on, yeah.
the science and the
Yeah,
technology
yeah.
that we know of.
Yeah, something exploded.
Yes. And let's see. Was I going to? And just as an aside to continue with the Native American topic, the Navajo have came out and said that they were being threatened as well
By the virus?
because
Really? The Navajo.
And as Judith Agert mentioned,
Does it ever end for the Native Americans?
exactly, they're worried that it'll take
Does
out
their
elders.
struggle ever end? Like, is it just, do you think...
It never ends. Yeah.
Like,
it's never ended, and that's why they were so, they prophesized that once this would happen, that their whole culture would fall, and they were saying after the Blue Kachina, there would
even
be no
the
more.
Hopi, Hopi even talk about their cultures falling apart.
Yes.
And this might be...
Yes.
I mean, the virus is kind of like a harbinger, but if you think about it, this could cut them off, like, from the country in terms of,
Yes.
like, food supply. Who even knows, like, you know, hey, what's going on down on the ground? But they've been through so much.
And I think the main
already.
concern, as far as economically, is that all the casinos are completely shut down.
Oh,
and
all the
that's their
casinos.
only source of income, actually. And like the federal
That's so
government
sad.
only
That's so
supplies
sad.
them a certain amount of help because they allow them to operate the casinos that keep the tribes funded. And so in this situation, they've even described it as being decimated, which is like an old Roman term for being, brought down by like an exponential or like a decimal point, level. Like, so if they get decimated, we will lose what's left of their culture to the majority,
So my thought about it too, like, if this does get super bad in like 2 months or something, if not more,
Yes.
or sooner,
As they're saying, like sooner possibly.
it's kind of hard to tell because there's so much disinfo out there
Right.
and misinfo and not enough info
Right.
about what's going on that it's very confusing. It's it changes every single day, but if the Hopi are gone, if if these tribes are fully threatened to the point of extinction, even past even being extinct, even after all the stuff that happened, does that really mean it is the ending of like the fourth world and that like their experience here is done? Like I'm not saying that like they as a whole culture, but I'm saying that like just their role in this time is done. And
That's
it's like,
basically what the Hopi prophecy was saying, that once that final phase came through, their duty or their ability to change anything is done, and like that's their dharma, so to speak, has like fulfilled. Like that's all they could do, right? And that's their interpretation, it seems.
it's like, do you think too that like the United States is at like the beginning of its purpose for the world because it's only 300?
You could look at it in a way that we could actually help the world if we just got our stuff straightened out, But it's hard to say from this point, where we're at.
Perhaps this whole pandemic is going to force the United States to take a more agrarian, more kind of natural approach
Right.
to the world, though. You know, I mean, they were saying that China closed down 80% of its factories. You know, like, give China a break, and all these countries a break that just create like all these crappy plastic goods for all of us. Just get, you know, like the virus actually gave them a break in terms of constructing
instead of
and
pushing them out from the country, losing their culture, losing everything they care about for like the Western ideals, and like pushing out factories goods and like let the Chinese people rest and just reconnect with what their their purpose, so to speak,
and they'll understand that it's not that like communism isn't the fucking answer. And like they'll probably understand that. In fact, I was talking to some
go back to their roots.
I was talking to some Chinese chick who I know on some online chat group. Anyways, but she was telling me that tons of Chinese people have the option to go home to their home village. Because that's just how their society is like structured, even before communism, even before, like all that stuff.
You have the city and you'd have the country.
You have the country. So every Chinese person has actually a village. Well, like I'd say like 3/4 of Chinese people have a village to go back to. And a lot of Chinese people are actually doing that currently.
Exactly.
They're going back to their hometown to get back in touch with their roots.
The roots. I'd say the culture, the agriculture. We'll probably see a resurgence in just like what you're saying, like more wholesome Asian culture that they've been at the helm of that for like millennia. So it's only a matter of time for them to reconnect.
Instead of trying to put the gold on their dress and seeing ball in China's gonna start, hopefully the people are gonna start
returning to the spiritual and
exactly, coming back to like the gold like standard in terms of like consciousness, and just like how the cultures ran,
using the Confucianism, using their proven models of society, of civilization.
Definitely, of course, I resonate with that. Definitely, what I also want to emphasize is that most certainly one of the positive things that has come of this is a tremendous decrease in the carbon imprint.
Huge. Monumental.
Yes, and this has been manifest not just in China but also in India, where the largest shutdown in the world has led to a tremendous decrease in Asian Indian pollution, which otherwise is one of the worst in the world at its levels. Yes, this has been good for everybody in a sense. And of course, that idiot Donald Trump is trying to give people the permission to pump a billion, tons more carbon into the air. And that this, of course, is
he was trying to stop the advancing of the emission standards. So he basically stopped that. And this was all done while everyone else is focused on.
So I have a question too, is that we're seeing climate drastically affected by this whole current debacle that's going on. How do we not know? Or is it possible that in the future there will be a holiday that the world basically comes to a close for a week, or civilization shuts down for a week, and this could actually become a holiday of, hey, let's clean the air for a week.
But we're beginning to see the good things that could come from that.
I think that's a brilliant idea.
It's possible, right? Is it not possible? Like, you think
it's a beautiful idea. I would like to think that we would not need a fucking holiday to stop pollution, that we would just come to a better sense of balance with nature in general, rather than, hey, one day a year, let's all stop taking a shit in our drinking fountain. It's kind of like, oh my God, it's that's something that needs more than a holiday. It requires a way of life.
But it could also be the excuse to be like, okay, well, we had people stay inside for a pandemic. Well, let's have people stay inside because of climate change. Potentially.
This might be kind of a drill for that, but I don't think it's intentional. It's definitely organic, and so
completely organic. Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, you know, like that could actually come out of this. That in the future, like, there could be days where the government's just like, hey, like, y'all got to stay inside.
Well, just to show that there's
You know?
historical precedent for this, the Chinese dynasties used to have what they called the Day of No Fire. And if you look up the Day of No Fire in the Tang Dynasty, then that was a day in which the emperor decreed no fire shall burn.
Interesting.
And so we would have something like an equivalent of that, perhaps. But it's how would I say this? Hopefully, we evolve to the point where this is just done as a matter of rule.
Rule, yeah.
And so aside from that, both of you were very much talking about the Pope, of course, as this kind of bridge that he is to declare that basically he was giving us a hint that by the Church's reckoning that there is a judgment upon the world. I think that's extraordinarily important. We are in this era of judgment that is the portaling time, the time of portaling into this time of judgment is between this comet, the Comet Atlas, and the Comet Apophis.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
And tell us a bit more about.
Finish off on the
Please,
the
follow
Apophis.
up. Yeah.
You know, I think as I was told by you know, Brendan, that the 2020, like the 20th card of tarot is judgment.
Yes. And I was speaking to that with Peter Moon the other day, and we kind of explained that good well. As far as the judgment card, it's not a negative judgment. It means spiritual advancement, really, and it's an opportunity. And so 2020 being 220s, that's it's
Double
not
the
only judgment, because judgment's been happening for the last 20 years if you really keep track, but it's like this is when it's becoming apparent to everyone. Like, no one in the world is not questioning it, I would say, or
if you observe,
confronted with this reality.
If you observe too how many scandals have happened in the past 2 years,
right?
I mean, D and you, I mean, people have been talking about the pedophilia and all this shit going on for the longest time, and then Epstein, and then all this stuff starts to happen. It's so in our face now, like the cat's out of the hat. Like, who's gonna deny that this has been going on? And, you know, like, stuff has been going on. It's important to note that
the apocalypse, when people say, "Oh, apocalypse," it in the ancient Greek it means the removing of the veil. It's just a removing.
The truth comes out.
The truth comes out, and so in that sense, you could call it an apocalypse. It's the revealing, or the great revealing. I mean, I think we've been in it for the last 20 years, and this is finally, like Douglas was saying, the portal point. This is the point when we start action. We have to act.
It's, of course, a person who was, like, in like, the 80s who would probably be like, oh, like, hey, it's going down now.
Right.
You know, or, like, the year 2000, you know, like, stuff
and also, dealing with the carbon situation, there are some studies that basically say, or not studies, but scientists that say fossil fuels could be depleted in less than 60 years.
Uh-huh.
So we don't have time to debate anything, and now that we're kind of forced with this, all these situations happening all at once in the last few years, I think now's the time to actually implement, which the Asians are ahead as far as Asia, Japan is, and I was going to go into that in a bit, but
yeah, go into it now. Go ahead.
As far as the Apophis goes, it's already past our planet, and due to the orbit, it will come back in 2025.
2025?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's very
25 instead of like 28. 25? Really?
Right.
Huh.
And so at that point, it will come between the Earth and the Moon and basically graze the planet, and it's like one of the highest chances of actually striking our planet.
Right.
Something.
Right. And
that's why they named it after, like, Apep, or like the ancient, the original evil.
Yes.
In the Egyptian reckoning.
Do you think that part of the crisis, like, management by the ends of, in terms of, like, getting the countries prepared, for all we know, that could be part of Apophis too. and getting countries, or using a crisis as an excuse to start preparing for kinds of things to kind of sweep things under
let me put that
the
into some
broom, so to speak.
perspective. One of the reasons why the name is so important is, of course, is the angel of destruction in the Christian cosmology, where they took the ancient Apep, or the original god of evil, and they integrated it into the Christian cosmology as one of the fell angels. So Apophis is like Apollyon, one of the angels of the abyss. So this is the literally the comet of the abyss that is coming past our world in 2025. So the world will, in a sense, be entering an abyss, or and it will be something that we will be entering a time of either greater devastation than what we have now, or we will be going through such to emerge from the other side. Because we want to look at this as positively as possible, then we have to look at this as indicative of the struggle and humanity needing to prove its worth as a species, to be worthy of redemption, to be worthy of salvation. And so this is the time of trial and tribulation that is emphasized by the passing of these comets in what is essentially a very short period of time, and bookending this horrific period that may be the equivalent of the height of World War II, where you had a period of intense conflict, was basically 3 to 4 years at the longest, the most intensive years of conflict, in which all the major belligerents were involved at their peak of mobilization. So this is that kind of equivalent period of time for us, and so this is a time of judgment, a moment of truth, and that's why the Pope was doing what he was doing, and that is why we need to prepare everyone for psychologically for what I will within Arc of Narrative tonight. I do feel that we've covered quite a bit, but I still want both of you gentlemen to kind of start more aggressively summing some more up. I'm going to start monologuing a bit in near the top of the hour or shortly thereafter, but we'll do it organically. So bring us to the top of the hour with some more that you feel needs to be emphasized about this period of time. Obviously, I very much appreciate both of your sympathies with Asia, and obviously when it comes towards the concept of Confucianism, for instance, I've gotten some questions that are quite legitimate, because I've pointed out the one major flaw of the original Confucianist ethos was that there was a very contemptuous perspective on the military that China paid for dearly throughout its history, and that was, as I said, the concept that just as you don't use good metal for nails, the kind that are hammered down to composite constructions, you don't use good men to make soldiers. And this is, of course, something that is just wrong. It was something that China, it did not serve China well, that aspect of Confucianism. And that is why in Taiwan and any of the majority of places that adhere to Confucianism today, the term is Neo-Gongzi, or Neo-Confucianism. So it's Neo-Confucianism. So what I ascribe to, and always have, and I've dedicated entire columns to this in the past, explaining what Neo-Confucianism is to the best of my ability. Neo-Confucianism would not have that kind of flawed thinking. In other words, it takes the Confucian ethos, the part that works, the respect for the parents, that's known as filial piety, the loyalty to state, where the state assumes a religious dimension. This is something that you saw at the time of the Third Reich. At the time of the Third Reich, there was a feeling of fervent religious faith in the state. This is what Confucianism embodies. But then you combine with that the respect for the military or the warrior ethos that is needed, then you have a far more functional philosophy for today. And so that will bring us back ultimately towards the end of the narrative, the Vulcan intervention that I always speak of, and why this would source out of the one true Neo-Confucianist state, Taiwan today, because of how they're bringing themselves to the forefront against all of the world's resistance in this time of crisis, and how they're being exemplary in the way that they've handled it and how they can help others. So the real problem is resistance on the part of people who do not want humanity's redemption, who do not want the Vulcan intervention that's so sorely needed. Of course, I don't know how familiar Michael Griffin is with the Star Trek franchise, but Gene Roddenberry, of course, conveyed a situation in which humanity had brought itself to mass starvation and plague and collapse of civilization by nuclear war. And the Vulcan intervention at that time was essentially what saved humanity, but it was, of course, something that was conducted for selfish reasons. The Vulcans were the parallel of the Free Chinese, the Taiwanese in his franchise, whereas the Romulans were the parallel of the Maoist or Communist Chinese, and the Vulcans needed humanity's warlike, violent tendencies to help them in staving off the Romulan Empire. And for that reason, the first encounter that the Federation had, the Federation of Planets, which was based on humanity and Earth, that Federation's first encounter with extraterrestrial civilization, aside from the Vulcans, the very next one was the Romulans, who were genetically the same as the Vulcans, but had a different politic. And so they wound up at war with them. Nuclear conflict, which in the days of Gene Roddenberry was portrayed as, that he was trying to portray them in the Maoist sense as being technologically anachronistic. In other words, the Maoists at the time of Gene Roddenberry were not the technological powerhouse of China today. Nobody would have conceived of communist China with a Huawei corporation threatening the world with having the first fifth-generation infrastructure. But that instead, the collectivists of Mao's day were making up for the lack of technology by manpower, and that's what brought China into the modern world. When people, of course, think of the superpowers, and they were thinking of the triangulation back in the Cold War era of communist China and the Soviet Union and the United States, and they recognized that communist China had nuclear weapons, but then so did other nations. Why did China in particular stand out as a superpower in the global sense, as opposed to, say, what that would be considered a middle power such as France, which, even though it was part of the United Nations Security Council, as was Britain, and both of these were quote-unquote nuclear powers, neither one of them was considered in the range of communist China or the Soviet Union and the United States. And yet communist China was technologically behind or far less developed, certainly not nearly as industrialized as Britain or France. So what was the difference? The equation was simply manpower. Whereas the United States and the Soviet Union could unleash an enormous amount of nuclear destruction, the Chinese could absorb it. It was that was what brought them to the fore, was simply the fact that, as Mao Zedong said, that all-out nuclear war could be conducted, whether it was strategically or operationally in the field, and only Chinese forces or populations could absorb that damage and continue. So that was what literally brought them into the superpower status, was sheer manpower. We're going to see that in the near future with Africa as its population increases, and India, whereas China's population decreases. So it'll be Africa and India that will be coming to the fore as people blocks, population blocks, manpower type of cultures that can make up for a lack of technology and development. Just sheer manpower will help them impact the world. But with that in mind, what else comes to mind for both of you with the period of time that we're in, what you feel needs to be emphasized, and how people, what's your suggestion for people to adapt and cope with all this?
What was that, Douglas?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I guess my droning kind of put them both to sleep, yes?
Oh, no.
No, he was talking about how do people, let them adapt to this new paradigm.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, adapt and cope. What's your suggestions for how people adapt and cope with all of these changes?
Right, and we were talking about how the Asian, as we referenced it, like the Asian century, how they will economically come back quicker due to what I would call like, it's like a type of like Bushido economics, if you could use that. And
yeah, go on.
We were gonna kind of go into that too.
So I was gonna kind of drive in that the CCIC, and that's basically a Chinese investment bank that's a joint op between Stanley Company or like, you know, like the Stanley Bank, and then the Chinese Construction Bank. They were talking about how they're going to capitalize on the crisis and basically put up more like offshore like offices during all this. But quoting, saying just as they did in 2008, in 2008.
Right, and this bank was they've already bought up shares that have fallen, and we have Alex here. He actually showed up just now, so we were hoping to get him into this conversation.
Good.
With his perspective.
Get him acquainted here.
Yeah, piled into the car. So this is
share this.
Yeah, you gotta share the earbud. You gotta put it in. Hello?
Oh, that's yes. I just imagined Alex putting in this earbud that had been in the ear of these other two young gentlemen, and I'm just thinking how disgusting that is. I'm just like, oh my God, Al. I'm so sorry you had to go through that.
Hey, if you ever wonder if this is a real conspiracy show, we're all sitting in the parking lot talking right now.
Yes, thank you. This is more than Jesse Ventura could ever hope to pull off. We've got three men in a parking lot out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. One guy just showed up and piled into the car. This gentleman is Alex Griffin. Alex Griffin spent quite a bit of time traveling in China and maybe some other areas in geosynchronous orbit of the Chinese empire. So he'll be telling us a bit about that, and he's going to introduce himself right now. So Alex, definitely welcome you. And
it's great to be on, you know.
Go on.
Yeah, I just want to share a personal anecdote. I had a dystopian singularity recently in the past month where I was doing DoorDash, and I've been trying to find a new job before all this even popped off. And I
now
met
you
this guy.
realize you chose the right job. Yes.
Yeah.
Go on. Yes. Tell us about the irony. Tell us about the irony of this. Yes. You're now one of the few people.
I met this guy doing DoorDash,
Go on.
and he was trying to tell me about an online marketing scheme selling jeans or something. And I figured, like, now that the economy's collapsed, you know, it wasn't just like a chance meeting. It was actually synchronous. Like, I need to talk to this guy about selling jeans online. And so he told me to read this book, and I start reading this book. And before we take the next step, essentially what happened was I'm flipping through this book, and I guess the author, someone Kiyosaki, he actually co-authored a book with Donald Trump.
You're kidding.
And yeah, and so basically, through this online marketing training program or whatever, I ended up with a book in my hand looking at the digital copy of Why We Want You to Be Rich by Donald Trump and Mark Kiyosaki. And the thing is, but from the bottom up, at the very bottom of this economic, you know, downturn, to be looking at a Donald Trump self-help book as that's like the next step in my career selling things online. It was just like a slap in the face, but it's like totally dystopian synchronicity, because everything seemed like it made sense up to that point, you know? It's just,
thank you. Yeah, it made sense up to that point, and then, but then it helped you realize the importance of criminalizing, of the fact that if you went criminal, that you could become president yourself, that you just had to be a big enough criminal and declare bankruptcy enough times and stay ahead of the creditors, and everyone would admire you. And yeah, that's one aspect of it. I mean,
but the whole business notion of being in business and being a businessman is very capitalistic, but it's almost, I mean, it's very cheesy. Like, it's almost like a cartoon archetype, like a plumber or a fireman or an astronaut. It's like the businessman, and it comes with the outfit, and you know.
Yeah. By the way, this is
it's turned into that. That's the level that's at.
People are now asking us. People are asking us if this is part of an April Fool's joke. No. Alex Griffin is for real. He's not here to promote Donald Trump. This is part of the joke that happened on him. This was the cosmic April Fool's joke that was played on Alex Griffin. Was that he wound up feeling inspired. He got motivated. He got
online marketing. It makes sense. Everything's shut down.
Yeah.
Do some online stuff. And I met the guy in person who introduced me to this, so it seemed like it was a chance happening, like a positive thing. But anyways, April Fool's, Trump gave his 2 weeks, his supposed 2 weeks of social distancing. He gave that on March 16th.
Right.
And 2 weeks from that point
I thought he was going to say
April
that Donald
Fool's.
Trump gave his 2 weeks notice. Anyhow, go.
Right.
Well, I'm saying that from the first time that he gave his 2 weeks for social distancing, it actually, and the last day was April Fool's. Right. But before that even happened, he announced his 30 days. It's going to extend to April 30th. So, there's a joke being played on everyone.
Yes.
And it's just people have to wake up and start taking care of what they need to do, and
but
don't wait for the government.
I'm actually fascinated by this. See, we have a confluence of two things here. We have Michael Griffin, who's working at a vitamin store that the federal government tacitly acknowledged as efficacious in its goods, that they basically declared it one of these utter necessities and an emergent kind of market that needed to remain open in these grim and terrifying times. And then our man, Mr. Alex Griffin, who I presume is the older brother, yes? You were basically wound up working with DoorDash for a while, and of course everybody who's working with DoorDash is basically kind of down on themselves and wondering what else they could do. And then of course now, ironically enough, anyone who's involved in food delivery is in the shall we say the expansion market. Hey,
no joke. I was walking out of this pizza place today doing a delivery. And this woman, she was walking by me. Maybe she's in her mid-20s or something, but she looked kind of nice, and she was carrying 2 bags with her. And she said something to me. She said, "Are you a delivery driver?"
Yeah.
I'm like, yes, I am.
You're sexy now, dude.
It's the only job left. It's the only job left.
Yeah. Because this guy can actually. Not only is it one of the few jobs left, but when you're doing food delivery, you're like one of the few men left with a 007 license to travel.
You can drive anywhere.
That's true,
Yeah, and the police will wave you on. You just tell them, "I'm DoorDash, fucker," and they're like, "Oh, go." Yeah, I mean, literally, this guy has got it made now.
If I was more criminally minded, I would have the access gate codes to every single gated community in the Sacramento area.
There you go.
If I kept it and wrote it down, I could have. But I'm not criminally minded.
Yeah, he's just not admitting it. Yeah, he's just not admitting it. But, we'll see what we can get out of him later when we're off record. But this is the way to go, people. I mean, honestly.
Yes.
For right now, this is the wave of the future. I mean, this guy's got the freedom of.
I always felt like DoorDash was the wave of the future.
There you go.
Right. Yes.
And for better or for worse, it was, and that's just how it is.
Yeah.
And I always kept multiple jobs because in case I lost a job, I'd have another job, and so this is my only job right now. I usually have I do substitute teaching and stuff, but but DoorDash is doing fine.
Yeah,
it's doing pretty well, actually.
Yeah, they're one of the few organizations on a hiring spree, as a matter of fact, I would assume.
Right.
So, but tell us a bit about some of your adventures. Like, what have you run into with this? And aside from, of course, getting laid, by all these chicks who now think of you as it's delivery dick. Yeah, but anyhow, go on.
Well, I mean, I get to see a lot of what's going on. One thing I notice about this so-called shutdown is that a lot of the businesses that are shut down, it's kind of inconsequential, like crystal shops and
right.
A lot of gyms, martial arts gyms. Basically, what I'm saying is that a lot of places are actually open. They just have a skeleton crew.
Right.
Okay. And I feel like the whole closure of the gyms, and that's kind of getting people in the whole plugged into the computer mode, shutting down the somatic intelligence that people need. I know you've been talking about that more recently on the show, and Tai Chi and stuff like that. But there's definitely an anti-Asian slant with that, closing all the karate gyms before they take the guns, if that ever happens. Right. But I noticed that a lot of things are are still open, and I was doing a little bit of research online about the effects of some of these things, and from what I saw on my own research, statistically, historically, closing businesses doesn't have that dramatic of an effect, but closing schools does have a very large effect.
Interesting.
I mean, it's something between like 80% decrease for closing schools, but for closing businesses, it's like a 4% decrease.
Holy
4%.
shit! Holy shit!
Yeah.
A decrease in what? Civilizational
In
level?
the spread. So if you close schools, you're going to get an 80% decrease in the spread of the disease. But if you
I
close
see.
businesses, you're only going to get a 4% decrease in the spread.
Okay.
So I mean, I think that closing businesses is part of the economic change that is being kind of put on us extemporaneously beyond what the virus requires to stop it.
Do you give them that much credit for foresight? Is this simply organic and it's kind of like?
Well, no, because look, there's a 2020 ID, and the 2020 ID already is going to ban interstate travel beyond for people who don't have it, and that's kind of too much of a coincidence for me. The fact that Mike Pence was put in charge of this whole thing is kind of too much of a coincidence for me. But it's hard to see from all the different angles of who's planning it and what's going on. I really think at this point, it's kind of like the Resident Evil scenario where you have all the agents fighting each other over the last vial of the sample or something.
Yes.
And that's why it's everywhere, and you see it, all these different places.
That makes sense. And in Japanese, it's called like biohazard, like Resident Evil.
Yes,
like biohazard.
Yeah, which makes much more sense. Of course, Resident Evil is such a stupid title. I never understood where that even sourced from. It didn't even it's just plain stupid. It's been around for so long. I never even give it a thought anymore. But I should be bitching about that whenever I bring the franchise up. It definitely. So, Alex, so you were in China. Did you happen to be? Because I'd like to do some deconstruction here of some of the bullshit that people are familiar with. You seem to be somewhat concerned of an overreach of government, and honestly, I've always emphasized just how unnecessary that is for American citizens. For instance, let's talk, for instance, about the idea of martial law. In order to impose martial law, you need a functional military. And our friend Brendan was saying just the other day that the poor bastard he knew who was so desperate and so doom-laden, he joined the Navy. He was totally oblivious to the fact that there was a coronavirus plague oversweeping the planet. And
they didn't tell him.
Yeah. And
he was asking me what I knew about it.
Yeah. And the reality is,
of course, you're the person to ask.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, the submarine crews who are on 90-day deployments, they have no idea any of this has happened because they're kept in an information matrix where they don't want their morale to be damaged.
Information matrix, yeah.
Yeah, and so they're basically cocooned. They're cocooned in terms of information. And so, but at the same time, we've had many of these people who are in close quarters. It's like being in a prison. They were on the Theodore Roosevelt in particular, and I'll cover that again just briefly during the arc of narrative when I start monologuing. But, thousands of them, 3,000, got sick. And so they had to take them off the ship to the point where the captain has said the Navy has ceased to take care of its own men. So
when did this happen? Is it recent?
This is like, within the last several hours. I mean,
with the coronavirus?
Yes, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's funny because the Department of Defense spokesperson said it wasn't going to affect readiness, but by the way they said it, I was like, I don't know about that.
I can say one thing about, or I'll say this about the Chinese and just the East Asians is that the Chinese don't have any problem shutting down their country, or they have like barracks in every city. They have every freeway has like a checkpoint where you have to pay. It's basically a toll, but getting on and off the freeway. I was there on vacation, and they closed down the entire freeway because there's too much fog on the freeway, and they didn't want people to get into traffic accidents. And then they opened up the freeway as soon as the fog cleared. So that's something that the Chinese government could do on a regular basis. Now turn that around and look at the United States.
Right.
In order to enforce the types of controls that might be necessary to stop the spread of this virus or whatever, we would have to have an entire change of our system of government.
Yeah.
and a lot of people, basically everyone who owns whatever they own, you know,
Yeah,
they're ready for something like that, and it's, you know, it's just no, it's a company.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
okay, that's fine.
yeah.
Go on.
Yo-
He's searching for the right word.
The foes are on us.
No, we're just parking. We just gotta have some company after.
Yeah, we have some fuzz like approaching us, but
okay.
we're gonna try to continue.
Okay.
Continue the conversation.
As far as that went, what I was gonna talk about with like the, you know, the Japanese angle or the Asian angle is that they're more adept at dealing, like Alex was saying, like they've had the stuff in place that can make them more. It makes it more easier for them to deal with something like this. And when it comes to Japan coming out of it in their economic bushido of like the future, they're looking, they're not looking at this current crash as the end. They're looking past it. And
Well, look at Fukushima, you know.
yeah, exactly. They survived stuff that was even more devastating
Yes.
than what we're going through, just in their own country. And they've developed technologies, and I'm going to shout out to John Warrington for showing me that video. It was called Robots of Fukuoka. It was a documentary, but they showed rescue robots that look like mechs, automated wheelchairs.
Really?
And the rescue robots were resistant to radiation. They could save people. They could, they had wireless capabilities. They could be used remotely. They had power barges that were ran off of air, like they were power generator stations that were air. Wind power based, but they were massive. These are all coming down the pipes in Japan. And what that guy was saying that designed the air lens on the power generating station, he was saying it's specifically designed for almost all East Asian countries to adopt it and go majority wind-based at some point in the future. And that's what Japan is helping the Asians with.
Can I just jump in here really quick?
Of course, yeah, anytime.
Yeah, I just want to say about the Asian readiness, about the masks. I know that they've been back and forth about our government telling people that we don't need them and all this stuff. I don't know, but I was watching the NHK, and they had a little 5-minute informational video talking about the only way, or the best way to prevent the spread of the virus is to just wash your hands and wear a mask. You know, it's that simple. But we have 5 rules: don't touch your face, all these different things. And the Japanese didn't even stress social distancing in their videos. Just wash your hands and wear a mask. They said that the Japanese, they wear a mask customarily if you're sick to prevent other people from getting sick. But in this video, it's also very important to mention, in this video, they also detailed specifically how to use the mask, how to put it on, the wrong way to do it. And they made a point to say that wearing a mask prevents you from touching your face as well. So an article came out, I think, yesterday, where the Chinese government was saying that it's a big mistake for the U.S. and Europe not to promote wearing masks. So where's the issue with the United States with not wearing masks? Is it because they didn't want people to hoard them, so they told people not to buy them? Because there's one prepper has 50,000 masks or something, and they didn't want people to hoard them because we don't have enough.
That has something to do with
it. Or is it because Americans are too stupid to use the mask properly? I'm serious.
There's multiple
and they don't want to bother giving us instructions because they know we're going to mess it up. I mean, it's just common sense, And you think at a certain level that and I'm glad as I go around, I see a lot of Americans wearing masks and stuff.
It's starting to be more.
So it's starting to be people are listening to that, but
and it's a relief on the eyes because so many of them are baseline fucking ugly. Yes, so so the world's looking a lot better. I know,
but it's just the misinformation, because people talk about the news has it wrong. The news has been in a convoluted state since before Trump, before 2016,
Right.
And if people expect the news to start being coherent information or in general, it's going to be it's going to be worse than before as far as information coming out that's clear and makes sense to people and can help people.
Journalistic readiness. I've noticed that like some of the journalists were, and I'm assaulting their professionalism, but a lot of them fell like on their face almost with, you know, how quickly this came about and how they had to start writing up articles, and a lot of the articles were like empty articles, so to speak. So I even noticed that they weren't prepared, so to speak, for it.
Mm-hmm.
Something of this magnitude.
Yeah, well, a lot of them don't have training in medical journalism. That was my training.
That too.
That's why I said I was in my element with that. So it's the media machine was never really geared for it, because what they had were strange things like Dr. Oz and, you know, these kinds of doctors that had their own
Dr. Phil.
They're not. Yeah, they're not. You know, they're what they do what they do. But it's basically, when it comes to something like this, the problem or the challenge is trying to communicate to people the urgency of this situation, which at this point the charitable or personable doctor is just not cutting it. And they basically deal with a kind of, how would I say it, just more minor problems, like people saying, I can't stop sweating in my armpits, even though I apply all of the deodorant that I can. I mean, this is what they've been dealing with for how many decades now, and they're confronted
weight
with
loss and stuff like that.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, and hair. Oh, yes, and I can't get it up, or when I get it up, it doesn't last. I mean, this is what they're dealing with. So Alex, tell us. So this is where I'm going to try and deconstruct, at least to extent. I'm not going to go overboard on this tonight at all. I can do an entire transmission on 5G, and I want people to know my stand on this. Is that I personally am pro 5G if it's rolled out by the government, which our government is never going to do. It's the Chinese communists who are going to roll out their 5G. And the best analogy for this, so that people understand this, because this is the point, Alex, is that all of the conspiracy theorists are linking coronavirus with 5G. And they're saying, oh, all of this is being done so they can roll out 5G. Okay, first off, what happened was a prospectus. A prospectus was presented to Donald Trump to roll out 5G by the government. And what they were telling him was that since he was so afraid, since everybody was so afraid that the Chinese, with Huawei, the state-backed 5G giant, was going to roll over the world, they said our government has to have our own 5G plan in which we roll out 5G that's equivalent to what Harry Truman did with the superhighway system. Now, just to put this into perspective for people, so people understand what the fuck was going on, Alex has got to be familiar with my expositions on World War II. And, of course, Harry Truman was president at a time that Japan and the United States were still legally at war. The war with the Thousand-Year Reich has never ended officially. And so what you have is a situation where Trump was very concerned about that and about potential conflicts with his former allies. Truman, Harry Truman. Did I say Trump or Harry Truman just now?
Truman.
Good.
Truman.
Good. Whichever one. You know, the two teeny guys. But Truman. I meant Truman. So what Truman was doing was consulting with his Strategic Air Command and all the rest of these assholes, and so many of them who were later on ripping off a far less cynical man than himself, John F. Kennedy, who was vulnerable and fell prey to their bullshit. But Truman wasn't that kind of sucker. And Truman knew that America was in deep trouble. And what he said was, our cities are wide open to attack by any number of forces. And what he said was that we need something to do about the ability to contain the havoc in the cities, to reestablish order, and the ability...
You know, someone was telling me that the major freeways are strategically placed to cut the ghettos in half.
Yes.
And just kind of control the ghettos.
Yes.
If you know, I know in Sacramento there's a place called Del Paso Heights. It has a freeway going right through it, and the railway too.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like they put it in the right place to kind of keep those, basically separate those communities from themselves, but also to keep them in check if they need to bring tanks down to put those communities down in a riot or something.
Yeah, that was almost collateral. It was almost collateral to what was the intention. It was more like how would I call it? It was like more of a result than a plan. That was more of a result than a plan. What had happened was that the initial problem was the nukes are going to fly And when the nukes do fly and major cities are going to get hit, at that time they took civil defense seriously. And this is what I tell people when I'm talking about health security, when I'm talking about the disease, that this is like war. They keep comparing this to war. Okay, then what we're talking about is not some bullshit homeland security. It's like you see the commercial for the people who are advertising various software security, and they say, it's not security, it's defense. They're taking all this pride that they're a defense contractor. Well, this is the reality of this pandemic. This is not security. It's not in the field of homeland security. This is fucking defense. And back in the day, we had what was called civil defense. And people were drilled to go into bomb shelters. So the idea was, when the nukes fly, a number of Americans will make it into bomb shelters, and a number will not. And what are we going to do to get rid of the bodies so that the people who emerge will not be faced with all of these cadavers, which will be resulting in plague that will kill the people who emerge from the bunkers, if not immediately within weeks. So the whole idea, that was the solution, was the American highway system. The superhighway system was meant so that they could get troops into the cities to make certain that everybody got into the bunkers, or make certain that they helped to get the people out, extricate them, clear the rubble away from the entrances, etc., and clear the bodies. And then the highway systems would enable the taking of the bodies to mass incinerators where they could be destroyed and prevent plague. So it was this very ghoulish but very necessary situation. And its consideration that resulted in the superhighway system, which was a benefit to all Americans in that they were able to finally get their cars and travel anywhere in the United States. The collateral damage was that it destroyed entire communities within these cities that would otherwise have had far more of a coherent identity, exactly as you say. Like growing up on the wrong side of the tracks, both sides of the tracks underneath the superhighway are the wrong side of the tracks. You know, it just basically creates a situation in which everybody in its area is living like a troll, meaning like a bridge dweller under a bridge. That's where the ghettos are. They built them through the ghettos because, of course, now the white people or the wealthy communities want the superhighway going through their communities, right? So they just built it through the easiest paths of least resistance, which was through all the major ghettos. This is why all superhighways have a ghetto underneath them. And so this is why, in the city areas. So my point
You were relating this to Trump and the 5G, though.
Yeah, that's right. So a prospectus was delivered to Trump saying that, like Harry Truman, we're confronted with a situation where our world's going to end, and it's going to end in such a way that civilization as we know it will end, and our response is to provide infrastructure. Now, this would have been the smartest thing in the world to fucking do, because this would have it would have been manifest of a maturation of technology. It would have made it far less trollable. It would have made it basically with a government control of 5G, then the government would make it accessible to the public. It would have to, of necessity, because the taxpayers are paying for it, whereas the private corporations are in charge of it. Imagine if Harry Truman contracted out to private contractors to build the superhighway system connecting the entire United States. Right. You wouldn't have anything. You wouldn't have anything.
Wouldn't have shit. Yeah.
You wouldn't have shit. Basically, these guys would say, okay, to use our highway, you got to pay the toll. It'd be like what they used to call...
Yeah, it'd be like bandits.
Well, they used to call them highwaymen.
Highwaymen.
And they used to call that practice highway robbery. That's what it was called. This is what you have with 5G today. You've got all the private corporations, and they lobbied Trump, and they said, oh, you're a businessman. You can't fuck up capitalism. That'll destroy Verizon and AT&T and all us good guys, your buddies. And so he said, oh, fuck the 5G. And that was the end of it. So it was one single prospectus, and yet all the public is scared to death of 5G. And you know who's promoting it? The corporations. The corporations are saying, oh, don't let the government roll out 5G. And this way, they've got it lock, stock, and barrel. So when they lay it out, they rape you up the ass. And you're
okay,
paying...
well, there's a movie, Johnny Mnemonic with Keanu Reeves, where everyone was dying of a mystery illness.
Yeah.
And it ended up being caused by a technology. I wouldn't rule out something like the 5G disease. I don't really know if it's caused by 5G or not, but I would say that don't rely on the government to do anything. Just in general, I think that with this whole breakdown of civilization or whatnot, I know that there's a lot of people who are waiting for the government to turn it back on. And I really don't think the government's going to do that. I mean, I think in one of Trump's speeches, he said it might go till July or August. I think they're going to play, shuffleboard with us until July or August and see where we're at, and then try and extend it more. I mean, think about this, though, with like 9/11, all because we killed bin Laden or killed Baghdadi or destroyed ISIS, did they take the restrictions off the airports or anything like that? I don't think that they're necessarily going to roll back any. They might try and give people the go ahead and return to their businesses. But I'm sure a lot of people have lost their businesses by that point. So,
but what would just for because this brings up
I basically whatever the state is in right now with the restrictions, I see this as the new continuum for where it's going to be indefinitely.
I agree. I've been saying that for several transmissions. But what would they get out of crapping the economy?
Well, in other words, I have different theories on that too. I mean, for the economy, first off, maybe all these people going around and doing bar classes doesn't add anything from the military's perspective, and maybe we owe too much money to China, and we have too many. Basically, the military has taken over our government in a more overt manner, and they're telling everyone to just go home and stop wasting all your time because they don't have the resources for Americans to go out and have fun and do stuff like that in the long run. They want to clamp us down and teach us to be their slaves, and kind of that's one way of looking at it. From a broader perspective, maybe it has something to do with the data that as a civilization, and this is more of a globalist theory, but as a human civilization might have reached peak data where everyone's sharing what they ate on social media. They kind of started getting the same patterns again and again, and they said, you know what, let's just turn it off, and we need more information because they weren't getting any real good information out of us anymore. Maybe that's it. And as far as the data is concerned, that basically if there was some sort of crackdown where the security protocols were increased to where everything kind of mimics like a defense facility, then they would basically the government would still have all the data that we helped them build at the peak of civilization when we were out doing things and creating new ideas and things like this.
Look, what would
and that's a pure conspiracy. It's not based in any research.
No, I understand that. No, and that's appreciated that you qualify that. But I'm just, it's one of those things where, what do you do with all that data?
Well, they don't gain anything. They're Satanists, right? They're not looking for a gain or an outcome. It doesn't make sense, And there are people who will profit no matter what. There are people who, I kind of don't have really high expectations for the government and what they plan on doing and rolling out. And if this is just a distraction from the Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden, I guess it's a good distraction. But.
Well, it was like, that was petering out anyway. But the closest, shall we say, analogy that we can have to what you're discussing is all of the billionaires of their day who died on the Titanic. And that was a conspiracy that's just irrefutable. It's undeniable. When you really analyze all of the data concerning the Titanic, and you realize that the man who supported Nikola Tesla and his idea to provide free energy, which is essentially what 5G ultimately would be doing, in the sense that, like Nikola Tesla, it's not that the energy would be free, it's simply that it can be wirelessly transmitted. And so what Nikola Tesla was basically, shall we say, involved with was the family that could have helped him do this. And when he was involved with the family that he could have married into the billionaire's family that could have provided him this success story, then one of the problems they were dealing with was the fact that other billionaires were wondering, well, how could they profit from this? And it's whoever would have just basically done the investment would have gained all of the profits. And so in order to prevent that from happening, what we had was a situation where many of the millionaires were talked in the day when people were still this silly and naive into going on this cruise on the Titanic because it was a status deal. And because it was this status deal, they all died. So what had happened was, when you take a look at J.P. Morgan, and J.P. Morgan Jr. had his daughter fucking Nikola Tesla. And Nikola Tesla was such that...
He said his daughter was fucking Nikola Tesla?
Yeah, they were going to get married.
I thought he was like too weird.
They were going to get married.
What? There was like some inner stuff going on?
No,
I
they
didn't
were
know about
going to
that.
get married. You can look this up. But J.P. Morgan Jr. had basically foreseen the effect of what Nikola Tesla's technology would do. And so what happened was that when Nikola Tesla presented to him what was basically 5G, broadcast energy, then he said, well, what I can do is I can sell short, before we go into this technology and introduce this infrastructure. But first, they would have to build the infrastructure. Now, what had gone on was that a lot of these intrigues between the billionaires resulted in scaring Tesla away. He was afraid of commitment. He didn't get married to J.P. Morgan's daughter. The end result was that other people who were involved and supportive of Tesla were herded onto the ship, and they were all murdered. And so all of this is verifiable. You can look up all the millionaires who died on the Titanic. You can look up all the fact that there were no lifeboats on the Titanic. You can look up the fact that the Titanic was not the goddamn Titanic. It was one of its sister ships that was extremely under-constructed, and they sent it out as the Titanic. And all of this was done in Ireland, where the Irish people have been saying this at the shipyards for generations, but nobody listened to them. And so all of this was brought into effect, and then the ships that would come and rescue from the Titanic, the ships that were supposed to rendezvous and rescue these people, they were all steered away. It's a terror. I mean, everything that could possibly go wrong went wrong, and you can look this up.
And they had that book that was written before the Titanic that said it was...
Well, that's more like, you can say that's predictive programming, but that's almost just an example of psychic phenomena. That's almost just like somebody just had a psychic...
Really? Some psychic phenomena?
Yeah, psychic prevision. That was almost like a psychic prevision. The Titan, the name of the book you're talking about was The Titan. And
so wait, let's wind this back though, because we're talking about the 5G, right?
Yeah, the 5G.
So you're saying that the major corporations, the telecom companies, are putting out this anti-5G stuff because they don't want the government to take it over, so they can
ram before.
But I think here's a bigger issue though, is that same thing with this virus, is that there's so much noise with the information that. Do people really know if 5G is dangerous, or how dangerous is it? Or same thing with the virus. Is there really a virus out there killing everyone? I mean, but
are you looking at what
I'm just asking these questions as a devil's advocate, right? But you have to ask these questions because it's so unreliable information and the sources. And I think it's like
we're dealing with. Yes,
like a psyop in terms of keeping people confused too.
Yeah.
And they keep people confused. They close down the 24-hour fitness so people can't burn their endorphins. And then they just go home and stay scared. And then they're waiting for the next cue from the government. And that's like the big problem, And I was thinking, I'm just thinking about too with the educational system and how there's all these people who just like, as soon as the government tells them to shut down and go home, like, there could be some badass principal who wants to keep a school open, but he can't because he's part of the government. So I don't trust the government. I think that people who have that, hopefully people move away from that.
This is, since I worked for the government, I'm one of the last people on earth to...
but do we really need 5G? I don't think we necessarily need 5G. I think the endless progress of science is kind of like a scam in itself. The endless progress of science and infinite endless. I think that's a scam, and I talk about that on your other show a little bit, but
I wasn't there at the time. Yeah, what we can say is that the reason that I would say we are in a position now where we have to work with what we have, and obviously I've seen the absolute worst of the government. And I have certainly seen the satanic influence in the government. And there are things far worse than Satanism that essentially were brought to my attention and into my awareness by people like Michael Aquino, who was formerly a Satanist. And this is why whenever he introduces himself now through propagandists who work for him, like the Sean Stone, the son of Oliver Stone, he introduces himself as a former Satanist, because what he's gone into is what the Satanists themselves would never touch. He's gone into far worse territories than
Well, that's
Satanist.
also like a double entendre too, right? Like it's like because a former Satanist implies that he's turned over a new leaf, right? That he's like
well, that's what he's trying to imply.
it's a kind of a way to mess with people too. So,
but that's not where he's at.
but sorry, continue.
And so the so in point of fact, the reality is that yes, there are dysfunctional elements of the government, and effectively your government is run by a military junta. Your military junta will have a hard time surviving this. So what we are in a situation is that we cannot change the Titanic while we're on it. So I've used the Titanic analogy. The person who ultimately was alienated from Nikola Tesla, because Nikola Tesla refused to marry his daughter after he had been fucking her, and he felt very violated and he felt abused. Not that I'm trying to render him a sympathetic character. J.P. Morgan planned the Titanic disaster to kill the people who started supporting Nikola Tesla. And you can look that up. All of the people who were on the Titanic were the biggest supporters of Nikola Tesla that were going to start pumping money into
the Astors.
What was then his 5G plan. And so this was like the precursor to what we today would call 5G. Now, this is where people don't get 5G. 5G is not like a beam technology, which is just, shot out of anywhere or something. 5G is not... the reason the superhighway analogy is so parallel is because 5G is nothing but an infrastructure. So when people use the term 5G and they're selling it, and they're just using it as a selling point, the important thing to remember is that nobody has 5G. All they're saying is that this product that they're selling, if it's got 5G labeled on it, they're hoping that when 5G is established, it will be compatible with wireless transmission of energy and the waves that could be sent in to basically connect you with fifth generation. Now, when it comes to the most immediate impact it would have on anyone who's listening, the most immediate impact 5G would have would simply be that they could take their cell phone and it would become a universal remote. That basically they could have a visitor who's coming along, like, say, Alex is visiting Michael, and Michael doesn't like the way Alex eats all the ice cream, so Michael turns his ice cream temperature up, or his refrigerator temperature up, particularly the freezer temperature up, to the point where the ice cream turns this fucking stone, and then Alex can't eat any of it. And then when Alex leaves, then he resets the temperature so that he can eat the ice cream within about 45 minutes. And it's basically, this is the primary effect it'll have, is you can use this to turn on the TV, change the temperature of the air conditioner, etc. So that's the most immediate impact of 5G.
I see.
But in order to do this, you're going to need like a miniature Eiffel Tower, a transmission antenna, so to speak, that would be not just in every city block. You're going to need it in every building and possibly every room. So every room is going to have like an Alexa-type little transmitter. But Alexa's very different, but you get my point. It would be something similar to that, where it would be the help with all of the projection to maintain continuity. And so an automobile that's an electric automobile will be able to environmentally drive anywhere within a city without ever needing to recharge its batteries. The power would be wirelessly transmitted directly to the car, so long as it's in range. So the 5G is not going to be as potent outside of the cities. So the 5G is just going to be limited to the urban conurbations, though its range will be extreme. And after that, it's not really that invasive. What people are saying is that they're afraid that the transmitted energy would be destructive, that it would be harmful to the human body. Well, the FDA is saying no based on all the research that they've done, and that would be one of the things where you're always going to have people who are hypersensitive to it. There are people who claim they're hypersensitive to the wireless meters, the meters in which the gas and electric companies, the utilities companies, measure all that you use in terms of energy. There are people who claim those meters make them deathly sick. And all of this may be true. There may be people who are sensitive, but the rest of humanity in the majority is not. And so what you're going to have is kind of an experiment in who gets fried and who doesn't. But other than that, 5G is infrastructure. It's just completely passive. Its ultimate effects within a generation or two would be that it would totally eliminate the cash cow of the school system, because you would be downloading information directly into yourself. And so that would eliminate the entire bullshit system. It would liberate humanity, because right now the biggest bondage humanity has in America is the goddamn school system, and especially the graduate school system, where you're paying all of this money into a system that you never benefit from. The majority of the demographics gets highly educated and they can't do shit with it. I mean, it's a travesty. So the whole point is this would help eliminate that. It would have to adapt. People would go to universities for different reasons. But the whole thing that comes of it is generally beneficial, and you would want the government to roll that out. Now, you're indoctrinated against the government. The reason you're indoctrinated against the government...
Well, what you're saying about the 5G does remind me of the Tesla with his
this is
his
what
battle
was,
with Edison about alternating versus direct current.
And Tesla
and at the same time, during that time with Tesla, there was direct current, and it was kind of like you were saying with the 5G, how they would need an antenna basically everywhere. Well, they were doing that with the power stations before there was alternating current. There were transformers. They had basically, if they wanted to put more energy into a part of the city, they had to add more wires and make the wires thicker.
Right.
And if you could find photos of this, it looks like the dystopian movie Dark City or something, with just like wires going everywhere. And that's where they wanted to take the technology, to just more and more wires just like everywhere.
Yeah, it was just simply
like a jungle full of wires.
Its own inefficiency doomed it. Yeah, its own inefficiency doomed it. But Tesla,
I think that Tesla, he actually helped save the human race.
Yeah, but
he
look
saved
what
the human race with his alternating current. Out of all the technology that he made,
his alternative was a broadcast tower. That's the whole point. Yeah. He brought it to a broadcast tower. He took away the wires and he brought people the broadcast tower. This is where he was taking us. Was where is ultimately what leads to 5G. That's where Tesla.
But with the 5G having like an antenna everywhere, or where they need to have a presence for their software, hardware, whatever it is, they need it everywhere. There has to be, maybe there's a better technology or more advanced technology that isn't being
primitive mechanistic terms of powering vehicles, but with everything we're using it for, which is information age technology, then it's got to be everywhere.
But hold on. Is 5G something new? Have you ever witnessed anything like 5G before, or? I don't think it's anything new, because I think Tesla had it dialed down pretty well.
Other than in theoretical applications and in lab applications. So this is the point. In lab applications, supposedly, we're not seeing rats die and all the rest of that. That's why I was saying, if the communist Chinese develop it first, then they turn their population into the experimental population. If we started seeing them fry their population, if their population started getting enormous amounts of cancer, then we would say the 5G is just not working. But the communists were going to try and apply it first, but they were nowhere near it when Trump started the trade war. That's why Trump launched the trade war. Since Trump wasn't going to back a government rollout of 5G, and the corporation said, well, we can't beat Huawei. And he said, well, why not? Well, because, they're cheap. And we're going to jack everybody up the ass. And we're going to make them pay more, turn over their everything they've got for this. Then he said, well, what can we do? Well, shut down China. And then he launched the trade wars. That's the whole politics behind it. Now, you were in China at the time, so you can help deconstruct the myth that Huawei was dominating Wuhan and that Wuhan was the world's first 5G city. There's no way that you went in Wuhan and saw everybody with antennas everywhere and everybody using 5G where they could use their cell phone as a universal remote and change the television station and then turn around, use the same cell phone and change the temperature of the room and then turn. You weren't seeing any of this shit.
Well, can I pause this really quick? Can I stop this really quick?
Sure.
Since you asked me a question. I really haven't been paying attention to very much of the news. And as far as where people are going with alternative media theories, I haven't personally ascribed to the 5G thing, or I haven't paid enough attention to it to really latch onto it per se. But what I have noticed, just in general over the past month, as a trend, I've noticed that the 5G conspiracy is kind of sticking out. And it's one of the more popular conspiracy theories about this.
And I do notice that you're echoing a lot of the sympathies. You're echoing all the sympathies. At a time like this, now is not the time to be saying, I don't trust the government. Because right now, that's like saying, at this point, let's rearrange all the deck chairs on the deck of the Titanic. We don't have a choice. We can't change the system right now.
But we don't really have... That's right, we don't have a choice. And I was listening to a broadcast, Michael Tessarian, a couple days ago. But he was saying that people are waiting for some new world order rollout, some new world order to kind of show themselves and take over. But he was saying that the government already has us where they want us. Everyone's already listening to the government. And here's the thing. Here's the thing, Douglas. Let me ask you this: if you don't know what's true as far as how dangerous this virus is, if you don't know what to believe as far as internal politics, how prepared the government is, what choice do you have but to listen to the government and to stay at home and do your best? Basically, people don't have a choice but to listen to the government.
Well, here's the point. I do know how dangerous the virus is because I'm educated as a
Well, I'm just saying
journalist.
people in general,
But I myself can assure you the virus is dangerous. So I am educated with the master's degree equivalent. I have the credit equivalent of a master's degree in medical.
It's pretty dangerous.
Yeah, and so it's very dangerous. And so I will emphasize that within Arc of Narrative tonight. At the top of the hour, I'll start my monologue. But I'm glad we had this discussion. And it shows me just how pervasive that this propaganda is. And it's very much alarming to me that you've accepted so much of it after the travels that you've had. You would think that the travels...
Wait, accepted which part? About the 5G?
Oh, no, not that. Though you're going in that direction. It's the don't trust the government, they're coming to take our guns, and all of this fear of totalitarianism in the United States. The reason that all of that is unbelievable to me, that anyone could believe that, is because having worked for the government myself, it's not a question of benevolence. It's a question of total and utter incompetence. Then there's no way the government can do any of that.
They still need us to buy into that, right? And it's not like they're actually going to pay us out as far as doing their duty, but they still want our respect as being legitimate.
Well, this is part of what puzzles me. When I hear both yourself and other people that I know who talk about this is an attempt to hijack the narrative. Okay. Now, what does that mean? I use the term arc of narrative in a meaningful context. When people are telling me this is an attempt, then they'll say something like, oh, it takes people away from the Jeffrey Epstein case and all the pedophilia. And I'm like, well, I'll tie that in tonight as to why this propaganda is out there. And it doesn't take that long to do it either, though it'll take me deep into the night to give the full arc of narrative that I feel will do some justice to it, and it'll still only cover aspects of it. But the reality is that, if anything, that's exactly what Jeffrey Epstein's brother, who is a primary advisor of Donald Trump, wants you to believe. I'll go into that in the arc of narrative tonight. Jeffrey Epstein's brother is an attorney who provided Donald Trump all of the information he has on coronavirus. This is why Donald Trump was convinced there was no coronavirus. It was all a hoax, because Jeffrey Epstein's brother told him that. So you have Jeffrey Epstein's brother running the fucking narrative. So all the people who are saying this is an attempt to hijack the narrative, yeah, it's hijacked. The guys who are part of the Epstein dynasty have hijacked it. They're running your fucking country, and they're telling you...
I have to dial this back a bit, because, just as everyone has their own conspiracy theories,
This is not a conspiracy theory. This is a fact.
I'm not refuting what you're saying. I'm just saying that I'm not refuting what you're saying. I'm saying that for my own personal perspective, as far as me not trusting the government, I never trusted the government just because of how I grew up, as an African American, and just in general, just don't trust. Just why trust the government? So that's just my personal view. I'm not trying to refute anything that you say,
but just to put this into some perspective,
it does color everything that I see too.
Just to put this into some perspective, did you say as an African American? Just so I can clarify that. Did you say that, or what did you say? That you were? What was the source of your distrust of the government?
Okay, so let me explain this. Let me just say this. Okay, so like if you look at that, like the whole history of America, you know, I just don't feel it. I don't feel emotionally. I don't get behind it. You know, the whole love the Constitution and all that
No,
shit.
no,
I
no,
don't
no. I
get
get it. I
behind
get
that.
it.
You know,
Look,
so
I've said that for years
I don't know
myself.
what you're trying to.
Well, I'm just trying to look. What we're trying to
I
do
don't
is
really get what you're
we're trying to find some
how you're
common
trying to
ground
color
right
me
now.
as. But I'm
We're
just
trying to
saying
find some
I don't
common
really
ground right
buy
now.
into it on an emotional level. I just kind of see what they do, and I don't see them as, like you said, I don't really see them as being very competent. So I don't expect anything from them. You know, I see this kind of like a controlled collapse on their part.
But
And
do you
there are
understand
different
the
people who have
do
pointed
you
to that as
understand
being
the
a controlled
logic of that
collapse, and
position?
maybe that's what it is, you know. But I mean, I'm sure the virus might be real because people are affected by it, but you know, take advantage of every. Don't let a crisis go to waste, like that one guy said, right? Don't let a crisis go to waste.
Yeah,
So,
but that's just simple opportunism. It has nothing to do with planning the crisis.
but their reaction can definitely, they could definitely react in a certain
Yeah,
way,
but just so I can
you
clarify
know.
this is important to me because much of what I contend with has to deal with the fact that I grew up as a non-white American and I had a choice. I could have gone in the direction which people can see this simply by my photographs. When I dye my hair the right color and I apply the right makeup, I can pass as a Caucasian. And I've done that at various times in my life quite easily.
I've seen
at the
Asian
most.
people who do that,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
people to do what they want to do, you
yeah.
know.
But my point is, however, I chose not to do that. I chose to identify with the colored aspect of my heritage, simply because that is something that enables me to communicate my dissatisfaction with the aspects of our society that do not work. And all of our society doesn't necessarily imply the government. The government is not the people who are promoting, before Trump came into power, usually they're not generally promoting racism as an indoctrination paradigm. They've actually, thanks to the government, there was a recognition of civil rights. Thanks to the government, there was a recognition of rights on the part of African Americans. And none of this was done benevolently. This was done grudgingly. This was done
Yeah,
for whatever
dragging
reasons
their
of
heels, you know.
exploitation.
But I don't. I'm not bitter. I don't have a. I'm not. I know I sound pessimistic. I'm not bitter about it. I just have a kind of a dark, very very dark tinted perspective
Right.
of
And I was just trying to
expectations from them.
clarify that because I was just wondering, because Bill Clinton, William Jefferson Clinton, has said this on record. He considers himself African American. This is why people have asked me before, why do you
Bill
use the
Clinton?
term black? Yes, yeah. And so when people have asked myself before, why do you use the term black African American? Because there are people who consider themselves African American who are not black. William Jefferson Clinton is the most outstanding example of that. He was arguing repeatedly and on record that Barack Obama was not the first black president. He was saying, I am the first African American president. And he said that multiple times. So he's on record doing that. So I was just wondering, it's not your skin color that I'm asking about, but I'm asking, do you identify? I thought I heard you say African American, and that's important to the narrative.
Well, I'm black. I'm black in
Okay.
my blood. I'm a black person. I don't have the convenience of pretending to be a different
So when
race.
you were
You know?
in China, when you were in China, I'm sure that was interesting. And
No. Actually, I'd love to talk about that because people in China are less. I guess you could say racist.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I walked around China. There were times when I went 2 or 3 months without bumping into another foreigner.
Uh-huh.
And every time a Chinese person, they stopped me or someone pointed me on the street or a kid pointed at me, they said, hey, look, it's a foreigner.
Yeah.
Hey, look, it's a foreigner. They never said, hey, look, it's a black person. You know, no one called me a nigger.
Right.
You know, when I lived in Russia, a couple people called me a nigger, you know. They said nigger.
Yeah. What
Alex
were you
East
doing in Russia?
nigger.
Yeah. Not to condemn the fact that you were in Russia, but what were you doing?
I'm just saying that China, no, they weren't racist. They saw everyone was a person. They just said, oh, look, it's a foreigner. And of course, they're so homogenous that anyone who's not Chinese stands out, you know. But they weren't racist. No one had any negative, you know, beyond what they would have heard from other Westerners, which is actually an issue over there in the East, because other Westerners could go in there and set up businesses, and they're not protected by, or people aren't they don't have to follow the same rules, anti-discrimination laws that they have in the U.S. So
Right,
there actually is discrimination in China, but it happens because of Westerners who have set up businesses and work together with Chinese businesses and can put in place their own discrimination.
Right. Now this
That's
is important. This is
but the Chinese people themselves, you know, I mean, I wouldn't
yeah.
say compared to Americans, they're not conditioned to see everything as race like we are. We're conditioned as Americans to see everything through the spectrum of race.
Thank you. Now you see, this is educational. This is
and there are 51 different Chinese ethnic groups.
Right. Yes,
and they had that kind of sorted out for 1,000 years. They've been dealing with this, where they've been unified for a long time. So.
Right. Well, they're unified to the best of their ability, and there's still
there are still groups that are marginalized.
There's still different things that are going on with that. But this is important. This is enlightening. This is so much more educational. This is so much more important for people to hear than conspiracy bullshit. Then the kind of crap about the government's coming to take the guns away and all this stuff, and they're closing the gym so we can't burn our calories off. Oh my God! So this is meaningful.
Well, it's about the somatic intelligence and psycho. Basically, even though the government doesn't have any power to take people's guns and launch a crackdown, they still have a lot of psychological power over people.
Don't go back there. I'm not interested in that. I don't care about that. It's all bullshit. All these people say that, and they're so full of shit. I can't believe their eyes haven't all turned brown. I mean, these people are saying the same shit for how many years now? It's been generations. They've been saying they'll come to take your guns away. Nobody's coming to take the goddamn guns away. Let's hear instead about your experiences in Russia and China, because people can actually learn something from that. All they need to do is go to any other YouTube channel and hear Michael Sarian spew his shit, to hear the other crap about how the government's coming down on you and this is all some kind of conspiracy to hijack the narrative, okay? And so I can clarify that for the people. You, on the other hand, can tell them about something that is actually meaningful. Yeah, and so tell us, what were you doing in both China and Russia? What was the business that you were doing there? Because right now, you're kind of like working with DoorDash, which is a very interesting position. You're in you've got more freedom than anyone else in the United States in a very real sense in being with DoorDash. So when you were in Russia and China, I'm assuming you weren't doing DoorDash. What were you doing in those different nations? I'm assuming different things.
Oh no, I was just doing English teaching.
Okay, in both cases. Yeah. And what was the difference with the people? Tell us about the people. You've told us a bit about China. What about Russia? What were they like?
Well, I mean, maybe I could segue into this, because this is a better way to put it, as far as whatever direction the United States government is headed in right now, and whatever future the United States is headed in. I've lived in 2 communist countries. China is still technically communist, and Russia's not technically communist anymore.
It's a plutocracy. It's government by wealth. It's just
from the historical perspective, Russia, they had communism for 70 years.
Yeah.
You know, and it wasn't fun for most people for 70 years.
Yeah, it was horrible.
And looking at the United States and where we're heading in the future, and if you look at the 2016 presidential election about a new direction for the country and who we just pick is going to determine which direction the country heads in and all that cryptic language, I always look at the cryptic language that they use. And, you know, who knows how long or whatever happens, whatever changes, you know, maybe people won't take the guns. That's not important. It doesn't matter, you know. But the thing is that people still have a slave mentality, and they're in a state of fear, and fear carries a certain energy frequency.
Yes.
Anyways, it's not good. It's not healthy for people.
It's not generally, but there are times when it's healthy to be afraid.
But I've seen that in the United States. Is it going to be 40, 50 years like it took China for people's quality of life to start improving? Or is it going to be 70 or 80 years like it took for the Russians' quality of life to start improving? If you go to Russia today, you know, the women, they still try to wear fur coats and look nice, and people still try to make the best life that they can. And that's really what I would get out of it, is that if you went to Russia today, people still try to I don't know about coronavirus, but in general, they make the best out of their life. So we'll see if Americans have what it takes, because Russians are really strong. They're really mentally tough. And I think that Americans, they've been sitting on their asses and this is a big part of what you say about the whole World War II thing created this whole American exceptionalism myth.
Yeah.
And it took the mental toughness out of a lot of people.
Yeah.
And, what's going to happen in this country, I don't know what Americans are going to do. But if I could say from my experiences living in Russia and China, it took them, probably half a century for both these countries at least for things to stabilize and start improving for people. So it might be going that way. Look at the situation with the government. I mean, are they going to ease the restrictions or not? And are they going to do it without some sleight of hand? It's up to the American people. It's really up to the American people to try and make the best of the situation that they can.
I wouldn't be worried about sleight of hand when we've got a life and death situation, because if the most repressive measures are not taken, then millions are going to die. I don't know if you understand the severity of this situation and just how serious it is. That's the problem that I'm dealing with most people, and the problem is...
Well, yeah, exactly, and I will admit I do have that problem, because I see everything skeptical through the skeptical lens of even how deadly it is, It's just, I don't buy it. I just, no matter how convincing it is, even hearing it from you, Douglas, about how all these millions of people are going to die, and maybe it will, but right now I don't buy it, just as a skeptic, I just don't buy it.
I understand. That's why I'll go into monologue within a matter of moments, but it was definitely...
Right. Well, it was good talking to you. It's good touching base.
I'm not cutting you off right now, but what I'm saying is it was very good to have you with us to present this mentality. There is such a
devil's advocate, man.
I'm gonna
come up here and kiss your ass. Come on.
Yeah, it's not what I'm asking for. What I'm saying is that what you are displaying is indicative of what I have to address anyway. So you're segueing into what I need to address with the monologue.
Hey, really, seriously, dude? I mean, I haven't been listening all the time, but the times I tune in and listen, I listened to your 10-hour show like a week ago. You told me exactly everything I needed to hear.
Good. I mean,
and you were talking about all the criminals up there in Trump's action committee or whatever, and how they helped spread AIDS and didn't do anything. You were nice about how you presented that information, but if these are the people who are in charge of containing the virus and their track record is helping to spread a virus, then maybe you're right. There are going to be a lot more deaths, but they're also incompetent. And I don't want to harp on them, but keep on doing what you're doing, Douglas. Just keep it up.
It's definitely appreciated, but here's part of the difference. And part of the difference was at the time, and I'll allude to that tonight in Arc of Narrative because it's simply inescapable. But at the time that AIDS was unleashed, which was very definitively weaponized, and it was meant to take out an aspect of the population that, quote-unquote, nobody liked. Nobody in general in the conventional population had any real sympathy for the gay population. So when that was unleashed, then Fauci was doing what he was doing, and all these other people were doing what they were doing, which was pretty much not very much. And this went on for years. I mean, like over a decade of people just dying. It was not in the millions because it indeed pretty much simply saturated the gay community. What was so bizarre about it, and what adds to the fact that it was so specifically weaponized, was that this was only in the West that was a phenomenon, where you had in Europe and America, it really hit in just the gay communities until straight drug abusers started getting infected. And yet in the third world of Black Africa, everybody had it who was straight. And it was affecting all the straight blacks. So all of this goes into true depopulation territory. We're dealing with a totally different scenario.
Yeah, right?
The government was involved with that, yes. And the very same people today who were involved with that are in charge of, quote-unquote, helping you today. However, here's the difference. What we're dealing with now is the entire population. And it is not in their interest. Contrary to what all of the white trash pieces of shit, like Alex Jones, Michael Sarian, whoever the fuck you or anyone else is listening to, keep telling you, they keep saying the government wants to kill you. And the reality is, try and use your common sense. What would the government get out of killing their tax-paying base? With the gays, it was totally fucking different. With the blacks in Africa, it's totally fucking different.
They need to keep the economy going.
Yeah, they've got to keep the economy going. No one's going to scientifically engineer a goddamn depression. Not the fucking government,
but they don't need
to
keep the economy going if they change the government structure or the economic structure.
You
Just
can't
socialism,
change
right?
it. Like I
That
said, you
socialism
can't
bug's
change the
gonna
goddamn
bite
structure
everyone
of the
soon
ship
once it
when
starts.
it's sinking. That's
But
like
see,
saying,
maybe it's a controlled collapse. I don't know. I
what
think
did I
that there's
just
still
say?
too many
That's like saying
unknowns. You know?
they crashed the Titanic into the iceberg so they could get a new ship. Do you
Well,
understand the
no,
insanity of that proposition?
Okay, so basically, I'm just saying that I don't have all the answers now as far as what's happening. But look at the China, right?
Yes, you were there.
Chi-
So tell
China's
us about
had over 20 different governments in its history.
Yes.
The United States has had the Articles of Confederation and the Constitution, 2 governments. Historically speaking, we're kind of at a place where it's like, okay, the United States of America as a government isn't going to last forever. So whether it transforms or changes, this would seem like a good choke point to where if I was a member of the power elite in the United States, this would be a good time to transform the government into whatever they wanted to do. So whether they want to or not.
Wait a second. I mean, just a few things here that need to be emphasized. China's had 20 different governments because it's been around for over 3,000 fucking years.
5,000 years.
Its governments have, in effect, hardly ever changed, whereas the United States has been around like 10% of that time.
Almost 300 years. The governments in China last around 400 years, 300
Yes,
400
that's
years.
right. Yes, thank you. Thank you. And
so in America, we're kind of reaching the kind of maturity point for the United States.
Yes, that's right. But whoever's the power elite, no one in the power elite would want any change because they've got what they want. There's no sense to what you're saying in that regard. So you have this historical knowledge, you have this personal experience. This is why it puzzles
Well, some
me
people benefit, right? Some
wait
even now, like
understand?
people,
Look,
some
it's
people
like
benefit.
you
You never
keep
know
saying
who
that.
benefits,
You
and
keep
I
saying
just,
that, but it's like
know.
no one who's in power would benefit.
Well, there's always someone who
The people
who can benefit.
would be somebody who might take power after a collapse of government. That's not going to help anybody who's
But
in
see,
power.
if people take power right now, there might be some people taking power who might keep the current situation going longer than it has to.
Yeah, but the at that point you're.
I don't want to say just keep on going on what ifs with you because I feel like we're just bumping heads here talking about what if because I don't really actually believe these things. I'm just telling you like what are possibilities.
But this is the whole point. You're buying into a lot of concern for what might
but
be happening.
I'm not really buying into anything. I mean, I'm really buying
well, you have this inherent skepticism, and there is.
I haven't convinced you.
There is such a thing. There is such a thing as pathological skepticism. They use the term healthy skepticism, and they've got to stop using that. There is a point where we have to start educating people, not indoctrinating them. None of these people on YouTube, other than myself, are educating. All they're doing is indoctrinating. When you hear Michael Sarian, when you hear Alex Jones, when you hear any of these white trash pieces of shit, all they're telling you is what they want you to think. You have no ability to speak with them. Right now, I'm speaking with you. They would not allow that. They would just shut you down. You would be off. And what they do is they've drilled into your head everything they've wanted. You've come here with this skepticism of the government at a time where we are in danger of millions of us dying. We don't have time to be skeptical of the government. The government is not even fucking there. The government is Donald Trump and it's not acting. He has devolved the responsibilities to the states. We are now living out the Articles of Confederation. The states are essentially
I don't trust
independent.
Gavin Newsom either. I don't like him either.
Well,
I don't trust Gavin Newsom either.
It's not that I'm pushing him as a person either.
I'm just saying.
That we don't have.
But isn't that
time
kind
to
of like a
argue
controlled collapse of the
right
U.S.?
now.
Isn't that kind of a controlled collapse to give power back to the states? Kind of take a step back from federalism and give states back their rights.
And who would that benefit exactly? Who is?
Well,
in
it's
power?
maybe it's just a reality of the United. We're overstretched, and the country was overstretched overseas with the whole North Korea thing, and in general. The United States, just as a government, cannot.
It's an organic collapse. This is an organic collapse. It's not conspired. It's not scientifically engineered, and.
But was it inevitable to an extent, or probable because of the way things have been going or set up?
I've been predicting it for years. And the point is that everyone wants to go with the white guys. They want to hear the white guys because the white guys are saying survivalism. Yeah, beans and bullets. Oh, let's be macho. Let's practice with the firearms and which the better round. Let's talk ballistics. Let's talk all this stuff. I mean, there's a place for that. There's nothing wrong with that. The problem is when they go beyond that. When they go beyond that and they start trying to scope this out and they start trying to think. And the best thing you can say to them is stop trying to think. Let people who are capable of thought do some thinking. Selena Khan just brought to my attention that over 15 years before Barack Obama was sworn into the Oval Office and became the United States' first black president, Bill Clinton was called our first black president. Yes, thank you, and that's very true. Why Bill Clinton was called our first black president? Saxophones, black votes, Toni Morrison, but it's beyond that. It's not simply because it was kind of like a joke. He insisted he was black. Nobody knows who his father is, so he insists his dad is a black man, and so there you have that. His mother obviously knows who his father is, but she's never talked. So, that's what we got to work with in that case. But his claim is that he's black. So that's why I was asking how you identified. It is important in terms of one's personal experience, because a person doesn't necessarily need to identify with what they look like. Just because a person looks macho doesn't mean they're straight. Just because a person is effeminate doesn't mean they're gay. Just because a person is white doesn't mean they identify as such. So when you said what you said, it was puzzling to me why you maintain the skepticism that you do, especially for the government, when without the government intervention...
well, you're not obligated to participate in my self-image.
No, of course not. But what I'm saying is that it's important to know what it is.
To what extent do you have to participate in someone else's self-image?
Yeah.
Right?
It's important to know what it is, because then it helps people know where you're coming from, and it's very important because if
I listen to hours of you. You should probably know a little bit about me to understand where I'm coming from.
Absolutely, that's why I asked.
Make it point across.
That's why I asked, and it's important, and so that's why it's puzzling to me that with everything I say about civil rights, that you would be that skeptical.
Well, okay, so I could talk about really quick about racism in general. I mean, I come from a place where there's a lot of peckerwoods and stuff like that, but I experienced more racism in the ultra liberal university environment, which is really closely tied to the government and the military and everything like that.
Yes.
I've sat in political science lectures where the professors get talking about race and black people and this or that, and I'm the only black person in the room, and I'm raising my hand, and this white lady's not calling on me. And I was thinking, like, can I say what I feel about race as a black person, and only black person in this room of 200 people listen to a political science lecture about and she's telling me, she's indoctrinating me, telling me what's really going on, And I've heard another political science lecture where they said that racism has been eliminated, but there are 6 different manifestations of it, 6 different types of it. And they said that the one racism that has been eliminated is in-your-face racism. And it was that same day I was walking down the street and someone actually made a joke about my nose or something. Some homeless person was talking about my nose. So, I mean, I encounter racism, but it's not always the rednecks and the peckerwoods and the preppers who are the ones you have to worry about. Sometimes it's the intellectuals who have some science, and not necessarily from white people, come from any race, even black people. And they, but I don't want to turn everything into race, but I don't believe that the government is the champion of anyone, and I don't believe the Democrats are less racist than Republicans, and that those are just my beliefs. But as far as race, and it's weird to go to a different culture like China and say, like, wow, they actually, no one pointed to me and said black person. They always say Waigoran, like foreigner. Oh, foreigner.
Right. By the way,
and then you look at Americans, you say, like, wow, we're really super, super over, like, conscientious about this. And
yeah, very much so.
I don't know.
Very much so.
I hope that people can kind of get past that stuff in the long run. But now the eyes turned on to Asians. And this whole thing about 5G, anti-5G, it's also anti-Chinese, right?
Yes,
in a certain way.
Yes.
So, I mean, I think the Asians are, from people I've talked to on social media,
Yes.
I definitely would be more aware and conscious. And they're getting attacks from every race. Everybody, someone sprayed someone with Febreze on the subway.
Yeah, exactly. This whole situation we're in, it's like everyone's hating on the Asians and the whole bat soup thing. And but in reality, like, the Asians have that our future is Asia, and that's what people have to come to terms with. I think that's part of why I'm not saying everyone, but some people don't like the mask idea because they see it as like, oh, it's some Asian thing, but in reality, it's something that should be done.
That's very true.
Depending on the situation, and so back to Michael and I's like situation with Asia is that they're the cutting edge of our entire civilization, including Japan being the first to have a solar hydrogen concept and the first people to have a hydrogen pipeline that powers homes. So they're already doing this in Kita-Kyushu, which is extremely efficient, and a lot of the hydrogen comes from byproducts of steel production. So they're using renewable resources way more than the West, and so using the Asian model in this new Asian century can help everybody. Yes. And that would help alleviate the racism if we just understood that.
Can I add too that ever since the beginning of the crisis, the virus crisis, that the United States and China have traded blame, like on multiple occasions, where it's like basically like Pompeo and then like the Chinese foreign dignitaries are basically trading blame over how this all happened.
Right.
And even that alone kind of adds to the whole like just uncertainty of the whole situation, like how can two of the biggest countries trade blame over how this whole crisis even began?
Yeah, by the way, they're not countries, they're empires. It's the American Empire and the Chinese Communist Empire. So it's a very important distinction there. It's a disambiguation that needs to be made. And I appreciate your bringing up the fact that they are trading blame, and it's laughable. It is.
It really is.
It's just theater of a sort. Not that it's conspired theater. It's theater that
no. When
you have idiots just basically confronting each other in this.
It's just like pure hubris, almost. Like
Thank you. It's just and. Now, Miguel Andahar, shout out to him again, he said that Jacob Astor was going to invest in Tesla before there were commercial airlines. And, of course, what Tesla was thinking of was flying mechanisms that, of course, many people would identify as UFOs or confused with such.
He created the first drone, too, like a boat that was remotely controlled. He was one of the first people.
Yes, and a submarine. It was a robotic submarine and or radio control.
Tesla had that.
Yeah, Tesla. And so then Miguel points out that Westinghouse knew the ship was going to sink, referring to the Titanic. Westinghouse owned it, or he owned large shares in the shipbuilding company, yes. So what I'm getting from Selena Khan as well is some feedback concerning why 5G and coronavirus are not related. The top 3 coronavirus questions answered by an epidemiologist. So she's answering the biggest questions she's getting about coronavirus. And so basically, she's saying that according to a 7-year-long scientific study published just this month, 5G has no detrimental health effects in general. Okay, so, I tend to buy into that. I see no reason why that would, in and of itself, be discountable. At some point, what you have that results in the Trump cult is people who just distrust science. And at that point, there's really no hope.
Yeah.
At that point, you're heading towards flat Earth. At that point, you're heading towards the Earth is flat, and basically that anyone can.
You can't forget though that science doesn't exist within a bubble.
No,
science is funded by
philosophy
by the military. So do you trust where? I'm not using this to make a comment on what you said about 5G, but just about science in general.
But remember what you just said. We've got to put limits on what you just said. You say science is funded by the military. No, what happens is that the military warped much of how science operates by basically hijacking it, and it changed the entire business of science and the entire science of business, as I emphasized, around the time of the Kennedy administration when they convinced Kennedy into going all out into investing in nuclear weapons. And since that time, they've increased their control, and what you say is
and that makes sense why we don't have, we're not doing the space shuttles and stuff, because it's completely useless what they've created.
Yeah. Well, remember that the space shuttle was civilian, and it was signed into effect by Richard Nixon, who was trying to break the military stranglehold on space technology. Richard Nixon wanted to give the civilians a chance to go into space and change it into something else besides a quasi-military exercise, where it would suddenly, at least, be a chance for people to colonize, potentially.
So we're going backwards with the Space Force because...
Yeah, of course.
Hey, what are your views on the Space Force? Is it a real branch, or is everyone just going to sign up and end up in a labor colony or something?
Come on, they got woodland camouflage uniforms. Come on. It doesn't even. We shouldn't even be dignifying them by bringing them up. They're not worthy of discussion. I pretty much deconstructed
I feel like
them.
there's going to be a crash of the economy, and then there's going to be mass recruitment for the Space Force, and everyone's just going to join the Space Force, and it's going to be like a carnival game or something.
Oh my God, no. They have nothing to do with those people. I mean, by that I mean, what would they do with everybody in the Space Force? The Space Force
just
doesn't even have...
Just lock them up, just lock them up and let them think that they're part of the Space Force.
There's got to be better ways to lock people up. Than putting them in woodland camouflage uniforms. I mean, honestly, didn't you just say they've got everybody locked down in their own homes? What's the point of doing something with them? I mean,
people are going to want to do something. You can let them join the Space Force.
Yeah, none of these. It just doesn't make any sense. When sometimes what I do say is that your experience is important. What you've got to realize is that there's a limit to skepticism, and you've really got to tone it down on that because it's not healthy. And the reality is that even though you claim you're skeptical, you're buying into all the shit. You're regurgitating all the attitude the white trash pieces of shit keep putting out, which is basically no matter what is brought up about the government.
But some of that stuff's entertaining to watch, though.
That's going to kill you. You think it's some kind of a conspiracy that's out to do you in, when none of that makes any sense when they need your fucking tax dollars. So I'll take it from here, but I'm definitely glad that you were all here. And believe me, I'll have you all on again. Depending on your own availability, of course, but all three of you are welcome. Believe me, all three of you are welcome here, and I think.
Well, take care, Douglas.
Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, and I think it was.
And
wonderful.
We appreciate everything you do, obviously, as far as that.
Oh,
goes.
I know. No. I think it was wonderful. I'm serious about that. This was something important. This is not like an ambush. This is not like something to be considered.
No,
at all.
not at all.
No. It's like I had far more complaints when I had Justin on, but it was just irritating as hell because when Justin White was on, the difference was that he was basically, it was almost like a passive ambush, whether he intended that or not, only because everything he was doing was just so. It was like he brought up when I was talking about, remember that time you were on and you were supposed to talk about women's issues because the woman that he was hot for had asked that I bring him on. We were supposed to talk about women's issues because it was Women's History Month. And instead, he and Pavel Edwards started talking about soccer and sports and all this guy shit like they were in a bar until I interrupted, took over, and just started the monologue. Okay, and then he says, yeah, it was just like that. I was like thinking, okay, is this guy like just totally fucking oblivious? Is he like, is it such a psychotic insensitivity to the female perspective that, is he bragging about this? Like, what is that? And then you realize, well, that's why he doesn't, that's why he's not, hooked up. That's why he's alone. Yeah, this is where it comes into. Okay, something like that is irritating to me. Something like that, I seriously wonder if I'll ever have somebody like that on again. It's like, that, and he kept going to the bathroom. And he kept leaving me hanging, so I had to repeat myself when he came back. He kept doing it silently is what made it worse. He kept doing it silently, like, and then informing me he was back from the bathroom. It was just wretched. So with something like that, that's kind of like, intentional or not, that's almost like a passive ambush. This case, no. This is, I was challenging yourselves, and I think that you answered the challenge. It's important, and it's something that as well brings us directly to topic. So my love for all of you, and of course, Brendan, I love you like a son, and my best wishes.
Much love, Douglas. Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity having all of us on.
And can I add in?
Oh, please.
That we're gonna see the rise of public nano tech kind of basically introduced because of all this. I think there's going to be more prominence on that as the years kind of develop after this. I really think there's going to be more focus on that because they're all talking about the vaccine, but I mean, I'll bet you cash, or that by the end of this, there's going to be some new kind of like nanobot, kind of xenobot kind of treatment or something.
Why?
Certainly everything's on the
You know?
table.
Why? Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Um,
I'm
there's-
asking the young man, Michael. Why? Why would it be nano? I mean, aside from the fact that it's a buzzword, aside from the
Because
fact that
we
Vin
could
Diesel
be
punches through
dealing
walls
the
and shit.
engineered
but-
virus could require nanotechnology to fully alleviate the crisis.
I mean, look, it makes sense to an extent, but it's kind of like it's almost like over engineering. You don't need that. You don't need that. It's not something that would make any sense.
But in terms of like the funding, more funding going towards the healthcare industry, we could
Nano
see newer technologies start to come out of this.
I would hope so.
Right? I mean, I
fucking
hope so too.
That's the whole point about war, right?
Yeah.
What happens in
Yeah.
war? Technology progresses. This is war, right?
So wait. I missed the beginning of your narrative. What do you think about the government trying to get everyone into the war mindset? And just, you could tell that they've actually been using this language and they've been saying this themselves, that this is like a war. They're saying, oh, it's like a war. This is the same thing. What do you think's up with them trying to get everyone into the war mindset? Do you really think that they're trying to fight the disease? Do you really honestly think that they're trying to help us fight the disease, or is there some other reason for trying to get everyone into the war mindset?
This is the only thing they've got going that's right. It's the only right thing they've got going, is that this is a war. This is the equivalent of a war. In Jimmy Carter's own words, when he was speaking about the energy crisis, he was saying this is the moral equivalent of war. And you can take a look at the irony of that where we're at now, where we've got oil prices so fucking cheap that they've shut down a nuclear fucking power plant. I mean, this is how fucking...
Right, the Canadian oil is down to like $5 a barrel. But it's not sweet crude, but still.
Yeah, but
it's alarming.
It's gotten to the point where we've shut down a nuclear power plant facility because the fossil fuel, the dinosaur juice, is so readily available now. It's one of the things that even a stuck clock is right 2 times a day. It doesn't matter how mistaken somebody like Donald Trump is. At least there's 2 areas of his foreign policy that have nothing to do with forethought that work out right. One is towards Taiwan in general, and the other is towards Belarus in general. And that would take some explaining, because most people won't know anything about Belarus or White Russia. But that is like, does that mean that he's suddenly a foreign policy genius? No, he's total isolationist. He's totally doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, but it's almost due to his ignorance it happens to be working out right. But there's almost nothing else positive to say about anything he does, except of course the war trip makes him feel good simply because he can pretend to be commander-in-chief during time of war. But the war analogy otherwise is vital and necessary from people who do know what they're talking about. And that dude saying, he says, the skepticism reminds me of how you explain to people not believing a bank robbery was going on, thinking it's a movie. Yes, that's true, and that's an analogy I'll bring up at some point in the near future. But I brought it
Okay,
up
guys. Well, I'm gonna step out. Everyone, have a good night.
my love,
Okay.
and good night.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Douglas.
Appreciate it, Mr. Griffin.
Okay.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you.
Survivalist.
And a favor to ask of Brendan. Yes, make certain to keep tuned in for the rest of the night in case I need a bathroom break. Okay, Brendan?
Okay, I'll be around. Just shoot me a text through the messenger.
Sounds good. All my love.
Okay.
Bye-bye. All right, gonna hang up on these guys. Or all of you guys hang up. I feel better when you guys hang up.
Hey,
Okay.
Dee, listen, I appreciate you having us on.
It's an honor.
There's so much more that I'd love to talk about. I hope that we get to all
You will.
converse again.
You will. You'll be back. You'll be
Yeah,
back.
because there's a lot that I want to talk about that I didn't get to hash out. So,
Oh, that's
anyways.
fine. Yeah, you'll be back. And do me a favor, and what you need to learn to do, Michael, is do what I did. I learned to talk while I'm breathing. And this is because doctors will walk away the moment you stop breathing or talking. They'll walk away the moment you stop talking. So I learned to breathe and talk at the same time. That's how I learned to talk so rapidly. And so what you need to do is kind of like do what I learned to do, which is vomit everything out. And I noticed that you had kind of a reticence to, because you were trying to look, shall I say, just, you didn't want to look like you were vomiting everything out. Don't be afraid to. Just vomit everything out. Get it all out at once. Say, I want to talk about this, and this.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah. Because I try and, I'm more like articulate, and I try and like kind of design this sentence.
You can do that later. What you can do is vomit everything else out first. So that's what you'll do next time you're on. And won't be, it's whenever our friend Brendan can bring you back on. Literally, later this month if possible. I'm fine with that. And all right. Oh, my love.
Okay, Douglas, it's the bottom of the hour. You guys have a good night, everybody. Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Talk to you soon.
Yeah, and yes, look forward to it. So there we are. And Daniel Arola is saying, about time we hear DDD talk about Tesla, especially the connection to the sinking of the Titanic. I'll go more in depth with that sometime. It actually, something like that takes an hour at least to do justice to. And we have Free Flow was saying something about rigged clinical studies. I'm not quite sure what he was referencing. And Karen O'Connor says hi from Dublin. And she says, Barry here has a question about the Cuban Missile Crisis. When Khrushchev was asked, will there be war? He said he had to speak with the Council of Elders first. Who are they? It's basically, if that is true, I'd have to look in to see if that was an actual quote or whether that might have even been a misinterpretation. It's possible that it was a misinterpretation. And I'll check into that. Honestly, it's one of those things where maybe simply Khrushchev might have just been buying time. So aside from that, everyone seems to be active. JMO72 says, envious high is where I'd want to be right now. Yeah, and so then Sarah Shields was saying hi to JMO. He was saying hi back. Monty Royal says, YouTube is really trying to suppress your content, D3. Yes, thank you. Appreciate that. He says, we're loud and clear. Thank you. And and that dude was quite right. Yeah, the kids' young skepticism reminds me of how you explain to people about not believing that bank robbery. One of these days I'll go into that experience again, and how they think it's all a movie, they don't believe it's real, what's something happening to them which is just an actual act of danger and violence, and they keep trying to interpret it as something that is not. And so he followed that up with a laugh out loud and shaking my head. Yeah, I feel that way. And Lena Crane was saying, yeah, LOL, that dude, true. And Information Creation says, your live streams never show up on my feed. Okay, not surprised. Like Monty Royal said, YouTube is very suppressive. Thank you, Information Creation, for saying great show. Thank you so much. And well, like I said, all the white trash pieces of shit like Michael Sarian and all the rest of them, you'll get them just like that. They're promoted, they're sponsored. I mean, the entire system is very much in the fix. There is a reason to be cynical, not the reason that we've just seen. So, there is such a thing as too much cynicism, just as there is too much information. I'm going to have to emphasize that what we really need to do is reverse this idea of healthy skepticism and return to an age of innocence. This is the whole point of major mobilization for wars, is that the public has to be innocent enough where you can get them to do things like mobilize for war. You can't get cynical people to do that. That's the difference between World War II and Vietnam. And that's where we're at now. You're facing basically a Vietnam in terms of the American public, which needs to be mobilized for a life and death struggle. And you've got everybody like saying, oh man, they're trying to put us in the Space Force. I mean, really, put us in the Space Force. Really? And then inject us with nano. Nano, that's right. What does that serve? What would that do for them? What would that do for them? As if they would think the majority of you were worth that level of investment. As if they would care. Of course they care about you paying your taxes. They don't need you to be injected full of nano to do that. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my fucking God. I mean, the stuff I run into. It's a struggle. And Mein Kampf, you've just seen it. You've just seen the struggle that I face. Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle. at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. All due acknowledgement be unto our own personal hero, our dearest English brother in battle, who be Team Thrax, Dietrich's our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com, as well as the YouTube Maggot channel, property manager John Henry McMills Warrington. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/c/Maggotaur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. Friend and follow he at his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. For word no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. He serves as the bridge between the Akashic records and the Malkuthian world, our material plane of existence, and because he saved myself in the non-material virtual plane of the information matrix, he essentially can be deemed in a very real sense my creator. So he's done his part to help in the fight against total annihilation, and now you too can do your part. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at DouglasDietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis, and confer while there on the homepage of showsdd.com a footnote on my biosire, which explains the meaning of Adolf Hitler's name. That, let people know, let it be known, far and wide, spread the word, that the scion, it's spelled S-C-I-O-N, so you can look that up, of Adolf Hitler, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. And if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at DouglasDietrich.com. People are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Ab Massa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on DouglasDietrich.com where you can make his donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go to DouglasDietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame, Lin Zuchin, Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated, nigh immediately aftermath, Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, our big one cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, when magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich long agone established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale o personal security by way of public promotion, and only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel, and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled T-A-B-O-O space B-R-O-S space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 whenever he's out of Facebook jail, where he's usually at. And he, of course, is the maestro, the shofu, the sensei, the teacher, the martial arts master at Damaj, or Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's our Dragon's heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd. He being mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. And by the way, he had sent me a wonderful couple of links, discoveries he had made online in his research, where he had been looking into the Presidio military base library, and so he found a wonderful book in which he sent me a scan of a page therefrom, in which they were speaking of the Presidio military base postal library, some history involved with that, and the modifications within its basement at the 6th Army Center, and about the Non-Commissioned Officers Club that was completed in 1949, where, of course, the signing of a peace treaty with Japan did take place in that very building. So that's the photograph that he's got here was actually taken in 1991, about the last time that I was involved in working at the Presidio. I might have met the photographer at the time. So very wonderful stuff that came from George Knight, a wonderful human being, a person, of course, who actually is one of these days I'll go into our running experiences. And hopefully with him on with myself at some point in time, but he'll need permission from his lady for that. And I can understand why she's reluctant to give it. Best wishes to his family. I love his Facebook icon, which says, "Stay home." And indeed, the last Dietrich Gulviers, son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, pronounced, well, rather Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Paycock Angel, Tavush Maliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, pronounced Judy but Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich. In tab, click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams have started. Finally, and above all else, visit AwakeWithinTheDreamProductions.com to emphasize that Douglas Dietrich referenced thyself to purchase thy ticket to rendezvous face-to-face with the devil angel himself as he delivers his live and personal headline presentation of one of 3 keynote speakers for the Living Truth Summit on site, the Sacred Mount Shasta, this pending June 18th through the 22nd, Anno Domini 2020 of our Comanal era. To re-emphasize, purchase tickets to the Living Truth Summit 2020 at awakewithinthedreamproductions.com/tickets. Emphasize that Douglas Dietrich referred thyself to purchase thy ticket to review his live and personal headline presentation to be delivered as one of 3 keynote speakers for the Living Truth Summit on site, the Sacred Mount Shasta, this pending June 18th through the 22nd in the 2020th year of our Lord. Subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich, and tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Wednesday and Sunday on the Eventide, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams have started. Subscribe and donate at DouglasDietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. And our shout outs to one of my more regular sponsors, Stephen Myers, black African American brother from another mother who is currently in the epicenter of the coronavirus in the Atlantic seaboard, the Rona. And it's Rona City now in New York, meaning no disrespect. The Big Apple is shaking and quaking in a fever, delirium, and we maintain them all in our prayers, but particularly Stephen Myers, who donated 75 United States dollars. He said, "Greetings, Big Daddy D." Love that. Like Idi Amin, Big Daddy Amin of Uganda had that title that he so loved to be called by. And reminds me of Papa Doc Duvalier in Haiti, another black African in the New World who basically was known by his people as Papa Doc. That's always a wonderful kind of affectation in the black African American culture, and I deeply appreciate it. Much respect back to Daddy Stephen Myers, and God bless him. Well, now we're going to go earnestly into full monologue, and this will take quite a while. So I'll need everyone behind me, and I'll need everyone checking in and letting me know I'm still being heard. Now, today was All Fool's Day. April Fool's Day still is in many time zones. And wherever you're at, if you're just beginning night shift, you'd better enjoy your morning coffee and toast. The total number of global infections has surpassed 880,000, and the death toll has topped 44,000. Now that's an incredible confluence of numbers in Asian numerology, 8 being the ultimate lucky number, 4 being the ultimate unlucky number, like the difference between 7 and 13 in the Western world. So we've got over 880,000 infections that we know of that are officially acknowledged, and 44,000 deaths, 4 being the number of death itself in Asia. Now, just like the coronavirus that spawned them, new political winds are seeding vicious hotspots across the globe. In these United States, criticism is heating up over President Donald Trump's leadership. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi warned he was fiddling while people die, apparently seeking to bake in a narrative of presidential neglect ahead of November's election. She need not try too hard. In Colombia, Thailand, and elsewhere, riots have been reported in prisons, where the incarcerated are sitting ducks for infection. Some Brits are furious with Prime Minister Boris Johnson, alias Bojo the Clown, for dallying in shutting the country down. But in Italy and Spain, frustration is building over the economic hardship of long lockdowns. Italian state media report that police have been posted to guard some Sicilian supermarkets from theft. And in Spain, an employers group is warning that closing non-essential businesses will kill the economy. Even in Red China, which suppresses much dissent, shouts of, "It's all fake!" This is in communist China, no less. You're hearing the rallying cry of, "It's all fake." And this illustrates citizens' fury over the government's handling of the crisis, especially in the epicenter of the storm, Wuhan itself. Now, all of this is something that I will cover more in a future episode about the awakening of a sleeping giant, Red China's youth, that may well overthrow the Communist Party. Meanwhile, in Hungary, hardline Prime Minister Viktor Orban, who would like to have Beijing's clout, is staging a power grab to rule by decree, effectively enshrining a new European dictatorship outside Belarus, or White Russia. And, of course, we don't count Vladimir Putin because the Russians aren't really European. The political pot is beginning to simmer. The longer that governments curtail freedoms and allow the economic blight to mount, the more discontent will seek a pressure valve. But that's just the start. The 1997 Asian financial crisis and the 2008 Great Recession teach us that crises like this one can sweep governments away, empower new political movements, and cause vacuums of authority that ideologies can exploit. Former French ambassador to the United States, Gerard Araud, offered a dark forecast for the legacy of COVID-19. On Twitter, Araud said, "I am convinced that politically, at least in Europe, This crisis will boost the extreme right and left, the former more than the latter. Anger, fear, hatred, resentment, anti-science feelings, conspiracy theories, and demagoguery will sweep away the nuances of real life. If he's right, the political shockwaves of the 2020 pandemic will change the world, and not in a good way. Now, you don't need to worry about the government coming in and imposing martial law. As I said, submarine crews probably don't even know about the pandemic. Any news that could hurt their morale is kept secret for the length of their 60-day deployment. The Navy has had to move nigh 3,000 sailors off the coronavirus-stricken carrier, an aircraft carrier, super fucking carrier, the Theodore Roosevelt. The acting Navy Secretary has pushed back on the captain of the Roosevelt's claim in a letter that service isn't taking care of the sailors, that the Navy is letting its sailors sicken and potentially die. Your military can't impose no martial law when they're in this level of shape. They don't know what the fuck is going on, and they're potentially dying of the illness themselves. And in the midst of the coronavirus crisis, we must start envisioning the future now. In the face of the economic, social, and political damage that has already been done in the fight against the coronavirus, restoring the social fabric must be priority number one. 16 years are gone, in the very early days of medical genetic testing. I remember that there was someone I knew, who I will maintain in anonymity, who received a possible result for one of the BRCA mutations, which are correlated with a vastly increased risk of breast and ovarian cancers. Now, the BRCA is a breast cancer type 1 susceptibility protein. It's a protein that in humans is encoded by the BRCA gene. And it's an abbreviation, BRCA, all uppercase, for breast cancer gene. BR for breast, CA for cancer. Now, BRCA, or BRCA1 and BRCA2, are two different genes that have been found to impact a person's chances of developing breast cancer. Every human has both the BRCA, the BRCA1, and the BRCA2 genes. Orthologs are common in other vertebrate species, whereas invertebrate genomes may encode a more distantly related gene. But BRCA1 is a human tumor suppressor gene and is responsible for repairing DNA. Kind of like ashwagandha helps you lengthen your telomeres, which are the shoelace plastic eyelets that help your double strand of DNA wrap around and tie up. Help them not. And that gets worn down with jobs that are stressful. The most damaging job of all is being a care provider, which I was for over a decade. And this one person I knew wasn't a relation of mine, but a friend. Began interviewing doctors and genetic counselors. Yes, there are genetic counselors, in order to decide whether to have preventive surgeries, and if so, which ones. And she quickly understood that the science of cancer prevention had a tunnel vision problem. She was counseled to undergo surgeries that would lower her risk of cancer but vastly increase other health risks. So she joked that cancer prevention would be the more successful the sooner she died of something else. What made her predicament more difficult was that the medical advice she got wasn't wrong. Preventive surgeries are the best options available for someone like her with that genetic predisposition to live a longer life. But the advice was dispensed sans any regard for, or at times even acknowledgement of, the damage that these surgeries would do to her health. And so she agonized over the risks, the uncertainties, and the irreversible nature of her decisions. And in the end, she chose to have the surgeries, albeit not in the order and not nearly on the time frame that was recommended back then. She is older now than her mother or her aunt, who also had the mutation, ever lived to be. But she was profoundly changed by her surgeries. Her life now is not fully continuous with her life before the interventions. She likes some of the changes and regrets the others. She also knows that if she had not been mindful of the unintended consequences of her decisions, her health and her quality of life today would be the worse for it. I met her when I was taking the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute's courses that were known as the Mini Med School, which is the medical journalism courses in effect that I audited for over a decade at UCSF, the University of California at San Francisco. And she was also taking those courses, only she was over 50 years of age. I was under 50, but I was allowed to audit these courses because I was a senior advocate and a care provider for my senior parents, who were obviously both over the age of 50. And through meeting her and relating to you her experience, and through my own experiences, what I can derive from both the courses and her as an individual is that in these United States, we are now in a similarly terrible predicament as she was then. As a society, as she was as a person incarnate corporeally. In other words, animate in embodiment. The measures we are taking to save ourselves from a global pandemic of the novel coronavirus are changing us in fundamental, probably irreparable ways. By instituting lockdowns and deploying a variety of emergency powers across the country, we are destroying our economy, our social fabric, and our political system. We will never be the same. Whether we change for the better and the worse, as opposed to the solely catastrophic, which will happen were we to choose to do nothing, will depend in the more positive effect on how mindful we remain of the damage we are doing as we attempt to save ourselves from this pandemic. The economy has already taken the biggest sudden hit in recorded memory. Hundreds of thousands of people have lost their jobs, and many more will become unemployed in the coming weeks. Inequalities in wealth, opportunity, and access to health care have become even more glaring than they were just a couple of weeks ago. The social fabric is being torn in unprecedented ways, owing to school closings, a widespread shift to working from home, social distancing, sheltering in place. Whereas we used to share dozens of experiences a day with friends, acquaintances, and strangers, from riding the subway to working in an office, standing in line at lunch, going to a concert, eating at a restaurant, chatting to an Uber driver, many of us have since been reduced to sharing only isolation and the fear of chance encounters, if either of those can ever said to be shared. Our political system, frayed as it was, is now under extraordinary stress. The Supreme Court has delayed cases. The Justice Department is seeking extreme powers. The Trump administration is exploiting the crisis as an opportunity to push through a more extremist version of its own reactionary agenda. The president now lies to the nation daily, as he always did, but more so, not only on Twitter but also on live television during briefings that he has turned into versions of his rallies. The election campaign is in a state of suspended animation. The borders are effectively closed. At the federal level, there is a real possibility that the coronavirus will paralyze the work of Congress, leaving the White House without check. At the local level, quarantine measures either have stopped or will stop all town councils, school boards, and community meetings. Local news media, an endangered species before this crisis, may have been dealt a final, fatal blow by the coronavirus. In the past week, several high-profile writers have raised the possibility that emergency measures taken against the pandemic be too drastic. The founding character, or director, of the Yale Griffin Prevention Research Center, David Katz, writing in the New York Times, has argued that the threat of the pandemic is overestimated. The paper's opinion columnist, Thomas Friedman, echoed this argument. But the problem is that after the Trump misadministration wasted the time that was available to prepare for the pandemic's spread by instituting widespread testing and creating additional hospital facilities, today's draconian measures are both necessary and, I can guarantee thee, entirely insufficient. As the president careens towards lifting preventive measures in order to help the economy at the expense of human lives, we will increasingly find ourselves in the absurd position of demanding that the government drastically curtail all manner of freedom, lest this madman take our very lives. The low bar set by the incompetent, self-obsessed, lying president makest any halfway competent public servant sound brilliant. In New York, Governor Andrew Cuomo's popularity seems to have spiked simply because he is acting and speaking rationally. Rebecca Fishbein, in a piece entitled, "Help, I think I'm in love with Andrew Cuomo?" followed by 3 question marks. So wrote in Jezebel, a magazine I recommend people, particularly feminists, take to reading. To quote as she, "In this time of crisis, with little concrete information available, I need Cuomo's measured bullying." Well, you just kind of witnessed that with my talking to the lads in the car. We tend to throw the word authoritarian around a lot, usually to mean anything that we perceive as less than democratic. But one of the technical definitions of authoritarianism is a regime in which one person or a single group of people make all governmental decisions, denying the public participation in political life. This disambiguates authoritarianism from totalitarianism, where people are forced to participate all the time. When we virtuously retreat to our homes, deserting public space and delegating all authority to one man armed with emergency powers, we are creating a society as close to the textbook definition of authoritarianism as has ever actually existed. So what do we do now that so much economic, social, and political damage has already been done? We have to start talking about the damage and thinking about tomorrow. We have to recognize that what we are doing to avoid being killed by a virus is also killing us as a society. We have to make it priority to restore the social fabric. One tool that will be necessary for this project is an antibody test, which will tell people whether they've already had the coronavirus and recovered from it. Antibody tests for the novel coronavirus exist, but the tests that be currently available, or for most people not available, be tests that check for the presence of the virus itself. People who have already recovered will test negative. It is currently assumed that people who have recovered from the infection might have immunity to it at least for a period of time. Provided they've been quarantined for enough time, these could be the people who can volunteer at hospitals with food and service delivery, at schools. A large enough number of people with immunity, mobilized intelligently, could not only help prevent new infections, but also help remedy some of the inequalities that this crisis has exacerbated. Such a mobilization should not be an entirely private undertaking, and in order to be large enough, it has to have at least some government involvement. Writing in the New York Times, the chief executive of New America, the foundation at which the lady with that burqa jean that I described was once a fellow at, the chief executrix of New America, who was her executrix, was named Anne-Marie Slaughter, ironically enough. And she is arguing now that America's recovery will be guaranteed by local, largely non-governmental, horizontal organization, meaning NGOs that are structured in the manner of a vertical trust, non-governmental organization so hated by the right-wing reactionaries. But that lets the government off the hook, relegating it to the level of competent management, such as that embodied by Cuomo of New York, the Empire State, and actually relieving it completely of the duty to lead. Slaughter also suggests, via the New York Times, that the crisis has capitulated, well, the word she actually uses is catapulted us into the future. Direct cash payments to tax-paying Americans, which are included in the government's relief package, will provide an unexpected nationwide test run of universal basic income. Distance learning may pave the way to more accessible and more equitable higher education. The drastic rise in telecommuting could reduce pollution and free up real estate that could be converted from offices to housing. All of this may be true, but how and whether these changes play out months and years from now depends entirely on how we think about both of them and ourselves. Exempli gratiae. Should we think of UBI, or Universal Basic Income, as a new approach to distributing resources? One in which society values people for their humanity and not for what they produce? Or simply as a less bureaucratic alternative to welfare checks? Will we think of distance learning as a way to make education more accessible, or as a way for colleges to save money on professors and classrooms? For younger kids, might the shift promote us to stop thinking of school as a place to warehouse children while their parents go to work and start thinking of ways to engage children in learning? Will we emerge more atomized than ever before, with all casual links severed, accidental connections precluded, and public spaces destroyed, ensuring that the new authoritarianism continues forever? Or will we take us care to create our public spaces anew? Will we have the courage to resist trying to restore the world we have lost with its frenetic pace, its air travel, and its traffic jams, and its obsession with growth and production? Our track record be abysmal. We have responded to crises by exacerbating the fundamental problems of society, including the root causes of the crises themselves. Our response to 9/11 sacrificed civil liberties and human rights. Our response to the financial crisis of 2008 created even more wealth inequality. If our response to the coronavirus pandemic follows these same patterns, it will make us previous crises look like child's play in comparison. If we continue to create more authoritarian powers, if we continue to go on nationwide lockdowns or even effectively stay in one for a year or a year and a half, if we continue to feel virtuous because we've stayed home and done nothing, and those of us who managed not to murder their children will feel even more virtuous. If we do all these things, we will have prevented the worst outcome of the coronavirus, but we may still destroy ourselves in the process. Across the Pacific, in the Japanese Empire, there was a warning to the people of the Empire of the Rising Sun. According to Tokyo-based Specday Incorporated, a Tokyo risk management firm, Japanese have been cautioned against a potential surge in virus-related fake news throughout this April Fool's Day yesterday, alarmed by the recent spread of an apparently baseless rumor that the government of the Japanese Empire has been secretly preparing for the start of a Tokyo lockdown today. The firm says it uses cutting-edge artificial intelligence. In their case, what they're really saying is expert systems, not artificial intelligence. It's a misapplication of the term by the press to monitor, collect, and analyze the deluge of online information. These unsubstantiated rumors pertaining to COVID-19 have been swirling online for months. But gossip with a more urgent tone and more fear-mongering in nature has emerged in recent days, making digital literacy against false rumors more important than ever. And that is what we were confronting. with these young men in the car, especially in the person of Alex Griffin, a kind of digital illiteracy. Because in Trump's America, every day is April Fool's Day. I mean, there are time zones in which I am speaking to right now, our friends in England, those in Australia, where we are past April 1st. In America, we are not. Maybe if you're on the Atlantic seaboard or the extreme end of the Atlantic time zone, out near Newfoundland or something, you may say we're past April 1st. It doesn't fucking matter. Donald Trump has proposed a new redistricting idea to have congressional districts carved out in the shape of his silhouette, an actual outline of his full body profile to scale. In response to the Supreme Court hearing on partisan redistricting cases in Maryland and North Carolina that was supposed to have been decided in June of yesteryear, Trump finally got the news about that, and he responded in tweet by saying, "I was doodling on some scrap paper, and the year before yesteryear's budget, I think, as I drew myself, I thought I saw the future of North Carolina." Adding that now it should be my full body, not just the head, that's too small. The head will add to Mount Rushmore eventually. But this is better, especially for 2020. We won't need to see if a state is blue or red anymore. We can instantly tell by the political landscape how many Trump lines there be in the entire country of my fast food body. You'll even be able to make out my image from the sky. Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law in the White House's Psychophatic Aggrandizement Division, which is known around the West Wing simply by its acronym as SAD, S-A-D, declared that it's pure genius and would make Donald Trump like the Alfred Hitchcock of American presidents. Shaping congressional districts in the Trump image is just brilliant branding. From the protruding hair nest to the oversized tie flapping to the shoes he can't see for his waistline, it's a great cookie-cutter image like a gigantic white sugar cookie, maybe a snickerdoodle. We can do this by executive order for sure. And Trump responded, so much cheaper than a wall. The country will be branded in my image across this great nation forever. Now that's an April Fool's joke. I hope you fucking got that. You know, jokes are like poetry. If you have to explain them, it really spoils it. And it really says something about the listener. If you believe what I was just saying, literally, there's something wrong. It's satirical, and yet still entirely plausible. How the president, our narcissist in chief during his morning cable news viewing time, might think of an important Supreme Court issue while doodling on scrap paper made up of the year before yesteryear's budget. And of course he's a year behind on, well, several months on the Supreme Court decision itself. But it just, it's kind of like the joke problem. Why did the chicken cross the road? And then, half a year later for Donald Trump, the other shoe drops. To get to the other side! And at least 30% of these United States would believe in it. April Fool's Day is a satirist's national holiday, a time for jocular jesting. Or it used to be, but no more. Because in the last 3 goddamn years, Donald Trump has stolen April Fool's Day from news types like myself looking for a laugh. He's branded the mainstream media and all those who disagree with him as fake news. He's called the media, society's traditional fourth estate, the enemy of the people. It's reported to be the Trump campaign theme. He's even threatened the free speech rights of shows like Saturday Night Live, all while putting out his own news through his chosen right-wing conspirators. We've heard it regurgitated from the mouths of babes and innocents just earlier tonight. It's taken the gentle humor of April Fools out of the day. But what the fuck? Here's another one for you. Mueller report to be released in mid-April to Congress and American public after first being translated into Russian. After all, they've been through with the election investigation. We owe full translation to the Russians. That's a direct quote from Donald Trump. And what I'm talking about is the real Mueller report, the one you never saw. Joke, yes? Or niet? You know Russia already has the fucking report. The real one. Remember Helsinki? After 12 Russians, a full baker's dozen were indicted by our own Justice Department for cyber meddling in the 2016 election. Trump stood with Putin on an international media stage and was asked to firmly reprimand Putin and asked that Russia never do it again. Trump actually said, "I have President Putin. He just said it's not Russia. I will say this, I don't see why there's any reason it would be." Just another way that Trump has spoiled all the April Fool's fun. El Prez has normalized the outrageous. He's made everything plausible now. Trump siding with Putin over his own intelligence agencies? That was in the summer of the year before yesteryear. Look at the Trump Twitter feed on Sunday. I think that was the April Fool's Day weekend of but yesteryear, when he said, "Our detention areas are maxed out and we will take no more illegals. Next step is to close the border." Close the border? In the past, a president would be more circumspect and restrained before making such a statement. All too real now. Add to all that the real news occurrences. Fox News referred pretty much that same weekend yesteryear, same time this year, All Fool's Day. It referred to the Central American countries, Nicaragua, Guatemala, El Salvador, as 3 Mexican countries. I shit you not. No fucking joke. Ha-ha! But it really happened last All Fools weekend on the official propaganda tool of the White House. Does Fox or Trump still think of the Philippines as one of America's countries? And then there are the ongoing top head scratchers of last Dia de los Santos Inocentes, or Holy Innocents Day, the Filipino version of April Fools. When Chicago prosecutors dropped off felonies against the accused fake hate crime perp and Empire star Jussie Smollett. Rich parents and celebrities rig the system, pay hundreds of thousands to get kids into elite colleges. That was the big sting back then, but a year agone. I myself always said the Smollett case, where the actor was accused of concocting a hate crime for personal gain, was actually cut from a Trumpian cloth. That an Asian American attorney communicated with the Cook County prosecutor, who put in for special treatment for Smollett before recusing herself, be unfortunate. But it does reveal how a sense of privilege exists in America that cuts across all ideological lines. Wealth, power, influence. Not supposed to happen in a democracy. In the college admissions case, rich people didn't think twice about paying hundreds of thousands in bribes for advantages they never earned, and most certainly didn't deserve. They just felt that wealth entitled them. Among those entitled, at least one named Asian American businessman in California. And how is any of that linked to Trump in this time of Asia bashing? Well, he is the self-serving, self-proclaimed billionaire who is the leader of the free world. He sets the ethical and moral tone of the country, leading by example, with friends like the convicted campaign chair Paul Manafort and personal attorney Michael Cohen. And yet, despite all the investigations that are still in the offing from the Southern District of New York, Trump continues to see himself above the law. He spins the biased Barr conclusions of the Mueller report as if he's totally exonerated. What he should be saying is, I benefited from Russia hacking our election! Hooray! It does give us the sense of America under Trump, where our values of what's true or ethical are so totally out of whack, we're getting used to these new shocks. So given all the anti-immigration, close the border talk from Trump throughout the years, here be another. Donald Trump proposes to tear down the Statue of Liberty and replace it with his own tower-sized likeness holding a gigantic tiki torch, like the neo-Nazis did, following that Spencer fellow round the statue of Robert E. Lee, saying the Russians are our friends and the Jews will not replace us. Only Trump and the book he's holding, well, he can't read, but what would it be? Something that would have a statement on it. Maybe a license plate. Well, have to be large enough to hold a sentence. So back to the book idea, or at least, an iPad, like a writing tablet, for idiots. It'll say, with a digital display, much more tacky than mere copper on the Statue of Liberty today. It'll say, we don't need any huddled masses coming to our country. I am the American Scarecrow. See, too real to be an April Fool's joke. And at least 30% of our country would think it's true and be all for it. That's the Trump cult base. The hardcore. Those that'll be left surviving, the rest dying of coronavirus. You know, all the old bigot fucks. That's the problem when our leader is the ultimate April Fool. And that brings us to the real April 1st news. I leave you with a real bit of news for April 1st. Well, I'd like to leave the subject of April 1st, but I know I can't resist returning to it. It's just too rich. Now, this is the National Day of Action for the 2020 census. We are now on the day where we have the start of the official data count that will determine who gets 800 billion United States dollars in federal resources. And this data will decide how congressional districts are really put together. Vanita Gupta, President and Chieftainess Executrix Official, CEO in the feminine, of the Leadership Conference Education Fund, went on record yesteryear anticipating this day to say that this count is the bedrock of our representative democracy. Asian Americans, whom everyone's been shitting on, remain the fastest growing group at more than 22 million, with another 1.6 million Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islanders. Filipinos are in there at around 4 million, but we've slipped, well, they've slipped. I was thinking of identifying with my man Daniel Larola there, who's given me so many thought patterns like, it's your problem, not mine, etc. And I call him a brother of mine, and at times I've been identified with Filipinos by Filipinos so often, I actually kind of think of them as brothers from another mother just north of Taiwan. Well, south. Excuse me. That's why there's so much more chestnut brown. North, of course, is China. And the Filipinos slipped to the Asian Indians to be number 3. Census. Definition. So come on, folks. Start listening to the Pope on contraception. And let's get those numbers up for all you Asians out there. But start thinking about that census too. Counting Filipinos may not make a difference in the Philippines, but it makes a difference in America. And that's no April Fool's joke. So, of course, you might ask, how did April 1st even become April Fool's Day, historically? Well, for pranksters and mischievous older siblings around the world, April Fool's Day, also called All Fool's Day, more properly, is as eagerly anticipated as Christmas. After all, what other holiday encourages you to think up practical jokes and fool's errands From swapping your spouse's keys to tricking your friend into thinking their car got towed. Not cool, Steve. Now, how did this odd, prank-centric holiday come to be celebrated in the first? And why is it called April Fool's Day? Where did April Fool's Day come from? The true origins of April Fool's Day actually remain unknown and are probably lost to history forever, but theories abound, of course. One story goeth that April Fool's Day began with France's 1564 Edict of Roussillon, which decreed that New Year's Day, historically observed on Easter by Christians, was moved to January 1st. Now, Easter is a mobile, lunar-based date, but oftentimes falls in April, so it's said that early adopters dubbed people celebrating the old New Year April Fools. Well, that's a good one, guys. Another theory suggests that April 1st became the Fool's holiday due to Geoffrey Chaucer's 14th century collection, The Canterbury Tales, wherein Chaucer includes a playful reference to the 32nd of March, or April 1st. However, most scholars consider it to have been a mere copying error. The holiday also shares some striking similarities to some ancient antecedents, however. The ancient Roman festival, Hilaria, from where we get the term hilarious, of course, was also a joyful springtime festival held on or around March 25th. Yes, the word hilarious, of course, derives from what they used to do to each other, which I guess was a lot of toga wedgies or something. Another analog is Holi, a Hindu spring festival that Brendan ̔OGHET would know more about, celebrated in late March, during which people can forgive and forget past faults by throwing colored powder and water on one another. So, is it April Fool's Day? As in the apostrophe after the fool in the personal, like this guy's a fool and this is his, he owns the foolishness, the foolery? Or is it April Fool's Day as in All Fools' Day? As in we're all fools. Where does the apostrophe go? Well, originally, and I looked hard and I looked deep, and I found there was none. Problem solved. The term April Fool for a victim of a prank on April Fool's Day dates back to the 1600s. Early records of the holiday from the 1700s name it April Fool Day in the singular, with an apostrophized April Fool's Day recorded only by the 1800s. This is also around when April Fool came to refer to the trick itself. When it was April Fool's Day before, it meant that you will be fooled as an action, like an adjective. Later on, they personified it, and then multiplied it, pluralized it. Today, the holiday is stylized as both April Fool's Day in the personalized, emphasizing an April Fool as a singular concept, and April Fool's Day with the apostrophe after the S, indicating the plurality of April Fools, whether the people or the pranks. And don't forget to shout April Fool when the prank is revealed. Now, April Fools are all across the world. And unbelievably, when I found out about what the Japanese were preparing for with all of that potential claim that Tokyo was going to go into lockdown, I was forced to realize that April Fool's Day is celebrated all around the fucking world, which I never knew. Because who doesn't like playing a friendly prank, excuse my signification there of the term, on their loved ones, or more enjoyably on people you intensely dislike? Well, some historical examples, because as a historian I'd be pretty remiss not to bring them up. In France, the fooled party is called the Poisson d'Avril, which means, transliterates as April Fish. France's customary prank involves pinning a paper fish to a person's back. Well, friend's back. They might not be your friend after that, but, In Scotland, April Fool's Day was traditionally called Gowk Day, G-O-W-K, Gowk being another name for the cuckoo, a common symbol of the fool. Pranks continued into April 2nd, Tally Day, when celebrants traditionally attach a paper tail, or a kick-me sign, to their friends' backs. Now, I don't know why everybody's so anxious to spoil a friendship, but, there you go with that. Brazil celebrates April 1st as Dia de Mentira, or Lie Day, in which people try to fool their loved ones. always for comedic effect, of course. Now, in terms of the foolery as embodied by our president, there's nothing funny about it. For instance, Trump reversing the last piece of climate policy left by Barack Obama. The Environment and Transport Departments announced this All Fool's Day, no joke, new rules to relax fuel standards, allowing vehicles to emit almost 1 billion tons more carbon dioxide than under the previous rules. Fortunately, the automotive industries are not following Trump's new rules. They're following California's, which means the world has much more respect for Gavin Newsom, whom our man Alex Griffin doesn't like, than they do Donald Trump. The president himself is trapped, because Donald Trump's truth is crazier than April Fool's Day fiction. And so Trump is left utterly unsuited to deal with this crisis, either intellectually or temperamentally. For his entire adult life, and for his entire presidency, Donald Trump has created his own alternate reality, complete with his own alternate set of facts. He has shown himself to be erratic, impulsive, narcissistic, vindictive, cruel, mendacious, and utterly devoid of empathy. None of that is new. But we're now entering the most dangerous phase of the Trump presidency. The pain and hardship that the United States is only beginning to experience stem from a crisis that the president is completely unsuited to deal with, either mentally or emotionally. When things were going relatively well, the nation could more easily absorb the costs of Trump's psychological and moral distortions and disfigurements. But those days are behind us. The coronavirus pandemic has created the conditions that can catalyze a destructive set of responses from an individual with Trump's characterological defects and disordered personality. We are now in the early phase of a medical and economic superstorm, a tempest unmatched in our most extended lifetimes. There's too much information we just don't have. We don't know the full severity of the pandemic, or whether a state like New York be an harbinger or an outlier. But we have enough information to know this virus be rapidly transmissible and lethal. The quantities we most need, well, the qualities. When I think of Trump, I think in terms of quantities, because everything that matters to him is based on size. That's all we really need right now is a hetero size queen. But the qualities we need most in a president during this crisis are calmness, wisdom, and reassurance, a command of the facts and the ability to communicate them well, and the capacity to think about the medium and long term while carefully weighing competing options and conflicting needs. We need a leader who can persuade the public to act in ways that be difficult but necessary, who can focus like a laser beam on a problem for a sustained period of time, and who will listen to, and when necessary, defer to experts who know us far more than he will ever do so. We need a president who can draw the nation together rather than drive it apart, who excels at the intricate work of governance, and who works well with elected officials at every level. We need a chief executive whose judgment is not just sound, but exceptional. There be some 325 million people in the United States of America. And it's hard to think of more than a handful who be more lacking in any indeed all of these qualities, than Donald Trump. But we need to consider something else, which is that the coronavirus pandemic will lead to a rapid and even more worrisome psychological and emotional deterioration in the commander-in-chief. This is not a possibility, but a certainty we need to be prepared for. Here's how this might play out, or to some extent, it actually already has. Let's start with what we know. Someone with Trump's psychopathological makeup, when faced with facts and events that be unpleasant, that he perceives as a threat to his self-image and public standing, simply denies them. As he's done all his life, he lives in a reality that has nothing to do with that which you and I are forced to operate in. He can afford not to. We saw that repeatedly during the early part of the pandemic when the president was giving false reassurance and spreading false information one day after another. After a few days in which he was willing to acknowledge the scope and scale of this crisis, he declared himself a wartime president. He has now regressed to type, once again becoming a fountain of misinformation. At a press conference, but yesterday, he declared that he would love to have the country opened up and just ready to go by Easter. And what's this? Last week. It's all beginning to blur. At the time he said that, Easter was just less than 3 weeks away. A goal that all epidemiologists, not just the creme de la creme, any student of disease, and all health professionals, assured him would be catastrophic. But with a shrug, during a town hall hosted by Fox News later in the day, he said, "I think it's possible. Why not?" "And why Easter?" he was asked, to which he explained, "I just thought it was a beautiful time, a beautiful timeline." He said this: "What I just reiterated to you now, as New York City's case count is still doubling every 3 days as it was then, and the United States case count was then and still now setting the pace for the world." As one person who consults with the Trump White House on the coronavirus response put it to myself, anonymously, he has chosen to imagine the worst is behind us when the worst is clearly ahead of us. After listening to the president's nearly 2-hour briefing given on a Monday that was brought to my attention but prior showtime, in which, among other things, Trump declared, "If it were up to the doctors, they may say, let's shut down the entire world. This could create a much bigger problem than the problem that you start off with." And so it was that a former White House advisor who has worked on past pandemics did say, "This fool will bring the death of thousands needlessly. We have mobilized as a country to shut things down for a time despite the difficulty. We can work our way back to a semblance of normality if we hold out and let the health system make it through the worst of it. But now our own president is undoing all that work and preaching recklessness. Rather than leading us and taking on a difficult challenge, he is dragging us towards failure and suffering beyond belief." Well, to those last two words, yes and no. The thing to understand about Donald Trump is that putting others before self is not something he can do, even temporarily. His attempts to convey facts that don't serve his perceived self-interest or to express empathy be forced, scripted, and always short-lived, since such reactions be completely alien to him. This president does not have the capacity to listen to, synthesize, or internalize information that does not immediately serve his greatest needs: praise, fealty, adoration, a clinical psychologist, so told myself, on condition of anonymity, that he finds it intolerable when those things be missing. Praise, applause, and accolades seem to calm him and boost his confidence. There'd be no room for that now, and so he's growing irritable and needing to create some way to get some positive attention. Now she added, well, I might as well say it's my own psychologist, that the pandemic and its economic fallout overwhelmed Trump's capacity to understand, are outside of his ability to internalize and process, and are beyond his frustration tolerance. He is neither curious nor interested. Facts are tossed aside when inconvenient or when they contradict his parallel reality, and people be disposable unless they serve him in some way. It's useful here to recall that Trump's success as a politician has been built on his ability to impose his will and narrative on others, to employ his experience on a reality television show, and his skill as a con man to shape public impressions in his favor, even, or perhaps especially, if those impressions be at odds with reality. He convinced a good chunk of the country that he is a wildly successful businessman and knows more about campaign finance, the Islamic State, the courts, the visa system, trade, taxes, the debt, renewable energy, infrastructure, borders, and drones than anyone else on earth. But in this instance, Trump is not facing a political problem he can easily spin his way out of. He's facing a lethal virus. It doesn't give a damn about what Donald Trump thinks of it or tweets about it. Spin and lies about COVID-19, including that it will soon magically disappear, as Trump so claimed it would, don't work. In fact, they have the opposite effect. Misinformation will cause the virus to increase its deadly spread. So as the crisis inevitably deepens, as the body count increases, hospitals be overwhelmed, and the economy contracts, indeed dramatically, we may even say collapses, it be reasonable to assume that the president will reach for the tools he has used throughout his life, duplicity and denial. He will not allow us facts that be at odds with his narrative to pierce his magnetic field of deception. Deception of the self and all others so willing to eat his shit. But what happens to Trump psychologically and emotionally when things don't turn around in the time period he wants? What happens if the tricks that have allowed him to walk away from scandal after scandal don't work quite so well? If the doors of escape be bolted shut? And if it dawns on even some of his supporters, people who will watch family members, friends, and neighbors contract this disease, some number of whom will die, that no matter what Trump sayest, he cannot alter this epidemiological reality. All of this will likely enrage him. Most certainly so, in fact, and feed his paranoia. As the healthcare and economic crises worsen, Trump's hallmarks will be even more fully on display. The president will create new scapegoats. He'll blame governors for whatever bad news befalls their states. He'll berate reporters who ask questions what portray him in less than favorable light. He'll demand even more cult-like coverage from outlets such as Fox News, because he does not tolerate relationships that be characterized by disagreement or absence of obeisance. Before long, we'll see key people removed or silenced when they try to counter a Trump-centric narrative. He'll try to find shiny objects to divert our attention away from his failures, which will be many and insurmountable. We are in the end times, and he be the Antichrist. all of these things be from a playbook the president has deployed 1,000 times? Perhaps they'll succeed again. But there's something distinct about this moment. Compared with every other moment in the Trump presidency, that will prove to be utterly disorienting and unsettling for the psychopathic president. Hush money payments won't make COVID-19 go away. He cannot distract people from the global pandemic. He cannot wait it out until the next news cycle, because the next news cycle will also be about the pandemic. He cannot easily create another narrative, because he is oftentimes sharing the stage with scientists who will not lie on his behalf. The president will try to blame someone else. But in this case, that someone else is a virus, not a Mexican immigrant, nor a reporter with a disability, not a Muslim, nor a Clinton, not a dead war hero, nor the family of a fallen soldier, not a special consul, nor an NFL player who kneels for the national anthem. He will try to exploit this crisis to pit one party against the other, but the virus will kill both Republicans and Democrats. He will try to create an alternate story to distract people from an inconvenient truth. But in this case, the public is too afraid, the story is too big, and the carnage will be too great to be distracted from it. America will make it to the other side of this crisis, as it has after every other crisis. There were Russians long before there was a constitutional republic known as the Soviet Union. The collapse of the Soviet Union left still Russians scarred and depopulated and demoralized on the world stage. There were Americans before there was a constitutional republic known as these United States. Not just the native and indigenous peoples of the First Nations, but even white Americans, the Pilgrims, and their royal descendants, servants of the crown, colonial Americans. And there will be Americans after the collapse of this constitutional republic, which likely will not make it through this crisis. But whatever Americans survive, of whatever ethnicity, the struggle will be a good deal harder, and the human cost a great deal higher, because the Russians hacked into power a president, a man so damaged and so broken in so many ways that he but reflects the pathologies of his cultic base. Madness, senile dementia, reactionary insanity, the pathology of skepticism, but total faith in the white savior who delivers nothing nowhere at no time. So no April Fool jokes, please. We are not in the mood. From Johnson to Trump, we've already had our fill of fools for 1 year. And as bad as Bojo the Clown may be across the Atlantic, we're sick to death of the biggest COVIDiot of them all, the fool on Capitol Hill. Yay, today is April Fool's Day, and I shall not let it go. For no doubt many of us woke up this morning hoping it would all turn out to be a bad joke. Maybe someone would arrive at our door, and instead of wearing PPE, or personal protective equipment, they'd be wearing an "I'm with stupid" t-shirt, and a big grin, and informing us that Donald Trump was right all along, The whole coronavirus thing was a big, fat Democratic hoax, and we all got suckered in. You know, like Alex Griffin, who as a black African-American male doesn't like the Democrats. I mean, really? I mean, maybe it was understandable when they was wearing white sheets back in the day, but right now, they're the only thing between you and going back under the whip. But of course, back to the joke at hand. You know them Democrats. The whole pandemic story was lifted from some obscure Dean Koontz novel. Yes, 1981's trash paperback entitled The Eyes of Darkness, to be precise. And, as happened with that Orson Welles' War of the Worlds radio broadcast, we all mistook fiction for reality and got ourselves into a COVID-19 lather. Our smirking visitor might say, "We had you going there for a while. You should have seen the look on your face." At first, we'll be a bit angry at having been taken in. But then we'll see the funny side. "Why, you swine! You had me proper fooled. I've been taking my temperature 10 times a day and dosing up on multivites. I even filled up my garage with rolls of toilet paper and paid €100 for a face mask." You know, thinking like my friend over there in England. Either John Warrington or our man, George Knight. Though neither of them would ever buy a mask. So it'd be more like someone in the United States paying $200 for one here. And so we would wag our finger in mock disapproval and say, "You ever trick me like that again, and I'll..." Well, then we would offer praise to the pranksters for their elaborate planning and execution. How'd you even get all those world leaders to play along? And how did they manage to keep a straight face throughout? You know, in the end, not just Yankee bros and Anglos, but the Japs and the Krauts, and, just everybody going along with this. What motivated them to all join in? But in the end, we'll shrug our shoulders and get back to our pre-coronavirus daily routines as if nothing had happened, dropping the kids to school, if we have them, getting on a packed dart and heading into our big offices to resume normal working life. Later that evening, we'll all meet up in a crowded pub and have a good sheepish laugh at how we were all so easily taken in. But on this April 1st, we've woken up in a reality that's not the least bit amusing. Although, how would I say it? In my world, we're making the most of it and trying to keep it as close to a fun family adventure as possible, with my surrogate son coming to visit me with the kind of clout he's got to do what he does. But for you normal folks out there, responsible adults who raise families, while the kids are distracted by Disney Plus, excellent timing from the Mouse House, arriving not a moment too soon, and you adults sneakily check your news feeds and see the number of global cases rising inexorably closer to the million mark, and as you watch the death toll rise geometrically, it's becoming ever harder to see a lighter side to this grim tale. So it's not surprising if nobody's in the mood for April Fool's jokes. This is a day when news organizations recruit their funniest writers to make up spoof stories, which they slip in amongst the real stories to see if their eagle-eyed readers can spot the wind-up. There'll be some tongue-in-cheek piece about a new Brexit theme park in Birmingham, or a tall tale about the Green Party trying to form a coalition government with the Order of Witches and Druids. Somehow, though, I can't imagine many of us having an appetite for April Fool stories today. It would just leave a bit of a sour taste. Besides, from the COVIDiots who merrily sang along to Sweet Caroline in a pub in Temple Bar while the rest of the country was practicing social distancing, to the gobshite who ran up to the Minister of Health in Ireland, Simon Harris, and coughed theatrically in his face, then went back laughing to his equally stupid female friend, whereafter most likely the two boasted of their prank to their thick-as-sheet mates. Back in the country where my dad taught me to maintain an interest, because it was his heritage. We've had it up to here, across either side of the Atlantic, with the horses' asses who galloped off to Cheltenham for one last hooray Henry, cocking a snooked advice to cancel mass gatherings. And we'd be sick to the back teeth of the upper-class twits in Downing Street who seriously believe that a herd immunity would magically materialize if enough people were just infected, and that Dunkirk spirit and jolly hockey sticks were the only weapons needed in the fight against this unseen, invisible enemy. When Boris Johnson, a.k.a. Bojo the Clown, tested positive for COVID-19 and his top medical advisors, along his Machiavellian master strategist Dominic Cummings, displayed symptoms of the disease, it was tempting to think the joke was on they. But really, none of us even felt like guffawing at that point. 'Cause we're sick to bloody fucking death of the biggest COVIDiot of them all, the fool on Capitol Hill who has taken coronavirus personally, convinced it exists solely to thwart his bid for another 4 years in the White House. His narcissism and arrogance will cost many Americans their very lives, as his cack-handed response has now seen the United States with the world's largest number of infections, and on a breakneck course to having the world's biggest death toll of them all. So like St. Patrick's Day was, it's probably better for our overall health, not to mention our sense of humor, if we just canceled April Fool's Day for this year. In my father's own brogue, I like a good joke as much as the next person, but at the moment, in lieu of a laugh, I'd be happy with lots of good reasons to smile. That'll do for now. Well, we have a reason in the message from Derek Talley, who says, today was my last day of radiation, and April 13th be my last day of chemotherapy. Hugs, dear brother. Everybody say your prayers. And so now, no joke here, the president has warned Americans of, quote-unquote, painful weeks ahead. The top infectious disease expert in these United States warned Sunday that the pandemic will get far worse before it gets better. Dr. Anthony Fauci declared the American empire will see a death toll of at least 200,000 people, and at the very least, many millions of cases of COVID-19, the disease caused by coronavirus, as federal social distancing guidelines have been extended through to April 30th. Donald Trump urged people to stay at home and follow his social distancing guidelines as the death toll grows inexorably. We're on an exponential curve. All 'twas somber contrast to his earlier optimism that these United States could be open for business by the middle of this month. By mid-Mency's April, there's the April Fool. In California, my golden state, the number of patients in intensive care by Saturday had doubled overnight. More than 130 people I know of have died. Now, at slightly more than 6,300, the state's confirmed cases will skyrocket with aggressive new testing, as confirmed by all officials. The only reason our numbers aren't higher is no one's been given a test. On Sunday, ending this weekend, Los Angeles County recorded 5 more coronavirus deaths, bringing the total in Los Angeles County to 37 and 300 confirmed cases for a total of 2,100. Officials are now scrambling to prepare for waves of patients who be critically ill and struggling to breathe. The goal being to avert a crisis like that in New York, where an estimated 900 police officers have the virus, and a convention center is being converted into a 1,000-bed makeshift hospital just for the cops. The White House extended nationwide coronavirus guidelines until the end of April, with officials urging the public to follow physical distancing rules as the United States braces for a stark rise in coronavirus-related deaths, which officials confirm will be over 200,000 who will die in these United States in a, to quote his T, very, very painful 2 weeks ahead. President Trump himself telling Americans to prepare for a minimum number of 200,000 deaths and a very, very painful 14 nuts. Urging us to follow these strict rules on social distancing to prevent even greater tragedy. And at his grim White House news conference that was nearly devoid of the cavalier pronouncements that have characterized some of his previous briefings about this virus, Donald Trump himself said, "It's a matter of life and death, frankly." The United States death toll has already approached 4,000, with roughly 800 Americans reported dead on Tuesday of this week alone, but yesterday, the highest number of daily deaths yet. Top health officials said the country is on track for between 200 and 250,000 deaths over the course of but the next few weeks, even with the month-long extension of federal guidelines to limit public gatherings, forego unnecessary travel, and avoid restaurants through April 30th. While across the country outbreaks are occurring in hundreds of nursing homes, leading administrators to ban visitors, confine patients to their rooms, and scramble to create sterile wings to treat patients, residents, who can come down with this disease in but a single breath. The stakes are literally life and death because residents, who be elderly and almost always have underlying health problems, be among the most vulnerable, as every study shows. And so yesterday, health officials in Washington state alone reported 108 outbreaks at long-term care facilities. And at a single nursing home in Tennessee, more than 100 residents have tested positive, which for they be a virtual death sentence. Statistically, all that I've just numbered will not survive. Los Angeles County health officials announced Monday to open this work week that 11 nursing homes have outbreaks, meaning 3 or more cases involving residents or staff have been confirmed at the Los Angeles County facility alone. The Los Angeles County's Department of Public Health is also investigating reports of at least one suspected coronavirus infection at 9 additional nursing homes. 1 each at least, which means it'll soon be all, because they're packed like sardines. That has left families feeling helpless, not knowing whether it's better to leave their loved ones in the facilities or move them home. All life has been upended. With coronavirus cases and deaths spreading across California, officials are moving urgently to slow the spread by releasing from prison 3,500 inmates convicted of nonviolent crimes, extending stay-at-home orders in mine own greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region, to restrict residential construction projects and confirming public schools are not likely to reopen before the end of this academic year. While there be some early signs that the extreme social distancing rules across the state might be helping, officials said they will probably have to be in place for weeks to come, which will continue to have a devastating toll on the economy. It will take its toll on all of us. Meanwhile, today was rent day for many a man and lady. I paid mine, but all too many can't pay theirs. On the hard days that lie ahead, as the great poet once wrote, he being T.S. Eliot, April is the cruelest month. To quote from T.S. Eliot's Wasteland, April is the cruelest month, breeding lilacs out of the dead land, mixing memory and desire, stirring dull roots with spring rain. Winter kept us warm, covering. April is the cruelest month in T.S. Eliot's 1921 poem, The Wasteland, because as spring brought signs of new life and renewal, Europe was in a crumbling, dying mess in the wake of World War I. Eliot wrote his most famous work while recovering from a nervous breakdown, in the peak of marital distress, and half a dozen years prior his conversion to Anglicanism. Eliot said that his intention was to express the same kind of suffering in the wasteland that Beethoven had in his final string quartets. In his first section, Eliot pens, I will show you fear in a handful of dust. The burial of the dead, referring to the post-war generation's reckoning with death and spiritual irrelevance, a theme later explored in Evelyn Waugh's first seriously Catholic novel, entitled A Handful of Dust, published 1934. The Wasteland poem, in 5 parts, was trimmed down significantly with Ezra Pound's help, but is still a notoriously difficult read. The best way to understand the poem's endless allusions, obscure in some places, impenetrable in others, is to have both the text and a glossary to hand. However, it's also possible to appreciate the poem on a more basic level, its lyrical flow, jarring juxtapositions, and surprising images. If interested in doing so, I myself recommend listening to the reading thereof by Sir Alec Guinness. After all, who better than an Englishman to read the language of the master poet? While for millions of Californians, April will be the cruelest month indeed. My fellow statespeople, their unemployment claims have skyrocketed throughout the Golden State, with 1 million people having applied for jobless benefits in less than 12 weeks ago. Throughout the last 14 days in which 1 million people require financial aid to even stay at home and shelter in place if they have that option. Food stamp applications are spiking, and the rent be due today. As the economy falters, coronavirus cases continue to soar. The death toll in my Golden State has tripled in the last week, as has the number of reported cases in Los Angeles County. More than 100 people have now died of COVID-19 in County Los Angeles, including a healthcare worker. Coronavirus is spreading throughout United States nursing homes at terrifying speed. including in Los Angeles County, where 11 area homes have seen outbreaks by now. I'm just getting incoming from a health official who asked to remain anonymous. Administrators are scrambling to protect elderly patients, facing life and death stakes as they ban visitors, confine patients to their rooms, and attempt to create sterile wings for treatment. One nursing home offers grim advice: "Takest your loved ones home now." At 5 nursing homes in the New York area of the Empire State, staff are running out of protective gear, stretching single-use masks for days, and wearing rain ponchos instead of medical gowns. ArchCare staff members say as they be overwhelmed as they try to stop the spread of the coronavirus, which has infected more than 200 residents of the company's nursing homes that they've been able to test. The rest remain untested, but it be certain they be infected. The risks be so serious that Scott LaRue, ArchCare's CEO, is advising family members to pull their loved ones out, if feasible, immediately. He's so saying, there will be better isolation and better limited contact in a home than there would ever be in a nursing home today. While United States President Donald Trump now agrees by way of April, his own hopes for a normal Easter popped. At a chilling White House briefing yesterday eve, Trump and his top medical lieutenants told Americans that even if they fully embrace all mitigation efforts, that between 200 to 250,000 Americans will die from COVID-19 in these coming weeks. It be an accident of fate, the cruelest joke of April that has ever been slammed into the existence of a population, that the most divisive, demagogic, and dissembling president in all of human history has been called upon to unite his country during the most lethal domestic crisis since World War II. His task is especially acute since he spent weeks denying the threat of the pandemic. Trump's critics habitually blast reporters when they praise his rare presidential moments. But in the longest public appearance of his presidency yesterday, 2 hours and 11 minutes, he did finally appear to understand the gravity of the emergency. To quote his T verbatim, "I want every American to be prepared for the hard days that lie ahead. We're going to go through a very tough 2 weeks." Yet Trump himself wanted America reopened by Easter. That would have sent the United States economy into depression. President Donald Trump, fearing an economic catastrophe ahead of the November election, had hoped to swiftly remove the severe health restrictions imposed to fight coronavirus as a pandemic. But opening America for business in the weeks he wanted to would have had the opposite effect, laying the groundwork for a repeat of the Great Depression. But the same day, a week agone, Tuesday of Yester Septimania, yesterweek or last week, he wanted the United States opened up and raring to go by Easter. A bunny fuck if ever there was one. The goal would be to ease the debilitating financial pain caused by the unprecedented shutdown of large swaths of the nation's economy. Unemployment claims be spiking, the stock market is cratered, and gross domestic product, the broadest measure of the economy, is suffering an historic collapse. But there were massive risks involved with quickly reversing the social distancing policies. Not only would a premature reopening of the economy have defied the advice of all health experts, but economists warned it would backfire. Instead of a one-time blow, the economy would have faced repeated shutdowns over a prolonged period. Mark Zandi, chief economist at Moody's Analytics, was quoted by CNN Business as saying, "If the president decided to go 180 on us and open by Easter, that would have created chaos and confusion. That'd be the very prescription for depression." The goal of the health restrictions is to slow the outbreak, buying precious time to prevent the nation's hospitals and doctors from becoming completely overwhelmed. Now Zandi himself, who advised Republican presidential nominee John McCain circa 2008, the year of the Great Recession, did say that if people be panicked because hospitals are overflowing and loved ones be dying, the hit to the economy will be even worse than if we remain in lockdown. Trump wanted a massive gamble and won sans science on his side, meaning he was playing without any sense. No science, no sense. Bernanke warned Gates rushing back to work. Ben Bernanke, the former Federal Reserve chairman, credited with rescuing the American economy from the 2008 crisis, issued similar warning this very day, yesterday, last week. Going on CNBC to say it's important that before we put everyone back to work, we have the public health situation under control. Now, Bernanke, who studied the Great Depression, said the current situation is more like a major snowstorm or natural disaster than a Great Depression-style downturn. But in this case, it's a snowstorm being intentionally brought on by governments desperately trying to prevent the spread of the virus. Almost half of all Americans have been ordered to stay at home. Malls and shopping centers be empty. Airports be vacant. Roads and bridges be eerily quiet. Restaurants have converted to takeout only. Joe Brusuelas, chief economist at RSM, the Swiss firm, referring to former Fed chief Paul Volcker's painful decision in the late 1970s and early 1980s to put the United States into a recession to tame runaway inflation, went on record himself to say, "We're at a Volcker moment now. The federal government is slowing the economy down to try to terminate the virus. It's a conscious policy choice." And by Morgan Stanley, unemployment could spike to 12%. Conscious or not, the pain is severe for both Wall Street and Main Street. Unemployment benefits spiked 33%. The week before yesterday, the week before last, the sharpest increase since 1992. Goldman Sachs predicted that figure will spike eightfold. Well, yesterday, they predicted it the week before last, and it's come to pass this last week to a record 2.25 million. The United States unemployment rate has climbed rapidly from current levels of 3.5%. Morgan Stanley sees unemployment averaging a record 12.8% in the second quarter. And economists are bracing for an historic collapse in GDP, or gross domestic product. Goldman Sachs estimates the economy will contract at a full quarter, 24% annualized rate in the second quarter. Morgan Stanley sees a record-breaking drop of 30.1%. Sniffing out the looming recession, the stock market has gotten crushed. The Standard & Poor's 500 has lost a quarter of its value, ending the longest bull market in American history. Washington wasted little time mounting a powerful response. The Federal Reserve slashed interest rates to zero, promised to buy an unlimited amount of bonds, infinite QE, and is working overtime to unfreeze the financial pipelines in a bid to prevent financial crisis. Congress and the White House reached a deal on a $2 trillion United States dollar economic stimulus package early Wednesday of Yester Septimania, while I was conducting transmission. That provided relief for households, small businesses, and lifelines for major corporations. Now I'm getting some questions asking what I'm referencing by infinite QE. That's quantitative easing. QE is an acronym for a monetary policy whereby a central bank buys predetermined amounts of government bonds or other financial assets in order to add money directly into the economy. It's a very unconventional form of monetary policy. It's usually used when inflation is very low or even negative, and standard expansionary monetary policy has become simply ineffective. So many people are arguing that in the last days of March, that the Federal Reserve went well past QE infinity, and that the new measures are extending a post-Lehman crisis legacy of distorted risk premia in the markets. In other words, what they're saying is that infinite QE is actually destroying traditional bond fund strategies. So the big points would be that yield curve control is effectively enforced, BlackRock's teal, and that inflation pulling back from this historic trough may yet recover, which threatens us ultimately with a Weimar Republic type scenario of hyperinflation and Great Depression. In a matter of weeks, bond investors have seen some of their firmest market convictions swept away in a massive confluence of governmental stimulus and central bank intervention, and now they're being forced to rework their strategies for a new era. Core tenets such as what constitutes a safe asset, the value of bonds as a portfolio hedge, and expectations for returns over the next decade are all being reconsidered as governments and central banks strive to avert a global depression. And underlying much of the uncertainty is the risk that trillions of dollars in monetary and fiscal stimulus could in and of itself create an eventual inflation shock that will trigger losses for bondholders. Nader Naimi, who's the head of dynamic markets at AMP Capital Investors Limited in Sydney, Australia, went on record to say, "I've never ever seen anything like this ever before. You have enormous buyers of debt meeting massive coordinated fiscal stimulus by governments across the globe. For bond investors, you're caught between a cock and a hard case," as they used to say in prison. He actually said a rock and a hard place. So, apparently QE kills valuation models. While past quantitative easing programs have led to similar concerns, this emergency response is different because it's playing out in weeks rather than months, and limits on QE bond purchases have completely been scrapped. Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell said Thursday of Yester Septimania that the central bank will maintain its efforts aggressively and forthrightly. And in an interview on NBC's Today Show, he said that the Fed will not run out of ammunition after promising unlimited bond purchases. His comments came hours after the European Central Bank scrapped most of the bond buying limits in its own program. While this type of policy dominates markets, strategic thinking is stymied and some prized investment tools appear to be defunct. And, Ronald van Steenwegen of De Groef Petercam Asset Management said that valuation models, correlation, mean reversion, and other things we rely on fail in these circumstances. Now, this is a Brussels-based money manager. He's in the capital of Europe. And he asserts that liquidity is also very poor, so it's difficult to be super agile. So you see, ordinarily, the prospect of a multi-trillion-dollar governmental spending surge globally ought to send borrowing costs soaring. But central bank purchases are now reshaping rates markets, emulating the Bank of Japan's yield curve control policy starting 2016, and quashing these latest volatility strikes. Well, spikes, they call them. So investors shouldn't expect to see much more than moderately steep yield curves, since the Fed and its peers don't want higher benchmark borrowing costs to undermine their stimulus. And according to Scott Teal, the fixed income strategist at BlackRock, he said that would be detrimental to financial conditions and to the ability for the stimulus to feed into the economy. So the short answer is it's yield curve control. And that brings us to inflation risk. So looking further out, money managers need to reassess another assumption that's become widely held in recent years, that inflation is dead. And Van Steenwegen says he's interested in inflation-linked bonds, though timing a foray into that market is certainly tricky. So the pros, like Naimi, have pitched in that they expect that this coordination by central banks and governments will spike inflation at some stage. He's saying that it all adds to the volatility of holding bonds. But for the time being, he's range trading Australian bonds, buying when 10-year yields hit 1.5% and selling at 0.6%. Now, many market veterans agree that faster inflation may return in a recovery awash with stimulus that central banks and governments may find tough to withdraw. A reassessment of consumer price expectations would be a major setback for expensive risk-free bonds, especially those with the longest maturities, which are most vulnerable to inflation eroding their value over time. At the moment, that's hard to envisage, as the market sees the American Consumer Price Index climbing by barely 1% over the next decade. And similar predictions proved wrong when central banks piled into asset purchases after the last recession. Still, central bank balance sheets are set to explode further into uncharted territory. Hamish Pepper, fixed income and currency strategist at Harbour Asset Management Limited in Wellington, New Zealand, said that there's tension in all of this. I don't think it's necessarily about waking up one morning and realizing that bond yield should be 100 basis points higher from here, but you have to think about inflation at some point. So is it a haven or not? This has led to another core conviction being revised in some quarters: the efficacy of United States Treasuries as a safe haven and portfolio hedge. Mark Holman, chief executive and founding partner of 24 Asset Management in London, started questioning that when the 10-year benchmark hit its historic low early last month. And that's when he asked, will government bonds play the same role in your portfolio going forward as they have in the past? And to him, the answer is no, they don't. He'd rather own cash. And he's turning to high-quality corporate credit for low-risk income, particularly in the longer maturity bonds, gradually they're rallying back from a plunge. And he sees no chance of central banks escaping the zero bounds gravitational pull in the foreseeable future. So he said, what we do now is we're going to have zero rates around the world for another decade, and we're going to have the need for income for another decade. So it's clear that to many money managers that the current volatility has created opportunities in the longer term, with funding stress and liquidity problems distorting valuations. For Sonal Desai, the chief investment officer at Franklin Templeton Fixed Income, the remaining question is choosing the right time to enter, a task she thinks is impossible to get totally right. So in an interview, she said that clearly the current market dislocation throws out opportunities. The unwinding of leverage in the muni market is exposing some attractive fundamental value. And to quote she says, I expect we will see the same in the mortgage space. By muni market, she's referring to tax-free municipal bonds. The first challenge for investors, of course, is simply to find their bearings in a crisis, sans any recent historical parallel. BlackRock's Teal went on record to say, it's very hard to look at this in a historical context and then apply an investment framework around it. The most applicable period is right before America entered World War II, when you had gigantic stimulus to spur the war effort that Roosevelt was conspiring. I mean, Ford, this is him talking. He's saying, Ford made bombers in World War II, and now they're making ventilators in 2020. Now, his point's well taken. I'm going to cover that again, however briefly as needed, in Arc of Narrative tonight. Now, in terms of what Trump wanted to do, that would have brought us into a total market collapse, which doubtless he was doing on behalf of his master Vladimir Putin. It's thanks to men like Lloyd Blankfein, that Trump finally was turned, because former Goldman Sachs CEO Lloyd Blankfein supports a phased return to work, because the stimulus will not erase the economic fallout. Now, Congress and the White House reached a deal on a $2 trillion United States dollar economic stimulus package early in the same day I was broadcasting ̔ to provide relief, but Moody's still expects second quarter GDP, or gross domestic product, to plunge by 17.6% compared with 28.3% sans stimulus. And so we're still falling a long way. We're not falling from a skyscraper, but jumping off a 2-story building will kill you. Just as likely. Though there's greater chance for survival, you may wish you hadn't. You might be paralyzed from the neck down. And so, the Goldman Sachs CEO, former, retired now, from that, Lloyd Blankfein, said that the efforts to flatten the virus curve are sensible, but have a real cost too. Blankfein tweeted on Tuesday, before my transmission day, ̔ last week, that crushing the economy, jobs, and morale is also a health issue, and beyond. He's saying that within a very few weeks, let those with a lower risk to the disease return to work. And so it was that Zandi was urging American officials to study what happened in Asia, where China, South Korea, and Singapore imposed very restrictive lockdowns. Zandi observing that they're on the other side of this. While they're still battling the virus, their economies are coming back to life. Yet Beijing is also discovering that it'd be difficult to persuade companies to get back to normal, and there'd be a risk that rushing that return to normalcy will spark a second wave of coronavirus in communist China, which I guarantee you is going to fucking happen. And that's going to shut things down worse than before. So you're better off with a one-time hit. With the presidential election barely 5 months away, Trump was clearly getting anxious to lift the health restrictions and revive the economy. He tweeting on Tuesday of the week before last that our people want to return to work. They will practice social distancing and all else, and seniors will be watched over protectively and lovingly. Yeah, if you get them out of the goddamn rest home. You couldn't have loved them too much to put them there in the first. And then he had to say, all caps, I gotta do this. It's all fucking uppercase. The cure cannot be worse, Bethe. He put that in parentheses in lowercase for some reason. Then the problem! Of course, Trump would not be able to single-handedly bring the economy back to life no matter what he did. Various mayors and governors would likely have kept their shutdowns in place anyway, especially in hard-hit areas such as New York, New Jersey, and mine own San Francisco. And countless CEOs, chief executive officers, would chart their own course, keeping their offices and factories dark to protect workers and morale. Still, lifting federal restrictions would have reopened parts of the economy. Despite all the pleas from health officials not to do so, RSM's Bruxelles said that one can't help but think that this is just a naked expression of the president's own narrow electoral interests. But Bruxelles urged Trump to put the national interests ahead of his own political ambitions. He telling Trump to his face that if you reopen the economy prior to the termination of the virus, you're creating a better probability of second and third waves that shut the economy again. The United States is better off taking a one-time hit And that's what brought us to the long, grim road ahead. President Trump has announced that federal social distancing guidelines meant to slow the spread of the coronavirus will be extended through to April 30th, setting aside his calls to jumpstart the United States economy within but a 14 nights and filling churches on Easter Sunday. Dr. Anthony Fauci, the government's top infectious disease specialist, called the guidelines extension a wise and prudent decision. Fauci confirming that between 200,000 and 250,000 Americans will die in this outbreak, and that many millions more will be infected. More than 2,400 died as of Sunday, last time I checked. Many stay-at-home orders were imposed by states such as my own Golden Bear Republic of California and municipalities before the federal guidelines even took effect. Resultantly, many of these closures and restrictions would have continued regardless of whether Trump declared he was easing the federal guidelines at all. Still, it was a recognition that life is unlikely to return to normal anytime soon. Meanwhile, states are continuing to call for more federal help to fight the outbreak. Some governors have begun to take a different tack, articulating their states' needs while ignoring Trump's insults and demands. After Trump openly criticized governors who were reluctant to praise his leadership and suggested their states could suffer as a result, like a godfather threatening subsidiary franchises. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, whom Trump has derided on Twitter as a half-wit. Get it? His name is Whitmer, and Trump calls him half-wit with a W-H-I-T. I mean, just so fucking creative. I mean, I could never have thought of that, right? I mean, oh, God, that's got to be the first time that guy's heard that one, right? Well, he touted her cooperative relationship with Vice President Mike Pence all of a sudden. And Washington Governor Jay Inslee, also the object of Trump's withering remarks, he sought to turn the other cheek and focus on his state's needs and his good partnership with federal authorities, of which Trump is obviously not a part. Trump has even gone so far as to praise California Governor Gavin Newsom, you know, the one that Alex Griffin doesn't like, as being terrific amid the crisis. Meanwhile, the Navy hospital ship Mercy is docked at the port of Los Angeles to accept non-coronavirus patients in an effort to take pressure off hospitals on land, or, in the naval term, ashore. Newsom gave a message of personal thanks to the president upon the arrival of the Navy hospital ship Mercy in Los Angeles. Federal officials sent 170 more ventilators to Los Angeles County yesterday last week, but the life-saving devices didn't even fucking work, as confirmed by the governor Gavin Newsom himself. And when he said the federal government had sent LA County 170 ventilators that arrived not working, he chose to highlight how a Silicon Valley minority group, an ethnic enclave of Asian Indians, was fixing the equipment rather than complain. Now, these Asian Indians all share stock in a Silicon Valley company that be working to fix them, which Gavin Newsom has credited, and the state, our state, California, our state nation, has procured 4,252 other ventilators toward a goal of 10,000 before all shit hits the fan. So, to reiterate, so you get the seriousness of what I'm fucking saying, the White House is projecting 250,000 fucking deaths across America from viral load. And as the coronavirus cases rise in these United States, experts are looking to my West Coast for signs that social distancing is even making a difference. With the White House projecting 250,000 deaths in these United States from the coronavirus pandemic if our current social distancing guidelines be maintained, even with them being maintained in full effect, everyone's holding out a distant hope, looking west, with all eyes on the sharply rising curves, the exponential curve showing the dramatic exponential growth in coronavirus cases across the American empire. Experts are looking to my California and Washington up north for signs that social distancing is even making a difference. For both states involved, the coronavirus triggers came early and pushed us to take its measures earlier than the rest of the country. To be sure, epidemic could get dramatically worse on this West Coast. California Governor Gavin Newsom said Monday, opening this work week, that the number of patients hospitalized with COVID-19 has doubled since Friday into the weekend, while the number in intensive care units has nearly tripled. A San Francisco nursing home with more than 700 beds is contending with an outbreak that has infected 12 patients and 9 staff members. There be signs of the contagion in at least 11, more like a dozen at this point, Los Angeles County nursing homes as well. Meanwhile, a study has confirmed that social distancing is reducing transmission of the coronavirus in the Seattle area, but not enough to contain it. Given how the virus and the disease it causes work, it can take us weeks for the effects of stay-at-home orders to become evident, and they must be sustained. A lack of widespread testing continues to sabotage all efforts to slow the coronavirus's spread, and there be a number of things that can still go wrong for my California and beyond, including people flouting the order to stay at home as much as possible and keep at least 6 feet away from others. What we have is one virus, trois Americas. Red and blue America are not experiencing the same pandemic. Maybe you live in a blue state, like myself, in a hard-hit urban area like myself, and are currently under lockdown orders from your Democratic governor like myself. Or maybe you live in a small town, reactionary America, in one of the places that's been relatively free of COVID-19 cases, where local Republican officials are resisting further preventative measures. Red state and blue state America are not experiencing the same pandemic, and it's showing in the polls. National surveys reveal geographic and partisan splits in attitude, with Democrats and urban dwellers more likely to express their concern. And perhaps even more troubling, these divides are definitively worsening. The pandemic and America's response is being swallowed up by the country's culture wars. Social distancing has morphed into a political act, a way to signal which side you're on. A few things to consider as you make a sense of the situation. The messaging is coming from the bloody fucking top. Trump refers to this strain as the China virus in an attempt to incite cultural war. But it's also part of a decades-long philosophical battle between the parties, one that predates Trump altogether. How much do the wealthiest, and therefore the healthiest people in society, owe to the most vulnerable? It asked the rest of us. All of this might change if, or when, the virus hits red states. And that might happen sooner than you think. Keep your eyes on Louisiana, which Trump carried circa 2016. And they're the laughing stock of the fucking nation. Because they went on to hold Mardi Gras because, there ain't no coronavirus. It's all a hoax. So fuck, suck, drink, and cook. That's cook like C-U-C-K, not cook. They did that too. And boy, now they're cooking with fever now. Ho ho ho! Yeah, they're hot. They're burning. They're burning red. Dumbass reactionary motherfuckers. Burning hell. And still Trump insists, his own self-congratulatory presence marking stark contrast with this death toll while America braces for the worst. Be where it's at. It is falling to President Donald Trump to lead America into its most tragic month in decades, as experts confirm the coronavirus pandemic will kill more citizens than the Vietnam and Korean Wars combined. But the president's bullish, self-congratulatory rhetoric, a staple of a presidency that has divided this nation, is still jarring with the desperate reality of a fast worsening pandemic what be running out of control. On the day that heralded another grim new record in reported deaths, more than 500,000, and that the fatality toll was roughly on par with those killed on September 11th, 2001, Trump opened his daily news conference with a stark message, even though he still struggles to summon the empathy appropriate for such a time of mourning. Trump, who will be called upon to steady this anguished nation in these days to come, warned this country of a vital 30 days ahead, a day after extending social distancing guidelines until the end of April. He said, "Our future is in our hands, our own hands, and the choices and sacrifices we make will determine the fate of this virus, and really the fate of our victory." This is a historic test. No recent president has faced the kind of pervasive public health crisis that now confronts Donald Trump. No administration's response would have been completely sure-footed, and Trump's optimism be important for a nation that may be about to lose tens of thousands, indeed hundreds of thousands of citizens, according to all forecasting models. His belated decision to finally listen to top public health officials represents some progress and may finally save so many lives. The president's administration faces so many crucial decisions in the coming days that will determine how grave the eventual death toll will be and how quickly the economic shutdown that has pitched millions out of work can ever be lifted. He must put in place intricate plans to stem the full fury of COVID-19 and to eventually ease this nation out of its defensive crouch. It's no exaggeration to say as Trump faces the most critical month of his presidency yet, and how he conducts himself will be crucial to for the empire and his own hopes of re-election. But there be signs he does not fully understand the stakes, nor be willing to relegate his own interests in favor of the common good. Trump still appears to be marveling at the spread of the virus, which he says no one could have predicted. Health experts had anticipated its arrival in these United States for months, as he predicted a miracle would occur and it would just go away. And on a day when so many Americans died, he boasted at one point that his hair blowing in the breeze in the White House rose garden was his own, marking an inappropriate tone for a harrowing national moment. Trump blasted reporters for asking snarky questions when they use facts and his own words to point out shortcomings in the effort to combat the virus in these United States, which now has more confirmed infections than any other nation on earth. His reaction did not dispel the impression that he be more interested in protecting his reputation than fixing mistakes that may worsen the pandemic. And governors are warning that the federal government is still falling short. There be clear signs that the federal governmental response, exempli gratiae, when, with the approval of fast new viral testing kits and the swift construction of field hospitals, is finally gearing up. Yet Trump's belated mobilization of this federal government, which he touts in briefings every day, after his weeks of downplaying the very crisis, appears likely to come too late for the peak period of infections expected through these next few weeks. He announcing on Monday to open this work week the dispatch of thousands of surgical masks and protective gear for healthcare workers, but frontline doctors and nurses still lack anything they need. Trump boasted that these United States had now conducted more coronavirus tests than any other nation, more than 1 million. But health experts confirmed the misadministration was completely unprepared to test sufficient people when it might have done more to stop the pandemic. And the United States is still testing fewer people per capita than any other country, most particularly South Korea. Trump lauded Ford and GE, or General Electric, saying they would churn out 50,000 ventilators in 100 days. But governors in multiple states told the president on Monday that they lacked the machines and other supplies needed ahead of a surge on hospitals within days. Trump painted the opposite picture, telling governors, "I haven't heard about testing being a problem." In his news conference, he denied there had been any criticism of his leadership in his call with governors. The president claiming, "I think for the most part, I think they were saying thank you for doing such a great job." With Trump in the thick of his re-election race, his daily early evening briefings are increasingly fusing with his political strategy, and the crisis is already shaping the 2020 race. On Sunday, he embraced warnings by senior health officials that 250,000 or more Americans will die from coronavirus if he fails to extend his self-distancing guidelines. Trump alone among senior officials had been itching to ease these measures, itching away, well, itching his ass. And yet there was this subtle yet significant shift in his rhetoric on Monday. The president opening our work week by saying, "By very vigorously following these guidelines, we could save more than 1 million American lives. Think of that! 1 million American lives!" The comment suggesting that at the end of a national disaster that has been exacerbated by his leadership failings, he will bill himself as a victorious wartime president who rescued many Americans from death itself. In a split America, national Democrats who, unlike governors, do not have to work with the federal government each day, appear to be laying the groundwork to block this strategy with their own new counter-messaging. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi warning on Sunday via CNN that as the president fiddles, people be dying. Trump's entire presidency has been an exercise in whipping up his political base, and a new CNN/SSRS poll on the pandemic suggests his leadership in this crisis is following a familiar model. Some 48% of Americans said the government has done a good job in preventing the spread of the novel coronavirus, while 47% say the government has done a poor job. Opinions are sharply split according to partisan identification, a factor likely to hamper any national unity at this most vital moment in our national history. Some 77% of Republicans say the federal government is doing a good job preventing the virus's spread, compared with 27% of Democrats. Now, isn't that ducky? Our man Alex Griffin was saying he hates both parties, and basically saying he hates the government, and yet 77% of the Republicans say Fed government doing good. Now, Trump's news conferences remain a self-serving mix of the most positive developments in the coronavirus fight, saved up for campaign-style announcements. And on Monday, Trump posed like a game show host assistant as he lifted a new testing kit out of its box for the cameras. And the president basked in testimonials to his leadership from cabinet officials and invited corporate CEOs, who were all there to line up to kiss his orange ass, with that big crack in the orange giving you that tangy taste of Trump shit. Now, oh yes, how could I forget? The reality of the coronavirus crisis does appear far less upbeat on the front lines than it does from Trump's boisterous sessions at the White House Rose Garden. And Maryland's Larry Hogan, a Republican who's one of several governors who introduced tough stay-at-home orders, on Monday warned that Washington metro area was likely to replicate the difficult scenes in New York soon, meaning our capital may burn with that same fever that the Big Apple now glows so red with. Hogan telling CNN's Wolf Blitzer that we're just 2 weeks behind New York, with higher numbers here than they were at 12 weeks ago. Hogan warning that warnings by the federal government's top infectious disease specialist, Dr. Anthony Fauci, that 250,000 Americans dying in this pandemic be naught but a best-case scenario. Hogan saying that, just to put that in perspective, that's alone more than the number of Americans that died in the Vietnam and the Korean War added together. And we're not talking about over a number of years. We're talking about in a very short period of time. A single fortnight, 14 nights. This is where we see the political genius of Donald Trump. The president is transmuting his calamitous failures into political gold. Donald Trump is presiding over one of the worst calamities to befall this nation in living memory. And anyone who has followed his response since the coronavirus morphed from a worrisome outbreak in a Chinese province into a global pandemic knows the truth. Trump's response has been disastrous. It's no wonder that just a couple of weeks ago, a writer in, Atlantic magazine, concluded that the Trump presidency is over. It seemed reasonable, logical, but once the polls started coming in, it turned out the American public, at least for now, disagrees. Despite his well-documented incompetence and lies, Trump is now enjoying some of the highest approval ratings in his entire presidency. Even more baffling, a majority of Americans, as many as 60% in one poll, think he's doing a good job tackling the crisis. Well, give the president his due. Trump is a genius. He be a master manipulator, a political alchemist capable of transmuting calamitous catastrophes into political gold. Even as he continues to lie and deceive, the president has seized control of the narrative, taking possession of the national microphone to saturate the public with his self-serving version of events, and it's working! All the fact-checkers, scientists, journalists, doctors, nurses, mayors, and governors may be telling a different story, but Trump takes to the White House podium day after day, crafting a narrative, offering the same staccato sentences over and over. We've done a great job! Taking credit for each positive development, conjuring non-existent progress, blaming others for every failure, demanding that those around him sing his praises before the cameras, and extorting praise from governors in exchange for federal aid. He repeats this until the extent of his failures, however well documented, fades from the minds of a large segment of mindless Americans, desperate to feel protected in the face of a mysterious and frightening threat. When Trump stands at the podium and Vice President Mike Pence and others slather him with adulation like they're doing a bukkake and they're ejaculating their sperm and he looks like a glazed donut, some viewers may find it stomach churning. It's not what I would jack off to. Those of us who have witnessed similar displays in dictatorships be sickened to see it in these United States. It may seem like pointless ego massaging for an insecure man, but it has tactical value. Every desperate governor who refrains from pointing out Trump's outrages, every Trump toady who lavishes praise, helps erect a monument to Trump's greatness, obscuring the facts of annoying orange inside of a pumpkin. A proclamation that Trump failed in his responsibilities as president at the worst possible time should be beyond dispute. Shelves will creak under the weight of volumes describing all that made the pandemic explode out of control. Dissertations will delve into the horrific mistakes made not just by the Trump misadministration, but by the president himself personally. The virus is not Trump's fault per se, and not every one of his decisions was a mistake, but his failings kept these United States from taking actions that would have prevented a crisis whose full toll, overwhelming as it already be, remains unknowable yet. Hundreds of thousands of deaths, trillions of United States dollars in government spending, trillions more U.S. dollars in lost government revenues, personal bankruptcies, lost businesses, and national trauma. The timeline of the pandemic is a story of Trumpian disinformation, Russian-sponsored misinformation. Trump's alternative reality has grown familiar, but this time, the consequences be deadly. In January, late January, a reporter asked Trump, "Are there worries about a pandemic?" And Trump said, "No, not at all. We have it all totally under control." He repeated that message for weeks as the caseload grew at home as well as abroad. In late February, he said, "We're going up, not down. No. We're going down, not up." Either way, it's fucked. I don't care whether we're going up or down. His cock's going in and out of our ass. And, oh man, it hurts. It's bleeding. That's what he's using to lubricate, is all that blood. That rectal sputum. Yeah, we're going down, not up. Yeah, we're down all right. But our ass is in the air. And he's pumping it. While he was predicting, once again, that it's going to disappear. Like a miracle. Yeah, his cock will too, once he comes. It would disappear by April, he said. That's when I'm going to pull out. I'm coming. Was he simply misinformed? No. The information was all there. In January and February, intelligence officials attempted to convince him that the risk was real, but he had no patience for they. He told Fox viewers, "It's all under control." Fox anchors repeated what he said, and Trump got his news from Fox in a deadly feedback loop. Even before the first cases of COVID-19 appeared in Red China, Trump should have been preparing for pandemic, a threat that has long been near the top of strategists' agendas. Just yesteryear, Trump's own Department of Health and Human Services ran a simulation of a pandemic originating in Red China. The simulation projected that more than 100 million Americans would be infected, and found the United States totally unprepared. But Trump had dismantled the National Security Council's office devoted to global health threats, and had no tolerance for anyone warning of looming disaster. When Nancy Messonnier, a top scientist at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, raised alarm over the novel coronavirus, saying we should be preparing for significant disruption of our very lives, and exhorted hospitals, schools, and everyday people to begin preparing, Trump was reportedly furious. 2 days later, her boss, CDC Chief Robert Redfield, all but apologized in Congress for Messonnier's words. The signal to other government employees was clear. Stick to the Trump's message. Stick to the Trump meme. Stick to the Trump dump. And after stocks crashed, Trump's denial ended, replaced with a barrage of misinformation. He falsely claimed there were tests for anyone who wants them. He promoted unproven, what did he call them? Cures from the podium. You could go to jail for saying that if it were you or I, that you had the cure for fucking coronavirus, like Sarah Rachel Adams. And most importantly, he proclaimed himself a master of pandemic response. Anything that went wrong was someone else's fault. He memorably declared, "I don't take responsibility at all." No one expected a pandemic, he said, over and over, lying about what he had been told. He resisted pleas from New York Governor Andrew Cuomo to use the unmatched power of the federal government to produce desperately needed ventilators. After inexcusable delays from one of the most colossal failures of leadership in the history of these United States, then he did what he did to rub it all in. He did what he did to just put salt in the wound. Prompted by pressure from businesses, Trump belatedly invoked the DPA, the Defense Production Act, and yet has since still continued to suggest that the need for ventilators is being exaggerated. He said he wanted to open up the country in time for packed churches on Easter. Of course, that would have worsened the catastrophe immeasurably. Thankfully, on Sunday, he changed course, unveiling his latest gambit to emerge triumphant from one of the most decisive defeats in American history. Outside of war, Trump cited a study that said up to 2.2 million Americans will die from COVID-19 unless appropriate measures be taken now. Trump already knew about the widely publicized study when he touted lifting restrictions by Easter, but suddenly Trump saw it as his lifeline, repeating the number over and over, anchoring his audience's expectations. Trump said, "You're talking about a potential of up to 2.2 million. And some people said it could even be higher than that. So you're talking about 2.2 million deaths. 2.2 million people from this. And so, if we can hold that down, as we're saying to 250,000, that's a horrible number, maybe even less, but to 250,000. So we have between, 250,000 and 2.2 million. We all together have done a very good job." Trump has found himself a new marketing plan just in time for the November elections. If 250,000 Americans die on his watch, he will boast of having saved 2.2 million. And all too many Americans will see him as a hero. Madness. How did we get to this fucking madness? Via the contrarian coronavirus theory that misinformed the Trump misadministration. Epidemiologists' projections of the total coronavirus deaths range widely, but they tend to be much higher than those of the legal scholar Richard Epstein. Yes, unidentified by the media, but known to be the brother of Jeffrey Epstein. So for all you pukes out there who say this is all to distract from the Jeffrey Epstein narrative, that's the ship promoted by Richard Epstein, his surviving brother. President Trump, who at one point called the coronavirus pandemic an invisible enemy and said it made him a wartime president, has in recent days questioned its seriousness. He's so tweeting, "We cannot let the cure be worse than the problem itself." Trump saying repeatedly that he wants the country to reopen by Easter, April 12th, or he did so till recently, contradicting the advice of all health officials. On Sunday, he backed down and extended federal social distancing guidelines for at least another month. And according to the Washington Post, conservatives chose, close to Trump, and numerous administration officials had been circulating an article written by Richard A. Epstein of the Hoover Institution titled "Coronavirus Perspective," which plays down the extent of the spread and the threat. Now, Dickie Epstein, a professor at New York University School of Law, published this article on the website of the Hoover Institution on March 16th. And in it, he questioned the World Health Organization's decision to declare the coronavirus outbreak a pandemic, saying that public officials have gone overboard, and suggesting that about 500,000 people would die from COVID-19 in these United States. Epstein later updated his estimate to 5,000, saying that the previous number had been an error in an attempt to keep up with reality. So far, there have been more than 2,000 coronavirus-related fatalities in America. Epidemiologists' projections of the total deaths range widely, depending on the success of social distancing and the availability of medical resources, but they tend to be much higher than Epstein's. And on Sunday, Anthony Fauci, the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, estimated that there could be between 100,000 and 200,000 people infected in the U.S. that will die within this 2 weeks. Now, in a follow-up article published on March 23rd entitled Coronavirus Overreaction, Epstein wrote, "Progressives think they can run everyone's lives through central planning, but the state of the economy suggests otherwise. Looking at the costs, the public demands have led to a crash in the stock market and may only save a small fraction of the lives that are at risk." Epstein has long been one of the most cited legal scholars in this country and is known for his libertarian-minded reading of the Constitution, which envisions a restrained federal government that respects private property, like his slaves. He has also been known to engage with controversial subjects. Last fall, he published an article on the Hoover Institution website that argued the professional skeptics are right. Subtitled, "There is today no compelling evidence of an impending climate emergency." Oh my fucking God. After famine cometh flood. This guy is the man who killed your relations at the time you were trying to get them help for the coronavirus. This is the motherfucker who was the murderer of your parents, along with Donald Trump himself. Now, okay, let's see now. Sarah Shields says, yes, I had to go to Facebook and get the link for tonight. No notification from YouTube. Yeah, that's about right. That's YouTube for you. And JMO says, you can't get cynical people to do anything. Kind of speak from experience as one. Well, I think you got a bit more hope in what we saw earlier. It's really a time to be afraid when Trump does these restrictions. A lot of people will get infected, yes. And Sarah Shields says, they change the plan so much and stress people out. It's abusive in my opinion. And JMO says, there's a sort of masochism they employ. I mean, sadism. Dennis Wolf said, D3, longtime listener, and I want to formally thank you for pulling the wool from my eyes. I had been living life as a sheep for too long and not thinking for myself. Many thanks and big love, my friend. Your love be returned, Dennis Wolf. He says, I honestly considered myself well-versed as a World War II enthusiast, and a lot never added up, but those puzzle pieces you placed in the frame made all the difference. Thank you. And if they ask now, I tell them because Douglas Dietrich fucking said so. And Sarah Shields says, you're not alone, Dennis. Douglas tells it like it is. God bless you all. Thank you so much. And we got good stream health. Let's keep on trucking, as they say. Now, Lena Shea, my manageress, said, I told my mom how Trump dismantled the domestic terrorist task forces and white supremacist terrorism prevention departments. And she also reminded me how he got rid of the pandemic preparedness department. If that's not intentionally killing Americans, I don't know what is. I think my mom is still innocent enough to believe someone couldn't be so cruel on purpose for the sake of killing and suffering. She doesn't understand the part about the cult of the kings of Edom. That's the missing puzzle piece. I haven't brought it up yet. Postscript. I did not hear you bring up the white supremacist COVID-19 spreading plans over the latest episodes. It's been 3 or 4 now since that was brought to light for the general public, though no one's really emphasized it. So she says, do you think that should be mentioned? Also, her affiliate's been telling her about some cases of intentional spreading, but she hasn't followed up with her own research. One lady coughed on produce in a grocery store, causing them to throw away thousands of dollars worth of food. Another person licked a seat on a train. Sounds more like they'll catch something. She says, I don't think all of these cases are necessarily part of the extremist white supremacist network, although they could be connected, but more likely they are really stupid Americans exhibiting the typical anti-cultural, denialist, terrorist, skeptic default misbehavior so ingrained in the anti-godly European American bloodline. I should say it's ingrained, but reinforced and normalized by people like Trump. So what Lena Shea is referencing is a Connecticut doctor who's been charged after authorities confirmed he deliberately coughed on his co-workers. Yes, a University of Connecticut doctor was charged with a misdemeanor after being accused of deliberately coughing on his colleagues. He was arrested on suspicion of coughing and hugging two co-workers in spite of social distancing measures to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus. And so it was that Corey Edgar, 48 years of age, was charged with a breach of peace misdemeanor, according to local news outlets. He's not suspected of having the coronavirus, according to the University of Connecticut officials, but they're probably trying to prevent a panic. He's not the first to be charged on allegations of deliberately breaching social distancing guidelines either. Several people have been charged with making terroristic threats. A doctor at the University of Connecticut Health Center, you've got him arrested, charged with at least a misdemeanor for coughing and hugging co-workers. You've got this guy, this assistant professor of orthopedic surgery at UConn Musculoskeletal Institute, where witnesses told WTNH that Edgar intentionally coughed on 12 other medical workers and disregarded all coronavirus safety measures. Then, this is why Jennifer Walker, the UConn health spokesperson, had to go onto Business Insider to issue a statement that the involved doctor has confirmed that he is in excellent health and does not, to his knowledge, have COVID-19. We can also state that any UConn health employee with an indication of illness is asked to stay home, and during this pandemic, all employees are screened for symptoms prior to entering the premises. I mean, they're covering up for this son of a bitch, this cultist of the kings of Edom. And Jennifer Walker, that spokesperson, said UConn police issued Edgar with a misdemeanor breach of peace summons on Thursday morning, probably at this point, nigh a month ago. Or maybe, last week. I didn't follow this guy's case very much. It's just so typical. And I remember that Business Insider previously reported that Cody Lee Pfister, surname spelled Pfister, like Pfister with the P, it's, like fishing with the PH. She was 26 years of age and was charged with making a terrorist threat in the second degree after posting a video of himself licking items in a Missouri Walmart. So there we are, another licker. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, I don't even like the taste of this shit. I mean, I can't imagine liking the taste of a bunch of shit on a shelf. For someone to do that shows me that they really are out of their fucking minds. Now, making a terrorist threat in the second degree in Missouri, where Cody Lee Pfister was, arrested for what he did, it's a Class E felony. And if convicted, he can get up to 4 years in prison and a fine. This is what should be done to everybody who's pulling this shit. A New Jersey man was also charged with making a terrorist threat after prosecutors said he coughed on a grocery store worker. Now, this was reported in Insider. I'm trying to look these reports up, scanning through different types. George Falcone, half 100 years of age, well, he was 50, was charged with making terroristic threats, obstructing the administration of law, and of harassment because authorities confirm he coughed on a Wegmans employee and told her he had coronavirus. The incident occurred after the employee told Falcon to step further away from her and an open food display. What a piece of shit this guy is. White trash piece of shit. The Hartford Courant also reported that a New Jersey woman being arrested on suspicion of driving under the influence coughed in the face of arresting officers and told them she had the virus. A bitch like that, it's tempting to shoot her. As of Friday, the United States had well over 200,000 coronavirus cases and well over fuck, how much has it been by now? 2,500 deaths? The federal law enforcement documents have revealed that white supremacists have discussed weaponizing coronavirus, deploying it as a bioweapon. Now, so these white supremacists were discussing plans to weaponize coronavirus via saliva, a spray bottle, or laced items, according to the weekly intelligence brief distributed by a federal law enforcement division on February 17th. That's when the world first heard of this. I'm bringing it to you now because, it's maybe a month and a half late, but it's not at all a dollar short. It's where we're at with, the people that everybody thinks are cool, which is these white supremacist, neo-Nazi bullshit artists. Now, federal investigators appear to be monitoring the white nationalist communications on Telegram because an encrypted message app that has become popular with neo-Nazis, that's what, the Telegram is. In these conversations, the white supremacists suggested targeting law enforcement agents and, quote-unquote, non-white people with attacks designed to infect them with the coronavirus. This way they could point them out as carriers and order them to be killed, is the logic, I take it. And so, the intelligence brief, written by the Federal Protective Service, the FPS, which sounds kind of like the former KGB and their new acronym in Mother Russia, which covered the week of February 17th through the 24th. That intelligence brief says, violent extremists continue to make bioterrorism a popular topic among themselves. White, racially motivated violent extremists have recently commented on the coronavirus, stating that it is an obligation, all uppercase, to spread it should any of them contract the virus. Now, the Federal Protective Service, part of the United States Department of Homeland Security, is a law enforcement agency responsible for protecting buildings owned or leased by the federal government. And within said intelligence brief, marked for official use only, it noted that the white supremacists suggested targeting law enforcement and minority communities, with some mention of public spaces or public places in general, not pubic spaces, but public places. And according to same document, the extremists discussed a number of methods for coronavirus attacks, such as spending time in public with perceived enemies, leaving saliva on door handles at local FBI offices, spitting on elevator buttons, and spreading coronavirus germs in non-white neighborhoods. So this February document show us that at least some white nationalists, the first of many obviously, and the tip of the iceberg, have already been taking the threat of coronavirus seriously at a time when some in government were downplaying the threat. Why? Because they know better. Their Russian friends tell them so. On February 26, President Trump said he expected the cases to go down to 0 in these United States in a couple of days. The Washington Post reported on Friday that, was it Friday maybe 3 to 4 weeks ago by now? Maybe probably last month, yestermencies, that the intelligence agencies were issuing ominous warnings about the virus in January and February. So the Department of Homeland Security has not responded to my requests for comment about any of this. And according to the FPS, the Federal Protective Service intelligence chief, I swear to God, isn't that like the FBS or Federal Bureau of Security in motherless Russia? He insisted that the discussion of spreading the coronavirus occurred in a channel on the app Telegram that is devoted to the siege culture philosophies of neo-Nazi author James Mason and accelerationism. Mason wrote a series of newsletters titled Siege in the 1980s that advocated for acts of racial terrorism in order to hasten a war that would cause the breakdown of society. Now, in terms of Sharon Weinberger, you've got white supremacist corona in the form of these little dolls she produces that look like, I don't know, stuffed sailors or something. It's hard to describe. And she's unscribed. So it's like spelled scribd, S-C-R-I-B-D. And so in recent years, James Mason's writings, became popular among members of the violent neo-Nazi group Atomwaffen Division and its offshoots. Mason herself could not be reached by me for comment. Growing numbers of white supremacists have also expressed interest in accelerationism, which involves advocating for extremist attacks with the express goal of provoking a larger societal conflict. Now, Nick Martin, who is the editor of The Informant, a newsletter focused on hate and extremist groups, and a former investigative reporter himself at the Southern Poverty Law Center, went on Yahoo News to state that multiple newer neo-Nazi groups with younger members have brought Mason to prominence, saying that there's a whole branch of neo-Nazism that follows James Mason's writings and uses his work as their kind of battle. Atomwaffen is part of that, but there be multiple groups that would fall under the same category. And so, Homeland Security, better referenced as civil defense, has identified white supremacist violence as one of the major democratic humanist threats facing these United States. And there has been a push to start tracking such groups the way U.S. intelligence agencies track foreign terrorists. Atomwaffen Division has made headlines because of the multiple crime cases involving the group's leadership, multiple criminal counts. Marvin, who has written directly about the group, said some of his sources believe there be a possibility of followers of Atomwaffen or similar groups could try to take advantage of the coronavirus pandemic. With Martin saying, there is a big concern right now, including from people who work in counterterrorism, that it's an opportune time for these accelerationist groups to strike. Okay, now, what I'm going to do is try and bring on ̔OGHET. Yes, that ̔OGHET. Let's see if I can give him a call. Take myself a little break here at the bottom of the hour. Get myself prepared for the further long haul.
Hello.
Hey, Brendan, how are you?
Yes, how's it going? Are you still on?
Yes. I would like to take a break. Are you able to provide me one?
Yeah, of course.
Wonderful. How about 10 minutes or so, okay?
Okay, yeah, I can talk about how we came out with the binocs and we're looking at the Comet and stuff, trying to find it.
Fabulous. Yes. Take
I'll
as long as
explain.
you wish. I'll be back in about 10 to 12 minutes. I'm going to, grab a snack, get some calories in myself to burn. Okay, so I'll be back in 15 minutes at the longest. Take as long as you wish, and if Michael's with you, he's more than welcome to join in. So.
Oh, no, it's just me now. It's just me.
Okay, wonderful. You at home?
I'm, on my way back to my house, but it's
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Can you handle this while you're driving? I'm not sure if that answers.
Start explaining now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You went out for a few minutes. I was saying, can you handle this while you're driving, and then you went out?
Oh, I see. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, the reception's bad. That's why I'm
Okay.
my area has
Shall we
really
wait
bad
till you get
reception, right,
indoors?
or
Shall we
whatever.
wait till you get indoors? I can wait till you get indoors, or how much longer will that take? A few minutes? Do you want me to call you back in about 5 minutes or so? 10 minutes?
Oh no, I think it's clearing up now. It's
Okay, good. Okay,
it's
wonderful.
totally fine. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. So I'll go mute and I'll leave you be. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yes.
It's all
No problem.
yours.
Thank you, Douglas. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, hello everyone, and so we went out to a star viewing spot with brought out some binoculars, and there was the comet is apparently in serious trying to remember the constellation. It would be Canis Majoris, so it's the large dog, or the major dog constellation, and Sirius being the top part, or like the brightest star in the sky, or one of them, and it forms like a triangle. And I was trying to find that comet, the Atlas comet, in there. But it wasn't, because of like there was so much background light pollution. I wasn't able to see very much of it. But we got the binocs on the moon as well, binoculars, and the moon had like a very visible crater on it, so that was nice. Because it's like, I don't know, it's like a half moon, and it has like a really nice angle on it, so you can see craters, you could see, the shadow line, like the surface of it, if you have like good enough binoculars. So it's pretty cool actually experiencing that. But as far as the comet goes, I couldn't see it yet. So maybe in a week or two it'll be brighter to see with like it, with the binoculars and the naked eye. But I think most of the reason why I couldn't see it was just the light pollution. There was a lot of like city lights, and the spot we went to was like kind of out in, not in the woods, but it was like near a lake, or there's like a dam and a river, and there's definitely some wildlife activity out there, so we didn't have much time. So there had been cougars in the area, not recently, but like throughout the years, like that's like a spot for them to, occur. But it was worth it because it was a better spot to view the constellations, and you have Venus as well. Venus hitting the Pleiades. It was almost like, I think it was a conjunction, pretty much right on top of each other. You had Venus and the Pleiades together. That was very interesting. You could still see part of it, I think, in the sky right now. At least on the west coast. No, it's like starting to dip towards the horizon at this point. But that was really cool to see. Because the Pleiades is like my, I don't want to say home star because that sounds cheesy, but like, because I'm like a Taurus, that's like, the Pleiades is the head of the Taurus. It's like inside of it. So I always have enjoyed the Pleiades. Like viewing it, it's like a special constellation. And if you have like binoculars, you could see like the seventh one. There's 6 of them that are visible, and then a 7th one that's like star in Pleiades, and you just have to like have magnification. I'm gonna drink some water real quick because I'm losing my voice. But the Pleiades is so if you, in Japan it's called Subaru. So if you see like the car company Subaru, their symbol is of like the Pleiades, like it's like this cluster of stars inside of Taurus, the constellation. So it's very distinct, I should say. Like it's distinct, and so star watching is really worth it. I've always enjoyed it. It gives you perspective on like the position of being human in the universe, and like how there's, like we're on a planet and we're inside of something, and then you kind of see like there's stuff going on above us. Like, to me, that proves like the higher and divine, and that's why like the light pollution is kind of bad, because it cuts us off from that like original human experience of like seeing the stars every night and like the Milky Way. But but the lights, are useful, obviously, like we need them, but it takes away that aspect of connecting with the stars. That's why going camping is always nice. You can see like the entire Milky Way and like much more detail of what's going on. So yeah, that's and as far as that comet is concerned, like it could get brighter. So it's seeming, by the articles I was reading, like there's a very high chance of it becoming visible at night, like to the naked eye. So that's going to be like a big deal. That's usually a good it's like they'll usually put that stuff on the news, you know what I'm saying? It's very marketable, I guess. Like a naked eye object is what the astronomers call it. So to them it's exciting. It's like the equivalent of like an eclipse or something, where they get hyped up about it. So hopefully I don't know what to say about the comet. I don't know if I should hope that it gets brighter or not. But if it does, that would be kind of cool to see something like that. And as far as like the other stuff going on in the sky, I don't know. In the northern hemisphere, there is, of course, Venus, Pleiades. The moon is really in an auspicious kind of location as well. It's inside of the like Gemini right now. And as far as like nakshatras go, that's like my the same lunar house that I was born under is actually happening right now. And then you have like Venus and Pleiades. So like for me, it's a very interesting setup astronomically because and I was explaining this before, but in the Vedic astrology or the Jyotish, you have like the nakshatras. They're called like nakshatras. It's like 27 lunar mansions that split up the ecliptic, and then wherever the moon encounters the ecliptic or that star system, in the ecliptic, that's like what lunar house it's in, you're born under. And each lunar house has different, effects, like field effects on like the planet. And so that's where you get different things happening on like the consciousness level or the psychological level that happen because each, and this is the Vedic astrology interpretation of it, that when that moves through the nakshatras, the different houses, it has a different field effect on humans and consciousness and thinking. And so if you look into that, I find them to be fairly accurate. Like, it's very accurate, and it gives you like a more honed in kind of view on, instead of just the 12 houses, you divide it even more into 27, and then you could even divide it more to like 108 and get like 108 sections, which is where that that number, they always say, like on the Buddhist beads, you count 108 times and various things. That actually comes from splitting up the night sky or like of the sky into 108 equal pieces of, I think it's like 3.5 degrees or 5 degrees or something, like some like very small slice, and then that's sidereal. It's like the sidereal way of measuring stuff. Shit. There might be some sheriff activity out here, some of the fuzz again, so I gotta watch out. They're not really like harassing people, but like I've noticed there's like more patrols. But I think it's just to kind of keep the sketch people out, because apparently they released like a lot of people from the jails too to prevent the spread of the virus. So there's a lot more seedy elements out. So you gotta watch out for that as well. They got like let out of jail because it's like a pandemic and whatnot. So I think that's why there's so many cops like patrolling. Not necessarily for normal people. But, and then let me think what else is happening in the world as far as let's see. So astrologically, like I basically covered it all. And Apophis, that's what my memory's trying to bring back. When we were talking about Apophis earlier, it comes back in 2028. I made a mistake and said 2025. But Michael was trying to correct me and I didn't get what he was saying. But yeah, it was 2028 is when it comes back and can be a threat to us. So like when Douglas comes back, I'll explain that to him. So that correction, that mid-transmission correction there. And according to like the Deutsche Welle, the pandemic has reached like 1 million cases worldwide. So that's very obviously it was expected, but it seems like that's quite a bit that's getting reported. So 1 million, I think that's the point when that's another thing I was going to talk about, is they have that back in like 2008 when I was going to high school. They had some video game, one of those like flash video games that you can play for free online to like, to just kill time when you're in computer class. And one of them was called Pandemic, and it has, you choose the disease, like whatever type of disease you want. like if it's like a parasite or whatever, you know, you choose different types, and then you strengthen it with like the points, and like the more people it kills, the more points you get. And it's just like this really cheesy Flash game, but it basically predicts like our life now and shit, like, because it shows you have like it'll spread to different countries, and then on the ticker it has like a news ticker in the game, and it says this country is under quarantine, and then schools shut down, businesses shut down, you know, like it basically explains how this happens in each country like differently. And they even have the ticker that says infected people, and then it says people that were recovered, and then people that have died. And I saw that same style of counting in like the New York Times or something. On their website they were saying, or it was, I don't know if it was the New York Times, it was one of these newspapers that had it as like a graphic where it showed the number of infections next to the number recovered with the deaths underneath it, and it was like the same setup as that video game. And I'm not saying it's like conspiracy, but it's like foreshadowing, like that game like was basically foreshadowing like this is what a pandemic could be like. So that's just what it reminds me of, and it's yeah, it makes you wonder like what kind of like, you know, who put that into like who programmed that game, you know. And it's not really conspiratorial, it's just kind of funny that they knew about the protocols of what happens during a pandemic. Like, but back in 2008, it was after SARS, so I think that could have inspired it. And you had all those video games like Biohazard / Resident Evil, and then all like the zombie films. So I think there's like many sources for it, but in that Flash game, you could basically see the transfer of a disease, and then you make it like, you can like boost it up and make it airborne. Yeah, and that would cause it to spread faster, and then the airports shut down, and yeah, kind of just, it goes in stages, just like how we're seeing now. So it's something that like was feasible, you know, that people know the protocol of something like that. So it's interesting how it all plays out. In real life, it's obviously different. Like, we're all experiencing it, you know. And so that's pretty shocking, comparatively. And then let's see what else I can find here. NATO is hoping to strengthen their antiviral response because it needs to, you know, continue their strategic defense. That's like the point of having like the NATO. So it looks like they're stepping in to actually prevent massive damages from this, is what the Germans are reporting. Or Deutsche Welle. Deutsche Welle.
You're doing great. Keep going. I'm just settling back in. You're doing fabulous. And I really appreciate what you said about the Biohazard game. Of course, don't forget that sometimes the way that they track or monitor these developments might be inspired by the video game, as that looks like an efficient way to track or monitor this, and then the video game itself begins to inspire real life in terms of...
That's what it seemed like, yeah, because it was like an old Flash game that you could play out for free online, and it was called Pandemic. Like, you could still look it up, it's called like Pandemic, and when you play it has that ticker, like deaths, recoveries, and total infected.
Holy shit.
And yeah, so, and then like in the game, the news ticker will be like, oh, this country got it, and then the airport shuts down, then the schools shut down. Like, it actually tells you that, like, step by step, how each country shuts down.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we used to play that game.
How high did you score?
Well, you win when everyone dies, when like the whole planet gets sundered.
So you're trying to kill off the planet in the game?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the only point of the game, to make your virus so crazy that everyone dies.
Oh, well, there you go.
So it doesn't even have a point. Like, that's the point of the game.
Oh my god. Well,
to make like the perfect disease, and it could be like a fungus or like a parasite. Like, you can have different options. Bacteria. Yeah.
When was this released again?
Like 2008.
Yeah, I remember it vaguely. I vaguely remember. I was dealing with so many things with my parents at the time, so...
Right.
Obviously, I wasn't interested.
I'll send you the link if
Okay.
you can check it out.
Yeah. No, definitely appreciate it, and I'll definitely look at it.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised by that at all, but it's one of those things. Like, so what did anyone ever? There must have been some social commentary about it. There must have, like, what do you remember as being the reception by leveler heads when they saw something like this? Did anyone condemn
They would
it,
just
or-
say that it was a fucked up game. Like, why would you play that?
Uh-huh.
But like to most of us, it was just like a time killer, time waster
Uh-huh.
in like computer class or something. You know,
I see. Okay.
like it's just one of those like online free games that were big in the early 2000s. Like,
Okay. But it takes on a sinister air now at this point in time.
yeah, when I went back and revisited it, it was like chilling. It was like, wow, this is the exact fucking scenario that we're going through.
Oh my God. Yeah. And
Every day you wake up and it's like schools closed in this country, and like it's like the same setup.
Oh my God. So
Yeah.
that's well, thank you for bringing that up. I think it's an important point. And let me check and see how people are responding. In the meantime, go on with what you were saying. Find some other news.
Oh yeah, and since you're here, I was correcting what we said earlier. The Apophis is gonna return in 2028. I said 2025. It was like I made a mistake. That was 2028. Supposedly, it's gonna be a threat. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yes.
And I was also talking about the various things going on in the sky and Vedic astrology.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Venus contacting the Pleiades, and the Pleiades being Subaru, like the company Subaru.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's what the company
In
car
the
was named
Japanese.
after. Yeah, or I believe, or it was in. Of course, it's the Japanese name, but they thought it would.
Well,
be
it's the
great
Japanese name for that star system, like
Yeah.
Subaru for Pleiades. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and so yeah, go on. And there's some interesting sound effects behind you. You're indoors, right? Or outside?
Yeah, it's a water bottle on.
Oh, okay.
Keeping hydrated.
It's nice. And I'm just checking out the live, see how people are doing here. Okay, we've got a quarter of 100 watching. You maintained steady.
Nice.
Yes. And
Very good. Very
yeah.
good.
And so Bizarre HD, which is George Knight, says just got 1 hour of the previous transmission to get through, and then I'll listen to this one. Douglas, much love. Please take care of yourself. Love to you too, brother. And Information Creation said, what do you all think of Gates being part of this whole thing? You're welcome to respond to that if you wish.
Well, he like quote unquote predicted it because he was his like not even him, his company or his foundation was running models in October of last year about a viral pandemic that could kill 60 million people around the world.
Mm-hmm.
And he basically was saying that I was warning people, or his foundation warned people that this could happen, and so perhaps they did know something, but it's like, who knows, really? I mean, it's like, if that game's been around since 2008, it's obviously been a scenario. Like, it's just people haven't talked about it.
Yeah.
You know, because like the SARS came out at that time, and like, it's always been like on the table, I think.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say. Yeah.
So, in terms of anyhow, go on with what you're doing. I'm just going to finish up snacking and getting some more calories in me, and I'll turn mute for a few minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If you want me to fill in some airtime to you,
What was that?
if you want me to burn bandwidth till you find something, I can do that.
Oh yeah, I was just checking something out. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So yes, that's what I was gonna say. Okay, so South Korea had the reason why their stuff was successful. They partially started using a phone app. Okay, they'd have people download a phone app, and if you were dodging quarantine, they would fine you $2,500 like US dollars or whatever, converted to. That's how much it would be equivalent. They would fine the people that breached the quarantine who had been exposed to the virus. Like, you have to do the 2-week quarantine. Like, you don't have an option unless you want to get fined. So that seemed to work out for them because, like, and plus the people willingly, like, downloaded the app. It wasn't, like, forced. It's just like, hey, if you want to cooperate, like, we have to do it this way. But that's one strategy that, like, the world is looking to, is like the cell phone tracking. But I was trying to find. Oh yeah, that's why I was explaining it, because they're cracking down on foreigners that are quarantine dodging, with that same kind of technology, the phone tracking technology. So that's, I mean, they should be able to do that. Obviously, if you're in their country and you're gonna put the people at risk, I mean, that makes sense for them to protect their stuff. You know, it can be seen as draconian, but that makes sense to like protect your country.
Population.
And it's saying there's also other.
Go on.
Oh, what was that?
I said population. They're protecting the population.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
so it's like, if the foreigners don't want to follow the quarantine, then like they can just, you know. Well, I guess they can't go back to their country because they're being quarantined. But. Like, you know, so they don't have a choice. I mean, like, but also it's saying Australia has a slow coronavirus reaction, so they might get hit. But that's just what the Germans are speculating at this point, because they haven't shut down fully. And then you have Beijing is cautiously coming back to life, is what the article is saying. The other article, so you know, there could be signs that this might not last as long as they're saying, but you know, it's hard to say.
Well, we
like
can
making
hope.
predictions at this point. Like, I don't think I can. You know.
Honestly, I think it's safe to predict that it looks like it's dying down, and then you're going to get these waves because you have so many asymptomatic carriers. That's the whole problem. Right. So yeah, so go on, yeah. And,
that makes sense.
Yeah.
And
by the way,
even here, like in California, it's actually hit like parts of the, you know, I don't know what they're called. They're not even like the government, but like the lottery agency. Like a bunch of people got hit in there, and because there's a lot of bureaucracy down in Sacramento, it's like all like the whole city is just like government workers.
How did you find this out?
Because it was on the local news. They were one of the workers went on the news and was like outing them and saying they exposed us and shit.
Oh my god.
So the state lottery has its own like controversies over it. Yeah. Like,
oh my god. I mean,
so like there's no one's being spared of this shit.
Yeah, that's a big part of the California economy, of course, that stupid lotto җ'OGHET. So yeah, go on by all means. And
yes. And they started posting warnings about it, and like it actually has affected like the jackpots on the Super Lotto or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
And then Merkel, she's playing it cautious, and she's saying it's too early to ease restrictions.
Right.
So I kind of agree with you.
Of course.
It should be. We should at least give it enough time to see like real numbers or real, like, you know, once it's set in stone that this is helping, then we can extend it for like, you know, the right amount of time.
Right.
But as far as right now, I think it's too early. Like.
Yeah, definitely.
Obviously.
Yeah, definitely. And also, by the way, I got a notification on Facebook, which is cute, and that's that Sarah Rachel Adams is what does it say she's doing? She's channeling. She said she had the cure. Now, interesting, I just mentioned her name, and then suddenly the notification disappeared, like she blocked me or something. But it said she was channeling, you know, like forces of light.
Holy shit!
To help combat.
So like help like the virus or like
to help with the virus, to help out with the virus, and so you know that was interesting.
That's nice.
There she is. She's live now, channeling light beings and chatting. She's channeling light beings, and she's chatting about about that. That's vicious of us, I know. I'm sorry, but that's cute. That's precious. She's channeling light beings, and she's chatting about detox. So she's answering, yes, there we are, and there you are. So.
That's
oh
pretty
nice. So this is what I was warning Laura Lee Solomon.
I'm not against it, but sometimes there's like quote unquote light beings that are like also not to be trusted, kind of, you know, in the sense.
Well, I mean, the very name Lucifer, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I try
just
to
look into the mythologies. Like you have the Tuatha De Danann in like in Ireland, or the, you know, they were like the most fair like peoples, but they were like pretty ruthless.
Wow.
Like in mythology, yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah. That was that's neat. And so in terms of how shall I say this? Anyhow, it's what it is. We won't dwell on that. That's I guess the thing it reminds me of is that Laura Lee Solomon, she was talking about the biofax simulacra, and she was saying about biofax simulacra maybe being introduced to society at some point. And I said, look, the problem is the ones that are not damaged physically. Aside from being damaged in terms of their experience, they're not developmentally on the same capability as a normal adult. It would be the closest thing I could think of is that because they're physically attractive and charismatic, then you get the problem if people are not trying to rape them or take advantage of them, then people are basically catering to them and just and this is then I told her the result would be something that I knew would get her to pretty much lay off the topic, which was I said the result is they'll become like Sarah Rachel Adams, which is basically everyone kind of caters to her because she's attractive, and so they kind of give her what she wants, and people just the guys tune in and they just ogle, and the girls tune in for whatever reason, I don't know, tips or something, and there you have that, and she's become what she's become, which is kind of like the mean girl in high school or something. So
Wow.
at any rate, honestly, I have nothing against her, and I'm sorry that there was all the feeling she had about. I don't know why she feels such a need to have total control of the narrative with Max, but such is what it is, and so we'll see what happens. I should have Crystal River back on in the near future, but I'll have to figure that out with Crystal. And aside from that, one of the things that I kind of want to bring to your attention while you're here with me to interact, and then kind of let you go on for a few more minutes, I'm hoping, so I can just scarf down just a bit more caloric intake.
Okay.
Is that when I was speaking earlier to Alex Griffin, and this is part of what we that these people just don't understand. I'm seeing so much on the internet about the basically people who are saying, for some reason, it always comes back to this connection with them, where I find it really unhealthy. I find it really unhealthy because your average person really should not have an interest in pedophilia. It doesn't make any sense to me that your average person has an interest in pedophilia. It's something bizarre to me. And yet there seems to be this fixation on it. Pedophilia is horrific. It's what it is. It should not exist. All of that aside, why are people so obsessed with constantly talking about it? When I bring it up, obviously I've had more experience with it than anyone. I've basically seen the worst of it in action. I mean, actual industrial scale action, which almost nobody can make claim to. And so, if anyone understands the horrors of pedophilia, it's myself. And I spent all my life trying to forget it, trying to forget everything about it. And yet, you notice the whole right-wing reactionary conspiracy movement is based on the thought of cracking down on pedophilia. That somehow, aside from politically projecting it on their enemies, the Democrats, and then they say that Trump is somehow going to get all the pedophiles, that somehow that this coronavirus is somehow to distract from that, and to distract from Epstein, of all things. This is what I brought up while you were stargazing, which is fine. And so I think it needs to be reiterated, is that basically Donald Trump himself was misinformed by this contrarian coronavirus theory that was pumped by Jeffrey Epstein's brother, Richard Epstein. Right. So Richard Epstein is the guy who basically is the son of a bitch who is part of he's Richard A. Epstein is his full name. He is belongs to the Hoover Institution. He wrote this work of shit entitled The Coronavirus Perspective, which plays down the extent and spread of the entire coronavirus thread. Now, this is the same motherfucker who, in a follow-up article published on March 23rd, so we're talking about just days ago, March 23rd, he published a work entitled Coronavirus Overreaction. And this is...
Oh, he's one of those guys?
Yes, of course. I mean, what do you think I'm trying to... this is what I was telling, Alex Griffin when he was piling into the car with you guys and, I don't know, leading it over into the front seat or something. And basically, this same guy, last fall, published an article on the Hoover Institution website that argued the professional skeptics are right. Now, think about what I'm saying here. Professional skeptics. This is what this guy said. The professional skeptics are right. That means there are people out there that he's confessing are paid to do nothing other than attack science. This is what these people are doing. And he says the professional skeptics are right. There is today no compelling evidence of an impending climate emergency. Now, just to try and put this into perspective for some people,
Right.
Germany and the Netherlands are trying to raise enough money to build a wall to shut off the Atlantic Ocean that would start at the tip of Britain's Land's End and stretch down to the tip of Brittany in France, and then northward the wall would extend from northern Scotland through the Shetland Islands to Norway. And this is because if they don't build this wall, which would cost billions and billions and billions of euros, they're going to lose trillions and trillions and trillions of euros because they know everyone on the coastline is going to die. The Atlantic seas are rising so fast that properties are sinking now. And so everything that is in the Netherlands, all of the work they did to reclaim the sea, everybody knows about the Dutch harbors, all this crap, the reclamation, it's all gone.
Right.
And so
there's entire islands that were created to prevent
that are gone.
that.
And so they have to build this wall, or all of Europe is going to disappear, and there's going to be a mass migration of Germans and Nederlanders, Dutch and Germanic peoples, into Central Europe, which is just going to mean war and displacement, and Europe's going to be suffering the same problems as Africa and South Asia in terms of mass migration and the problems that are endemic with it. And
I mean, it's definitely real. There's all kinds of climate stuff happening. There were floods in floods in Arabia. I mean, it's doesn't normally happen. There were tons of floods in Arabia.
Egypt. Think about what this guy is saying. Floods in fucking Arabia.
Right. Yeah, that's not normal. We'll just say that.
That's like, snow on the fucking pyramids and shit. I mean, this is where we're at now. And so for this idiot to be citing what he's doing, he obviously wants you dead. He obviously wants everyone dead. So here's this guy, Richard A. Epstein, the brother of Jeff Epstein, who is President Trump's most closest advisor on science. He's his science advisor. What does this guy have a degree in? Climatology? Geography? Geology? Epidemiology? No, it's law. He has a legal degree.
Right, there you go.
So
the best storytellers, they'll even tell you.
Yes. So here it is that, basically, reactionaries close to Donald Trump and all of these administration officials have been forced to circulate this article under orders from Trump by Richard A. Epstein. And he's this professor.
Right. That's the real conspiracy.
That's the real conspiracy. So here's this guy. The brother,
no one talks about that shit.
Of the child molester who likely was murdered by Trump to keep him, from speaking. And, his brother
that was my
in
first thought. Is probably what happened.
Yeah. And because Trump, by the way, Trump had direct control over the prison Jeffrey Epstein was in. It's a federal prison. They answer to the president.
There you go.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's not like it was some normal jail. It was a federal prison.
Right.
This was serious lockdown. Only the president really had the keys. And
right.
so here you got this situation where you've got this Epstein guy, this professor at New York University School of Law, who published these articles on the website of the Hoover Institution, everything that I'm citing, this coronavirus perspective, this corona overreaction bullshit, there's no climate change. And he published the original coronavirus perspective on March 16th. We're talking just practically yesterday, in which he challenged the World Health Organization's decision to declare coronavirus outbreak a pandemic, when I was saying they should have done that from the first time it was discovered. It was so obviously different from anything we had ever seen before.
Exactly.
I was saying
and it's like every time, especially before Trump started switching what he was saying, when he was talking about how it's a hoax and stuff, I was literally thinking these people are trying to fucking kill us.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And
why else would you tell people stuff like that? It doesn't make sense.
Yes, and here's this guy saying public officials have gone overboard. You can find this on the goddamn website of the Hoover Institution. And he says, public officials have gone overboard. And he claimed that
but especially if it's something you don't know how dangerous it is, isn't it better to be cautious than not? Even if it wasn't deadly,
Thank you.
To be cautious, but
thank you.
Doing the opposite is just proving that they're just trying to kill us all.
Thank you. Now this may
Or
sound,
they don't really care. Or they
Yeah.
don't really care.
Now this may sound different from what I've told, Alex Griffin saying, why would the government want to kill you? But you see, this is not your government per se.
Right.
This is an element of your government that is literally cultic. And so,
yeah, it's some other shit. Yeah, exactly.
yes, they are taking this as a sacrifice. So he was
There you
claiming,
go.
he
Yeah.
claimed in his article that only 5,000 people would die from COVID-19. And then he later had to update his
Shit.
estimate to 5,000 because he
Right.
said, "Oh,
and we're already there.
yeah, oh, way beyond. I mean, way
Right.
beyond." And I mean, look, at the time we're talking about in March when he wrote this, there'd
Right.
been over 2,000 coronavirus-related fatalities in America. And so he's lying about this.
The latest is apparently 5,000. I just read somewhere.
Yes, thank
That's
you.
pretty alarming. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're already at what he considered his maximum, what he considered the absolute
Yes.
maximum. And
Right.
so, the epidemiologists, they have this different, they have widely ranging
Right.
projections.
And another thing about it came to my mind, like when Trump was saying the other day, he was like, Russia, they were really generous and they sent us a plane full of supplies. Like, why would the United States need supplies from Russia? Like,
Thank you.
what the
Thank
fuck
you.
is that?
Thank you. That's absolutely bizarre.
I think it was they had to get that Cuban medicine somehow. And
I
so they
guess.
paid off the Russians to give it to them.
Okay, that makes sense.
Because dude embargoed, like, Cuba, so they couldn't get it from.
Yeah, good point.
So the
makes sense.
elites had to smuggle it in by like paying Putin for it or something.
That
Crazy.
makes perfect sense. I buy that.
Yeah.
I totally will stand by that. I will stand by that. So you've got, of course there's these widely ranging projections of death totals by different epidemiologists, and it all is dependent in the end on the success of social distancing and the availability of medical resources. But all of the estimates are 100% much higher than Epstein's. And that's why,
240,000. That's pretty alarming. That's a lot.
Yeah, thank you, and that's conservative. That's conservative.
Right.
And so then when you've got this overreaction article, coronavirus overreaction, that was published on March 23rd. I mean, this guy's been pumping this stuff out just yesterday. He's had Trump's ear to this point, in which Epstein. Let me quote from it. This is off the Hoover Institute website. Here's Jeffrey Epstein's brother, Dick Epstein, appropriately enough, his nickname's Dick. He says, progressives think they can run everyone's lives through central planning, but the state of the economy suggests otherwise. Looking at the costs, the public commands have led to a crash in the stock market and may only save a small fraction of the lives that are at risk. I mean, what's a few lives in the name of prosperity, right? I mean, keep them markets up. Oh, yeah.
Right.
I mean,
right. What's their obsession with opening the markets? Like, I mean, if the whole world's economy is crippled, there's no point in opening the fucking market.
Thank you.
It's just gonna keep falling. Like, why don't we do what Denmark did and suspend like the entire economy for 60 days or whatever?
Thank you.
Yeah.
So did you learn of that independently, or did you hear about when I was talking about that in the latest transmission?
I heard when you were talking about it, but I was gonna mention it before, so I'm glad you told people about it, because that's like how come we don't do that? Like.
Well, because it makes too much sense.
Yeah, it makes so much sense, exactly.
Yes, thank you. I mean, yeah, it makes too much sense, and these people are.
It's like every time they open the stock market, they start crying, like, "Oh, it's falling."
Yes, thank you. Yeah, of course. Like, I mean, yeah. So why open it? Why open the gate?
It's like watching like a dam leaking or something, and they're like, "It keeps flooding. What are we doing?"
Thank you. Yeah, it's bizarre. Yeah, it's just you've got a leaky faucet, yet you keep turning the water on.
Yeah.
But these guys, it's like, first off, this is where it's going. Here's these individuals. Yes, they want to scientifically engineer depression. They are trying to crash the market, which is what I analyzed in depth while you were gone, talking about how Trump, if he had gotten his way and opened up the markets by Easter, like this guy kept pushing him to do, they would have crashed the economy. All the experts agreed. That's if you want to crash the economy, that's what you do. And and yet these are what the people tried to do. And they are trying to get people killed. They're trying to crash the economy. This is not your government. Your government has nothing to gain by that. These people are cultists who are operating on behalf of an enemy state, hostile Russia, who wants to do that. So, this is what I can't understand. How come someone like Alex Griffin can't say, gee, maybe it's America's enemy that they won the Cold War against that wants to get revenge? Like, like it wasn't on the mind as it naturally would have been expected to have been on the mind of Germans to get revenge for the Versailles Diktat and the taking of Paris and the invasion of France. And why would the Russians, having lost the Cold War, not want to defeat the United States in the second round? Why would this not make sense? How is that?
I mean, that's definitely an element for sure.
Thank you. How does that never enter the equation in the mind of someone like Alex Griffin, who's been to Russia? This is.
I mean, I think he would agree with that, actually.
I would hope. I would hope. But I did notice when I brought up the what were you doing in Russia, and I wasn't pressing it like I wasn't insinuating he was doing anything wrong, but I noticed it took a while to get it out of him. I noticed it was like it wasn't like when I was asking, tell us about Russia or tell us about China. I noticed that there wasn't talking much about it. Did you notice that? It took a while before he got to that.
A bit.
It was odd. It was odd to me, and and it's I don't know what the reticence was about, but
Epstein, but I mean, he for sure was teaching there. I know for a fact.
I believe it. No, I believe it.
Yeah.
I believe it. No, I know by the fact that he said, they called me nigger. Yeah, I mean, I believe that. Yeah, that sounds. Yeah, that's if he had said otherwise, I would have been suspect. Now, so here you've got Epstein. Believe it or not, this piece of shit is he's long been one of the most cited legal scholars in the country. And yet he's known to be this.
And he's for sure like related to dude.
Yeah. And he's one of
these
these libertarian-minded, libertarians that translates the Constitution as every man for his fucking self.
Right.
And he just always wants a totally non-existent government and private property is the end-all be-all of everything. The apex of all law should be based on private property. Which how does he reconcile that with Trump taking all the private property away that he needs to build the goddamn wall? How do you reconcile that?
Yeah, it's exactly. It's
it's like so there you have that. It's all shit. So these are the people who are hijacking the narrative. So they're the ones telling you, the coronavirus is just here so you don't pay attention to Epstein. Meanwhile, his brother's up here saying, there's no coronavirus. Everybody get together and hold an orgy, and let's have both the financial orgy, get the markets open, hold a physical orgy, everybody fuck, and he wants you dead. And these are
and it's like it's weird how it's like the same kind of people. Like you have Bolsonaro and then Orban, the guy from Hungary, doing some sketch shit too. It's like, they just want to see people like chaos and shit. They don't care.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, Bolsonaro, of course, he's like he's not doing any shutdown. He says, everything's fine. It's coronavirus and all that crap is all.
Same with like Orban and like the Belarus guy.
Yeah. Well, the Belarus guy. Let's put it this way. He's
and Australia is like already draconian, so they could probably shut it down if they had to.
Well, Australia, but they're run by the Murdochracy. So are those guys going to go into full denial mode or what?
True.
The Murdochs. Yeah. I mean, what does it matter? It's not that there is no.
That explains their slow response, quote unquote.
Yes, thank you.
England's doing it.
Yeah. England. All those white trash pieces of shit. They're all going through this stupid stuff. The communists, you could at least understand it. They were just trying. They shot themselves in the foot, and they're hopping up and down and saying, "Oh, it's nothing. I'm cool," and all that shit. They're covering everything up. Meanwhile, they trip over and then fall down the steps and shit. Oh man, I'm all right. Yeah. It's Don't look at me. I'm cool. Yeah. It's all With that, you could at least see what was going on. It's just pure corruption and incompetence. With these other guys, it's truly just pure raw malevolent evil. Talk about Resident Evil. This is where the title finally makes sense.
Right.
Thank you.
Resident in your country. Yeah. Evil.
Yes. There we are. And so with that, I'm going to swallow a few more of these chocolate-covered cranberries here. You can go back for a few more minutes covering up. Covering whatever you find.
I was talking about like the nakshatras. Sorry, they're like the lunar mansions of Vedic astrology, and how right now it's in Gemini, or it's called Puruvasanu. And like that's the same one that I was born under, apparently, the Gemini, and so that's why it was like a special kind of like alignment for me to check out. The Pleiades being Taurus, and then this one, the Moon being in my nakshatra, actually.
Wow.
So yeah, it was interesting to see all that.
I was trying to find out about April Fool's Day, and I found out it was celebrated all over the world in one form or another. And what some people are saying is that the Vedic tradition of India has what they call this Hogi, H-O-G-I, is the Romanization.
Yes.
This is supposed to be, they said, some kind of like their version of April Fool, that they're throwing water and colored powder on each other. What is this? Could you clarify?
Oh, that was the holy what I was speaking of before. Yeah.
Okay, so tell us about that. How would this be parallel to April Fool's Day in the West? Is this simply because it happens on the same day that the Westerners interpret this as such, but they're like forgiving each other or something, right? Or it's somehow...
You know, I'm not sure. There's so many permutations of it that, like, you know, India has like a lot of weird kind of traditions, and perhaps it is related to like April Fools, because you're supposed to throw colors on each other and like, you know, do practical jokes and stuff like that.
Okay.
So it makes sense. It's
okay.
like in that context, but that's part of like the perversion from the original meaning.
Uh-huh.
To me, that kind of
it's Holi, right? Yeah, Hindu Spring Festival celebrated late March, during which people can forgive and forget past faults by throwing colored powder and water on one another. So they feel that this is an analog. This would be the Vedic analog to the Roman festival of Hilaria, from whence we get the word hilarity, and so you know.
Oh yes, so that's right, the Roman connection.
Okay,
right.
So tell us about that. What comes to your mind now when
Well, from the Vedic perspective, I think like it was like the divine, like, you know, pulling the practical joke on like the people that didn't, you know, follow the divine. That's like what I take from like thing, you know, like that dude or that being like Hiranyakashipu thought he was invincible, and like, you know, basically decried like Lord, you know, Vishnu, and like was saying people should bow to him instead, and then like the joke was on him. That's like what I take from it.
And I
but
think
it's
something
like
horrible happened. I can only imagine.
Yeah, he got his like entrails like ripped out.
No.
Yeah, like
oh.
by one of like the fierce like emanations of Vishnu. Like he was like half beast, like half lion, half man.
Oh yeah, that's the joke's on him, all right. Yeah.
Right. So they don't tell you like the full story, but I mean, I've always wondered about like April Fools. It's a very it is during like the Julian, like it's basically like the first month of the year, right? Like, you know, March.
Yeah, it used to be. Yeah, you're right. It used to be. Yeah.
Yeah.
A long time ago. So go on talking while I crunch this down.
Okay. Yeah, let me check out like the source of where we get this kind of stuff, like these practical jokes, so to speak. What the current narrative is, or not narrative, but you know, like the current thing, what they're saying about where it comes from, because it seems like kind of an ancient thing. You know, humans have always been from mythology. You have like the trickster gods, like Loki, and even some like Egyptian gods, like were also like considered like some trickster types. So like that could be part of it. See if it has any. It doesn't even give you like history. Like, here we go. It could be linked to like the English, of course. Possibly referenced in Chaucer's like Canterbury Tales from like the 1300s. So that's interesting as well. Let's see what else from the 1500s. It's an old European holiday, it seems, from what I could tell. So I don't know, like, it could be descended from something pagan, but it's hard to tell. It could just be like a straight up cultural holiday that was just invented, kind of like, I guess Halloween isn't comparable because it's actually based off of a...
Well, Halloween was the Celtic New Year.
Yeah, it's based off of an actual holiday, but...
Yeah, but like I said, Hilaria with the Romans, then that would be the pagan antecedent, because that was around the same time of year.
Okay, so that was a pagan thing. It wasn't something the Romans created. Okay, that makes sense. Because I know they had like feasts and stuff. The Romans always did stuff like that.
Yes, to the point where they're vomiting and shit. Yeah, that's
and apparently my birthday is like Mercurialia, which is like the Mercury festival, like the ancient Greek.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
What day is your birthday?
Like the 15th of May, the Ides of May.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And so go on with some other stories you feel need our attention, and if you can stay with us for a few more minutes, it'd be perfect. I do want to emphasize while I was telling you about the cult of the kings of Edom that the the king of Edom in particular, that has to do with these plagues that is called upon,
Okay.
is the great old one that is known as Hastalic, and Hastalic would be the closest spelling, maybe in romanization, from the barbarous tongue, which is meant to be unpronounceable by the human vocal cords, is
Right.
something along the lines of, similar to Hastur as a start, Hastlyk. There would probably be an umlaut over the Y, Hastalic. And so that was, as Aquino described it, one of the most insidious and powerful of the great old ones. Hastalic is the embodiment of disease, and that when great epidemics or even localized outbreaks of a disease occur, Hastalic may be there, may be present, may be observing. Hastalic is not the disease, but instead acts as an amplifier for a native contagion, and it turns an outbreak into an epidemic. And so Hastalic is like a microbial gestalt, great old one, that is theoretically, or as Aquino interpreted it, spread throughout the universe and other dimensions. And it attaches itself to other microbes, usually diseases, to spread its chaos and its influence. And that all bits of Hastalic are psychically connected. And he felt that Hastalic was summoned and very much participant in the bubonic plague that swept Europe in the 14th century, the influenza epidemic, of course, that killed hundreds of millions in the 20th, that it was summoned as part of the weaponization process. And he said that he had learned from the sorcerers who had done so, and that the Ebola outbreaks in the late 20th and 21st were, of course, experiments in the kind of black genocide to try and maintain the population down in black Africa that they had originally tried with AIDS but failed.
Yes.
And that basically it's one of these, the way that they try and portray it to the general public, if anyone finds out in their own research about this particular anti-god, they would try and convey it to the public that there's no organized cults that worships Hastalic, that rather it's sometimes invoked by lone sorcerers or cabals who wish to exact revenge, and yet it's impossible to control once it's summoned, and oftentimes infects and kills its summoners as well as the intended victims. But it's all really bullshit. That there is an organized cult. It was the cult of the Paiamaias, as introduced to myself by Aquino. There are several subcults to the cults of the kings of Edom, each one of them dedicated to the different anti-god, the major anti-gods, the major dozen, more like a baker's dozen, 13 of course. And so you have a situation where, as Aquino explained it to myself, that the when it comes to the anti-god Hastalic, that there's no physical attacks that are ever conducted by that entity, but rather it attaches itself to other microbes, and therefore if a new outbreak of some plague occurs, then he explained to me that oftentimes those suffering hallucinations in the throes of sickness are actually seeing alien worlds through the great old one, that they're given an insight into its universe, its dimensions. And I had, through my liaison with Aquino, the wretched experience that one of the reasons I tried to forget of the great old one that spoke through an infected victim. And that was one of these times when the normal epidemiologists were aghast, and they felt that like a parasite that overtakes ants or fish, these various parasites that begin to guide the ant or the fish, they felt that this was something that was going on in a mammalian
like
human.
a cordyceps mushroom or something similar.
Yes, where
Like infects the brain and like takes over the.
But different in the sense that the virus was not necessarily intelligent of itself, but hijacking the very ability of the ambulatory host to express itself, so that the host began to express what the virus would want as its most baseline kinds of needs and desires, and so they felt that the virus is essentially communicating through the host to the point where the consciousness had been subsumed, and therefore the host was expressing perhaps what the aggregate of the viral load was, if you would, not necessarily thinking, but simply experiencing. And that was how they interpreted it.
Wow.
But of course, the results were just wretched to see and disconcerting to watch. It goes without saying. But if you can imagine someone trying to seek whatever would increase the infection, or whatever would ultimately destroy the body, while at the same time trying to seek a way to infect others, this is what it was confronted with. There's no way you can do it justice by thinking of some simple zombie film. And,
No.
So it was beyond that, and it was responsive to interrogation, but only Aquino was able to interpret what it was saying. And that was the reason everyone was so dependent on him for so many different things. He was just wanted in so many places. There were always questions with these various departments where only he could provide the answers. And I was, of course, supposed to replace him in that position. And for that reason, the nanites that were injected into myself would have made that potentially possible. This is why I find it so bizarre when you have someone like you yourself even fell into this trap about, and then you had, of course, Michael tonight, Michael Griffin, and saying, oh, gee, maybe they're trying to infect us with nanites. I mean, either through the aerosolization that you were once, asking myself about with him. Of course, it came up with the vaccines again. I mean, why would they want to do that to the baseline human population? There's no need to infect the baseline human population with nanites, because why would they ever want to gift you, any one of you, with nanites? For what reason? How would that be advantageous to them? Keeping you as vulnerable as possible keeps you as dependent as possible, and then you're, of course, working to pay your taxes. Any kind of nanite injection would have to be towards an improvement, because why would they want to tear you apart? Because the more they tore you apart, the less you could pay taxes, right? The less you could work. So there's no sense to it other than improving you in some way. And what advantage do they have there? You might say, well, maybe they wouldn't want you to be sick ever again, and therefore you could keep working and not get sick and keep paying your taxes all the time. Of course, that directly contradicts everything I've just exposed. No, this is the element that wants you sick. This is the element that wants you to die. The rest of the government does not want this. They just want you paying taxes. They just want you going to work and coming home. They're not really out to do anything to you. It's as stupid to me as the people, the idiots. And when I hear these people, it's like, oh, I don't want the government being able to see me in my bathroom while I'm taking a crap with any kind of surveillance. I'm like, whoa, how much could you pay a government bureaucrat to sit and watch the majority of you taking a crap? Why the hell would anyone want to see that? Honestly, unless you were Anna Nicole Smith, or some sex bomb where some pervert could get off on your bowel movement or taking a leak or something. I mean, nobody wants to see Brendan ЗОGHET take a crap. Nobody wants to look at it. Yeah, it's hard to get them to look at him, period, when he's not taking a crap. Oh my fucking God. The things I hear from people, there's something wrong.
Right. People get paranoid on stuff like that, but it's like, they can surveil you other ways that's like not even... They don't even have to, like you're saying, they don't even have to. Like,
yeah, but most of them don't want you. It's like,
it's like there's no point.
Yeah, people say, look, they can see me through my television. And yes, they can see you through some television screens, especially in this day. Maybe not in the old days of vacuum tubes. That was true paranoia. But in this day and age, can they see you through your television screen? Yeah. Okay, so fucking what? What do they see? They see some fat person scratching his nutsack while he's chewing on chips and falls asleep on the couch. I mean, who the fuck wants to look at that? I mean, all it can see is what's in front of it, right? And what's going to be in front of it? Are they going to see you? Oh, look, he's trading with the Israelis. Oh, man, no. All they're going to see is you getting drunk and falling asleep. That's what, who would want to look at that? I mean, what?
Yeah, no, I agree. That's not going to happen. For the majority of people,
I don't know what these people think they've got that's worth looking at. It's offensive. It's offensive to me. I mean, really, so there we go with that. And
Right. But it makes sense that there is like some dark beings that are basically thrive off plague or create plague. I mean, that's very much from like the ancient mythologies and lore. That's like a lot of the times like it comes from like certain plagues would come from like people messing with those kind of energies, but and like not knowing what they're doing, and then it gets out of control, you know. So
yes, yeah, and
or
so,
consciously doing it on purpose, like you're saying.
right. Hey, I'm happy to see that the chat room really acted up. I want to thank everyone for participating. Michael Griffin, Information Creation, who has said that their family comes from the land of Illyria, Albania region. So thank you for sharing that. Wonderful.
Oh, really? Okay,
Yeah,
good.
yeah. And Michael Griffin is adding in his observations, and Bazaar HD, who's George Knight, was talking about the what was he bringing up aside from the Russians and my contextualizing them? He was bringing up a few other things earlier, and I forgot what they were. Let's see now. But anyhow, everybody seems to be doing well, and Information Creation is saying, what happens when it becomes standard for your smartwatch, smartphone, and fitness tracker to upload your data to big tech and big government so they can track and analyze disease spread? You would hope that they would fucking do that so they could shut the disease down, right? I mean, is there something wrong with that? It's what the Koreans are doing, and the Koreans think that this is better for the soul of society, that we download this app. The only people who were trying to avoid it were the cultists. As you know, Brendan, back me up on this. Tell them about how the cultists were trying to avoid all this, trying to avoid being tracked in Korea.
Oh yeah, as far as like those guys were like off the grid. Yeah.
Yeah. And,
so they couldn't be tracked. Yeah, they didn't have phones or something weird like that, right?
Yeah, yeah, and that's right. That's right. They were avoiding all that. They felt they were persecuted Christians.
Yes,
and,
exactly.
So there we have that, and okay, looks like everybody is. Oh, Michael Griffin. That's it. That's Michael Griffin's the guy who was in the car.
Yes, he's probably chiming in because he's like at home.
Oh, good. Okay, yeah. Glad to see he's with us.
Hello, Michael.
Yes, hi, Michael. Hi, Michael. Thank you. Somebody retracted their message. Oh, Michael, he said something and retracted it. And so there we have that. And okay, so what I'll do is I'll go back to shall I say a monologue. But you finish up first, by all means. Go ahead and finish up with anything else you might have had in mind. Like Deutsche Welle,
I
you
think
can
I
tell us what
cleared
that
up
means.
like most of everything. I should probably get to sleep now. But
all right.
Yes, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Douglas.
Yes. Thank you.
Have a good night, and everyone stay safe and all that.
Yes. Love you like a son. You take care. Blessed be thy
Okay, thank you, Douglas. Good night.
Good night. All right. And so what I'm going to do is try and decide which direction I should go in from here. We could talk about the physical safety that many people have asked about, and go into the Great Mask debate. We could go into the various aspects of the coronavirus, or I can save certain aspects of this that are more technical in nature to the for the next transmission, and that way we can find out whether or not I can get Crystal River on next, or whether I will be kind of gunning it alone. And then if that's the case, then I will basically cover just the technical stuff that I could have covered tonight, and more or less bring that up with the next transmission instead. Let me dwell on that for a minute, think aloud, and of course rehydrate myself, drink water, and of course I was I think what I can do is I can start by getting back into the rhythm. Maybe close off moderately early tonight. That's not going to be anywhere near early. This should still take a few hours to get through. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do a little calculation here on time as to how long it might take me to try and do some justice to certain subjects. And that should be, while I'm timing this out, seeing how long this might take. All right, I think I know what to do. And the first thing I'll do is grab some water here and basically hydrate myself. So you can hear me quaff this liquid. And what I'll do is kind of thank everyone while I'm doing this for all of their participation. So glad they're participating. And it's 12:30 here, so on the East Coast it's like what, 1:30, 2:30, 3:30, 3:30 in the morning. Holy shit! And in England, I could look up time in London right now, see what it's like for John Warrington and George Knight. And let me look up time in London. There we are. And it would be about 8:33 a.m. in the morning. Oh my god. And by the way, don't ever do what I just did, which is kind of scratch my nose. But then again, you know, I'm not going to do anything to myself. And I haven't been exposed to anyone outside. But while you're outside and you're encountering anybody, don't do that. Don't scratch your nose. Don't scratch your face. Don't touch your face. That's the big thing outside. And liquid. And aside from that, let's see now. So the superhighway system we were talking about with Truman. We were talking about the parallel to 5G. And I view 5G very much as a positive because it will enable artificial intelligence, true artilects, like the Dietrich artilect, to help. So I may as well get to that. So let's amble on towards that. Get a general, shall we say, educational descriptive of that for people going. And the first thing I'll have to do is kind of get back into the rhythm by my dear sponsor, Ben Estenius. And with Ben Estenius, he's been trying to contact me recently. I get the feeling that Ben Estenius is under the impression that things are falling apart. I mean, like, well, they may very well be soon enough, for all the reasons that I've started to describe. And this is one reason I wanted to try and cover as much of the technical shit as I could tonight, because what we have is just so urgent. And by the time I'm covering it on, Sunday, I mean, oh my God, all that might have happened by then would have brought us into a world of hurt that would require yet another education. So that almost makes me want to dive into things like the Great Mask debate tonight and talk about whether masks are helpful or not, and who says so and why, and ultimately the impact on culture that we would have to contend with the use of masks and the ultimate decision not to use them at some point. So let me take a look here. Now I'm taking a look at the internet. I'm looking at the situation as it's developing as best as I can, and I don't know if developing does the situation justice. Oh goodness. And the important thing to realize is that this is nothing like the flu. This is something totally different. And if you think of it as anything similar to the flu, it's just not, you're not prepared.